Pride of race is the antidote to prejudice. Arturo Schomburg. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos. My name is Nacheli Julián Ortiz González, and I am the Executive Director at Taller Puertorriqueño. And I welcome you all to the 26th Arturo Alfonso Schomburg Symposium, a space to share, examine, discuss, identify the gaps, and also a space of celebration of the African diaspora. I would like to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral territory of the Lenape nations on which we are learning, healing, and organizing today. As a daughter of the longest colony in the world, I understand the importance to acknowledge the land. I also want to take a moment to recognize the people suffering of an always senseless war. To begin, I would like to call the founder of the Arturo A. Schomburg Symposium and today's speaker, Dr. Evelyn Laurent Perrault, to the libation, the ritual pouring of a liquid of or grains as an offering to a deity or spirit or any memory of our spiritual ancestors. Evelyn?
Thank you for your opening and your call for peace and respect towards the Lenni Lenape. Thank you so much. We are, as a tradition that we have done before in the afternoon, now we're moving into the morning. We pour libation as a ceremonial tradition in most West African cultures and nations. And through this, we honor the ancestors. We are always trying to redeem through this program. And so I invite everyone on their particular spaces to invoke the ancestors who have meant so much and guided your life. So I'm going to start praying. First of all, I'm calling on Arturo Alfonso Schomburg, the person who inspired our symposium, now going on the 26th year. I want to call on Pedro Albizu Campos. I want to call on Julia de Burgos. I want to call on Nelson Mandela.
Quiero llamar a Nelson Mandela.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Archobispo Desmond Tutu. People who are here want to call on someone? Audre Lorde, definitely. Rigoberta Menchú. Julia de Burgos, again. Roberto Clemente. Sorry? Don Ricardo Alegría. Luz María Rosado Villogas. Antonio Aponte.
Antonio Ponte.
Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Toussaint Louverture. François Macandal. Dutty Boukman. Cécile Fatima. Silvia del Villar. José Martí.
José Martí.
Antonio Maceo. Bencos Biojó. Nani. Yanga. José Leonardo Chirinos. Carlos Cioro. Miriam Colón. Miriam Jiménez Román, Juan Flores, Marcos Cioro, Asemar Milaflores, Tito Matos, wow, Cheo Feliciano. En fin, I invite everyone to invoke their ancestors
A invocar
to
a sus
guide us in the process of exchange that we're going to embark today and
en
as we
guiarnos
continue doing this work every day. Thank
en el
you.
intercambio que vamos a hacer, que hacemos todos los días. Gracias.
Thank you. So, what if? What if we learn from our past?
Y si aprendemos de nuestro pasado,
The Akan tribe in Ghana, the Sankofa is symbol
El
of the
tribu
importance of learning from
cubana.
our past. The Akan believes the past serves as a guide for planning the future.
ellos creían
It
de
is
que
this wisdom that learning from the past which
confiar en el
ensures
futuro.
a strong future. Today, like in the 25 years, we are past 25 years, we are taking the responsibility and opportunity to learn and heal from the
Estamos
past.
teniendo la oportunidad
This
de
symposium provides a moment to reflect on the
Para
last 2.5 decades of this
en los
event,
dos
its themes,
que-
challenges, successes, and impact as we look at the past, present, and future.
lo que nos ha impactado del
And I want to
pasado,
thank
presente y
our
futuro.
sponsors for the
Y
support
quisiera
offered to
agradecer
Taller to create this
a
safe
nuestros
space.
patrocinadores,
Charge of the PA Humanities Council, the City of Philadelphia,
la
the
ciudad de
Philadelphia
Filadelfia,
Council of the Arts, the Phelps Fund,
el
La
Consulado de
Salle
Arte,
University, Bread and Roses,
también la
the Mellon
Universidad.
Foundation, and the National Endowment for the Arts. Thank you, MAS, Movimiento Afro-Latino Seattle, for our interpreters, Grace, Stephanie, and Niorka.
Gracias por
Thank
los
you to the Schomburg Committee that planned this great day. A special thank you goes to
Gracias por el
Carmen
comité.
Febo San Miguel, Taller's former executive director, and shepherding these important programs for more than 2 decades. Thank you, Carmen.
Gracias, Carmen.
Thank you for my awesome team to support me and guide me through this process since it's my
Gracias
first
por mi
Schomburg
equipo que me ha
Symposium.
ayudado
Thank
a
you, all my team. Please select the language of preference in the Zoom bottom
Por
menu
favor,
for Spanish or
elija
English. Por
el
favor,
idioma.
selecciona el lenguaje de preferencia en el menú inferior de la pantalla. Before starting with our agenda, some notes. For the people at home, welcome. For the people on Zoom, welcome. For the people at home, please add your questions in the chat and select your preferred language. Remember that. At the end of the day, please remember to fill out the evaluation on how we can make this a better event. It's also help demonstrate the symposium value to the
Por favor,
founders.
quisiéramos que
For
nos
our
digan
guests
cómo podemos
in-house,
mejorar
our bathrooms are located in the lobby registration area. Coffee and tea are available in the lobby area. Please silence your phones and maintain your mask over your nose and mouth at all
y ponga la
times.
mascarilla encima de su
Please
nariz
follow
en
our
todo el tiempo.
program and let us know via chat or one of our team members how we can support you to have a better experience.
Por favor,
Well,
ayúdenos para ver cómo
I
podemos
think we are
mejorar
ready to
nuestra
start our agenda, and
Creo
I
que
will
estamos listos para
introduce
empezar.
each presenter and then their
Vamos a presentar
presentation
todos
topic.
los
Please write your questions in the chat or in your notepads and wait until the end of the presentation during
Por
the
favor, esperen a
Q&A
que escriban
session.
todas las preguntas que tengan y ya se lo contestaré al final.
I am so honored to introduce
Tengo el
our
honor de
Schomburg Symposium
introducir
founder, Dr. Evelyn Laurent Perrot,
a
presenting
Venezuela.
Evoking Africa Latina. Born and raised in Venezuela from Haitian and
Estaba
Venezuelan
nacida en
parents,
Venezuela.
is currently an associate professor at the
Es
University
una
of California in
profesora
Santa Barbara.
asociada en la
Evelyn is
Universidad de
well-known
California.
to this symposium as a founder and as
Es
a
una profesora
Afro-Latina activist and scholar. She
latina
has studied,
activista.
lived, and traveled through Europe, Africa, Latin America,
a
North America,
los
and the Caribbean.
África, a Europa,
The term
Latinoamérica.
America Latina, this term was proposed by the Brazilian scholar Laila Gonzalez during the 80s in an attempt to
Laila
rectify the historical silence to have excluded American Indians, Africans, and their descendants from the narrow national definition of mestizaje. During the past 25 years, Taller Puertorriqueño Annual Arturo Schomburg Symposium has consistently tried to repair those historical have shaped the world today. Current political affairs indicate that in order to continue healing, we must embrace the past. Evelyn?
Edwin.
Thank you, Nacheli. I want to thank everyone who is out there and everyone who's here, and Taller's team for continuing relentlessly to carry out this event that requires so much resources, thinking, and so forth. So the full title of my presentation is Invoking Africa Latina, a Healing Tool to Dismantle Anti-Blackness. Late Brazilian author Laila Gonzalez proposed in 1988 the concept Africa Latina as a political category to describe who we are in the region mistakenly called in this country the Americas. It's only one America. The Olympic flag of 5 rings bear witness to the fact that there are 5 continents, although we could even argue that there are 4. But that is a subject of another talk. In today's talk, I want to invoke Gonzalez's proposal as an introduction to a reflection of what has this symposium meant and possible directions where we may want to take. I will elaborate on one theme we have not addressed yet, the meaning of Haiti, as a call to consider what comes next. Gonzalez proposed the term and concept America Latina to recognize the fundamental 3 groups of peoples who have made who we are: Amerindians, Africans, and Europeans, Iberians, and French more in particular. Taking into consideration that Iberians were already Africans, Muslim, and Jewish before they sailed across the Atlantic world, not only because of the thousands of enslaved and free African men, women, and children who toiled in Iberian cities such as Valencia, Sevilla, and Lisbon among them, but because of the wisdom and intellectual development African Muslim contributed to Al-Andalus and parts of the Portuguese Empire. The term Ladina was given by Iberian to foreign inhabitants living in the Iberian Peninsula and Iberian America, once these had learned to speak a European language and had in principle indicated that they had accepted Christianity. While slavery had existed since the beginning of humanity in all societies, throughout much of its existence, anyone who was captured in battles could be enslaved, regardless of how they looked like. People could be born enslaved from an enslaved mother, or could establish an agreement of servitude to pay a debt. While these forms of slavery were also brutal, for the most part, they were not directed at one particular group of people. Contrary to antiquity and medieval form of slavery, things changed at the beginning of the 16th century, or things began to change. It was under the gaze of the Iberian, Spanish, and Portuguese empires that the process of packing African men, women, and children into tumbeiros, or floating coffins, that the idea of devaluing individuals with a market value emerged. It was under the gaze of the Iberian empires that the modern process of race-making began to take place. By the time the first enslaved African men, women, and children arrived in Virginia in 1619, the process of race-making was quite developed in the Spanish-speaking world. I don't think it was a coincidence, but a consequence of slavery, that during the last decades of the 18th century, German philosopher Immanuel Kant expressed in his publication Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals that, can I have a slide 2, please? In the kingdom of ends,
En el reino de los
everything
fines,
has either
todo
a
tiene un
value
valor o una
or
dignidad.
dignity. Whatever has a
Todo lo que
value
tiene un
can be
valor puede ser
replaced by
sustituido por
something
otra
else
cosa
which is
equivalente.
equivalent. Whatever, on
Porque
the
en
other
cambio
hand, is above all
está
value
por
and
encima
therefore
de todo
admits
valor
of no
y por
equivalent
tanto
has dignity.
realmente equivalente
This
tiene
is the
dignidad.
full quote that I'm not going to go into. The transatlantic slave trade lasted from 1500 to at least 1875. Almost 400 years, creating perhaps the second most egregious humanities historical trauma, for which we have not been able to heal or recover. The first historical trauma that I will just mention, which definitely contributed to modern slavery, was that men thought that women were chaotic, unmanageable, incapable of intellect, and established that women did not belong in the worlds of politics. While international trauma began in the far past, as long as we fail to heal from them, they tend to reinsert and perpetuate themselves and hurting everyone in different ways. Those who are still targeted by these traumas experience exclusion. Those who are descendant of the perpetrators often enjoy privileges. In some ways, we all subconsciously reproduce those trauma, regardless if we don't want to. Trauma survivors have the tendency to run away from exploring the trauma. Unfortunately, we need to learn from them in order to begin healing. In the context of historical traumas, this lack of acknowledgement pushes groups excluded in a situation of ethical loneliness. Next slide, please. Philosopher Jill Stoffer defines ethical loneliness as the feeling experienced by groups who have been victimized by horrendous crimes when humanity has not been able to fully repair the damage done and has failed to let the affected group know that it will do everything possible to prevent that horror from ever happening again. The African diaspora continues to be in a state of ethical loneliness, and to this day, humanity has not been able to heal from the horrors of race making. If anyone doubts the global aspect of the trauma of race, please check Chinese landlords' conduct in the city of Guangzhou, China in March-April 2020 after COVID-19 became a pandemic and people were required to quarantine. People of African descent have been trying to undo the traumas of slavery, discrimination and racism since Africans were packed in boats and set foot in the Americas. Some convinced the owners to let them work for wages. Others, next slide please, others sold their surpluses from the provision grounds, saved money, and were able to purchase freedom papers. Others ran away and became maroons, hid elsewhere, or established maroon communities. Some of them forced the authorities to recognize them as semi-autonomous political enclaves, the maroon groups, the maroon towns. Others tried to integrate into their societies, gain some autonomy, and earn some respect by joining religious confraternities, while others enlisted in militia units and fought alongside imperial powers. Regardless of what they thought about monarchical system, and no matter what the process of enslavement they took to attempt to undo it, they never stopped dreaming with rights, autonomy, freedom, social membership, and dignity. In fact, these strategies, negotiations, acts of rebellions, resistance, and all forms of evasion may have been the central element that infused modern ideas of rights, autonomy, freedom, liberty, citizenship, and equality, among others. The current global Black Lives Matter movement has galvanized the attention of many precisely because of its encompassing liberatory scope. People of African descent have been demanding that states bank corporations that benefited and still continues to do so from the slave trade and enslavement of millions of Africans present public apologies, redress official and public historical narratives, and grant reparation to descendants of enslaved Africans. One of our most faithful participants at the symposium has consistently asked that we speak about the subject of reparation, and I really hope she is in Zoom. Reparations are being imagined in different ways. Some are expecting cash, Some are envisioning scholarships for Black students living in disadvantaged situations. Some wish that states build better infrastructures in predominantly Black communities. Other things, funds should be invested in improving quality education for all, access to quality affordable health care, and decent living conditions for people of African descent. States and leaders all over the world keep treating the subject like a hot potato. After all, as I said, we are still trying to heal and running away from it. A few years ago, I came across the reflection of two scholars, activists, and healers at the NCOBRA National Coalition of Blacks for Reparation in America meeting that took place in 2017. The first one is African-British theologian Dr. Robert Bradford, through his documentary, The Empire Pays Back, which I recommend everyone to watch. It's on YouTube. It's called The Empire Pays Back. And the second reflection was from African-American social worker and co-chair of community health of NCOBRA, Dr. Onaje Muid. Dr. Bradford called for a public history to recognize the wealth that Britain, its banks and insurance companies, among others, made out of trading in and enslaving millions of African individuals and their descendants. Dr. Muid noted that reparations should actually focus first on a process of repairing and healing Black communities from the wounds in which we find ourselves today. He stressed that communities needed to talk openly and educate everyone about recovering the love and respect that was taken from us through enslavement, segregation, lynching, discrimination, drugs, and so forth, before any monetary compensation could take place. I believe we should advocate and focus on rescuing education, especially elementary school education, as this should serve the process of learning a history that no longer silences Black histories and unveils the origin of current power dynamics and attempts to identify tools to heal from patriarchy at large. As enslaving, among other things, it was about emasculating African and Black men and degendering African and Black women. An education that challenges all sorts of bullying and help repair Black self-confidence, self-reliance, self-love, dismantling misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Holding the idea of reparation in mind and looking at these past 25 years, I think the Annual Arturo Schomburg Symposium has contributed to healing and repairing the gigantic social wounds these historical traumas left, addressing more specifically in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Latinx communities. We have done so as a path to strengthen our collaboration with African American communities, which many of us tend to see as others. Following Arturo Schomburg's humble maroon steps, we have explored and celebrated African diaspora spirituality, body language, literature, culinary arts, visual arts, masks and festivals, music, hip-hops, carnivals, her stories, literature, identities, civil rights movement, childhood and education, Blackness in film, migration, sports and Blackness, violence, ways to undo racism, among other themes, as strategies to help dismantling the social pathology of racism. Please note that I say dismantle and not fight against nor resist, because as I stated before, and I'm going to continue over, it's about healing. What lies ahead? Exclusion happens in various forms of violence, which I divide into explicit and implicit forms of violence. While explicit forms of violence are such as police brutality or hate crimes against bodies read as others, are clear indication that something must change, I argue that implicit forms of violence, which are harder to identify, represent the real challenge we need to explore, unveil, expose. For these are the ones that keep perpetuating and naturalizing exclusion. Official discourses and narratives, including innocent jokes, not only protect privileged but play a major role, privilege of the ones who are in power, but play a major role in perpetuating the way we relate to one another and the world. I want to talk about a theme I believe we have not addressed yet in our symposium, which to me represents the elephant in the room. This is the relationship of the world, the Americas, and more precisely Latin America and Latinx community with the Black Republic of Haiti. I would argue these dynamics follow similar trends with the way our own Latinx community think of or relate to the African continent and its people. In the United States, it seems that media anchors feel some pleasure by usually introducing Haiti as the poorest nation of the Western Hemisphere, as if the so-called Western world had played no part in it and Haitians were completely at fault for its troubles. The Spanish-speaking TV anchors follow similar comments. Almost no one ever presents the richness, the creativity, the music, the beauty of Haiti. A few months ago, the world saw terrible images of US Border Patrol troops on horses whipping Haitian migrants seeking asylum in the USA. White bodies on horses whipping black bodies running on foot represented, with no doubt, explicit forms of violence. However, underneath those scenes lay a clear and loud representation of whiteness or white supremacy, wishing once again to breaking Haitian pride. I want to share some reflections in hope that it might help us perceive Haiti on a different gaze. Next slide, please. Now, before we go actually to the slides, I want to ask everyone to check on your cell phones and see what was Napoleon Bonaparte's major defeat. I bet you that you're going to see it says Waterloo. While this may have been his last major attempt to gain control over European territories, I believe Napoleon's first and major defeat, even though he did not fight in it, was the Battle of Vertières, which took place on November 18, 1803, in the northern region of then Saint-Domingue, which sealed the independence of Haiti from France. Secondly, I argue that the Saint-Domingue French Haitian Revolution was the most important revolution that has taken place in modern times. The American Revolution, and that we have been conditioned to call the French Revolution, were important indeed. However, the American did not question slavery, despite the idea of we the people, and France did not exist in a vacuum separated from its Caribbean colonies, which were Saint-Domingue, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guiana. Besides Saint-Domingue, everybody else is still French. As Michel Rolph-Trouillot argued in his book, Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History, what we know as the Haitian Revolution was unthinkable from the non-enslaved individuals, and it still remains to this day unacceptable. As such, official histories not only try to silence it, but its philosophical and intellectual contents as well. This, I think, is the main reason why the world has not fully reckoned with the global implication of this revolution, and this represents more than the creation of Haiti. Several authors are already considering the Saint-Domingue French-Haitian revolutions as tightly interconnected series of events that fed into each other at the end of the 18th century. Yet, most still insist in considering the beginning of this event during the late 1780s. I have a different reading on this process, and I believe we have to consider the events of the 1750s as part of all this arch of events. I believe a new understanding of the chronology of this event will help repair the exclusion that have prevented the world to embrace the contribution that African men, women, and children gave through this event. Usually, the French Revolution is presented and celebrated as an intellectual, political, and philosophical endeavor, while the Haitian Revolution is presented as violent, savage, brutal, bloodthirst, series of misfortune, lacking any intellectual basis. By the mid-18th century, Saint-Domingue was nicknamed Pearls des Antilles, Pearls of the Antilles, because it produced most of the sugar and the coffee that was consumed in Europe. These export goods were grown into a small region. May I have the next slide? Okay, if we can look at the map of Haiti, most of the sugar was cultivated just in the lower areas of the north and the middle. As you can see, it's filled of mountains. And the coffee was mostly cultivated in the southern part. So if you think about, can I have the next map, please? This is Haiti. You see how small it is. And you see how small is the section that was growing sugar. You can imagine how brutal it was. Can I have next, please? And if you look at the whole world map and see, you can barely see Haiti, and you can see Europe, and you can think of that small area packed with 500,000 Africans working at really brutal conditions. So sugar cultivation is a brutal endeavor no matter when. The lifespan of enslaved Africans once in Saint-Domingue was about 3 to 5 years. Conditions were so brutal that Africans seldom reproduced in Saint-Domingue. The sugar economy generated so much an income that it was cheaper to let enslaved people die and replace them with new ones than to maintain them. Now we can go to the slides, the written slide. The population dynamic was about 15 enslaved African individuals per one white person. Maroonage, the act of running away or stealing oneself, was almost the only option available for those who wished to break from slavery. Most white individuals were poor. There were very few very wealthy white planters, owners, and some overseers. There was a growing but still small free mulatto population known as the affranchis, who had enjoyed a few rights similar to that of their white fathers until the year 1763. There was a very small free black population as well. Tensions existed among all groups, yet everyone disliked the wealthy whites. Due to the success of the plantation sugar economy, by the second half of the 18th century, wealthy property owners wanted more economic freedom and some level of autonomy. Starting the late 1740s, thank you, a very eloquent, educated Maroon, spiritual leader, probably Muslim, François Macandal, spent more than a decade going plantation to plantation in the northern sugar-producing area, organizing the Saint-Domingue first major uprising. The plan was to poison the drinking water of white slave owners in 1757. Historian Caroline Fick observes that this was the first real attempt in the long history of slave resistance at disciplined, organized revolt, aiming not only at the destruction of the white masters and of slavery, but at the political notion of independence. This is even before in the US people were thinking about the Tea Party and so forth. Unfortunately, some folks began acting before time and the authorities intervened. Many were arrested and Macandal was burned at the stake in 1758. During the interrogations of those arrested, the authorities found out that the considerable numbers of free blacks and domestic enslaved women were among those involved with Macandal conspiracy. Next slide, please. I believe this was the reason why 5 years later, colonial and metropolitan legislation was passed, explicitly stressing that the affranchis and free people of color from then on were strictly prohibited from holding any public office in the colony, practicing medicine and pharmacy, or maintaining privileged trades in goods such as gold or smith, despite the fact that they kept paying taxes. From that point on, the affranchis began negotiating to have their rights back. It is important to know that they supported slavery, as most of them were slave owners, like their fathers. Enslaved men and women continued poisoning masters and overseers during these years, Even in the 1780s, some enslaved people still spoke about ideas of independence. Conditions for the enslaved grew harsher and harsher. In 1788, a group of enslaved men went to the authorities in the city of Cape Haitien, well, now called Cape Haitien, then it was Cap Français, to denounce how a slave owner named Lejeune had been punishing two enslaved women by burning their feet and legs. By the time the authorities went to investigate, the women had died. Yet, even though they sustained several trials against the slave owners, the plantation owner was never paid for his crimes. Next slide, please. The situation in metropolitan France, which means in Europe, was also tense. Plebeians and bourgeois groups had grown tired of being excluded and were demanding changes by the second half of the 1780s. I believe that all these demands, including the ones in the Caribbean, from the Caribbean, coalesced and exploded in 1789. Are you following me? The affranchises who had been demanding rights believed that the events of 1789 could work on their behalf. A few of them even traveled to France, but had little success. They went back to Saint-Domingue, pushing for their rights, and the authorities arrested them and executed them in 1790. Next slide, please. Literate Ougan, that means a voodoo priest, Boukman Douti, and Mambo, a priestess in the voodoo called Cécile Fatiman, both spiritual leaders, seized the conjuncture in 1791 and pick up what Macandal had not been able to accomplish. On a night of mid-August 1791, at a site called Bois Caiman Woods, Boukman and Cécile held and led a voodoo ceremony and swore their allegiance to freedom. Within a few days, plantations were on fire and many slave owners and slave drivers had been killed. Next slide, please. Given that the metropole decapitated their royalty, the Spanish and the English empires stood against these changes and chose to attack France, but at its most precious colony, Saint-Domingue. Spain attacked from Santo Domingo, and Britain, coming from Jamaica, attacked the southern region. French commissioners who were sent to Saint-Domingue realized that the only way France could keep its most precious colony was to grant rights to the affranchis and freedom to the enslaved and recruit them to fight for France. Abolition was passed in 1793 and ratified by the metropole in 1794, in principle for the entire French world. It was in Saint-Domingue, Guadeloupe, and French Guiana that France had the opportunity to fully enact the ideas of liberté, égalité, fraternité. That the first motto of freedom, when in principle, people in the metropole knew no slavery, stands as interesting, to say the least. That the second is equality, a word used profusely by the affranchis as they asked for equal rights as their fathers, seemed more than a coincidence. And the third one, being fraternity, underscores the aspiration of many, but is central to the millions of those who were enslaved, not only in the French world, but all across the American continent. I argue that these ideas were the result of the call and response between enslaved communities and the French metropole and the whole metropole, I mean Spain, Portugal, and so forth. Some literate individuals pay attention to these claims, which they pen down on the rights of man. Considering the narratives that look at these initiatives as solely coming from the metropole, literate men have for too long dismissed and disavowed enslaved individuals' political imaginary. Such narratives represent implicit forms of violence that have contextualized these ideas as a European gift to the world. Curiously, from those who had precisely benefited from enslaving. Further, the reasons why we have believed this narrative responds to our inability to see the depth of the wounds left by the process by black devaluation and race making. To these days, we have hard time imagining black men, women, and children capable of intellectuality which represent the root cause of the achievement gap that hurt children in so many places. During this event leading to the abolition of slavery in 1793 and its aftermath, several African and Afro-Creole soldiers did rise up to military ranks as they fought in the name of France and defeated Spanish and British troops. They kept producing sugar, but certainly at lower levels than before. Unfortunately, the metropole revolutionary dreams deteriorated and too many lost their heads at the guillotine. Next slide, please. Napoleon Bonaparte emerged as a savior and became the first consul of the Republic. However, in 1802, he instructed the authorities in the French Caribbean and Guyana to reestablish slavery. He sent his brother-in-law to Saint-Domingue with clear instruction. Next slide, please. He tried to confuse the leaders and had Saint-Domingue hero Toussaint Louverture arrested. When the Black Jacobins learned about re-enslaving was taking place in Guadeloupe and Martinique, formerly enslaved General Jean-Jacques Dessalines led an army of mostly African-born men, women, and children for close to 2 years until November 18, 1803, when he defeated the largest European army at the time at the Battle of Vertières. This army was actually a coalition of soldiers from different places. The French army, yes, and for instance, many Polish soldiers defected and joined the indigent army. A few days later, Dessalines took the French flag, tore it and the white part out, creating the Haitian flag and underscoring his vision for a republic free of whiteness, holding truth to freedom, equality, and fraternity. On January 1st, 1804, Dessalines and the rest of the leaders read the Proclamation of Independence and declared Haiti a black republic. Dessalines chose the Taino word Haiti, which meant land of mountains, to pay homage to the people who had inhabited the island first. Scholar Deborah Jensen has shown how news circulated back and forth in between the French Caribbean and the metropole. The uprisings and demands from the Caribbean must have galvanized the group of the metropole and vice versa. Yet the official narratives only considered events at the metropole as the French Revolution, ignoring the echoes of the events that preceded it since the 1750s. If we include Mackandal conspiracy as the beginning point of the series of events that led to 1789 and 1804, we would have to consider the uprising and the demands mobilized by enslaved and free people in the French Caribbean and call this major political movement the Saint-Domingue French-Haitian Revolution, one with different components. Looking at this from this angle, the so-called Western world would have to actually thank Africans and Haitians not only for claiming freedom, equality, and fraternity, but to be the ones that truly carry this idea. And then that celebration will be worldwide, including Saint-Domingue and Haiti. Napoleon's defeat at Vertières represented the major loss for France and for whiteness. Haiti became slave owners, Europeans, authorities, and merchants' worst nightmare. The place that shall not be named, and from the one said they began sabotaging it by all means. A defeated Napoleon with a broke state had no other option but to give up its imperial aspirations in continental America and sold Louisiana in 1803 for 15 million francs, which allowed emerging United States to double its size and influence in the region. France tried to recuperate Saint-Domingue, attacking from what is today Dominican Republic to no avail. The threat of being attacked and the devaluing of blackness affected Haiti's leaders and dreams. And I think we need to understand that that task they took when they created Haiti was too heavy to bear, given how isolated they became due to the European dependency on trade and slavery. Dessalines, fearing treason from former planters, ordered that the few that were left be killed. Tales of rampant killing of whites, but not the brutality of the enslaved that the enslaved had endured, is a narrative that dominated the printed Western press. The subtext to these days is that black people cannot experience pain, and if they do, it doesn't matter. Most of the big wealthy planters had left by then to Cuba and New Orleans. where they picked up and built more modern plantations dependent of slave labor. Some of them even lured their formerly enslaved to travel with them and work for them as free servants to have them re-enslaved once they arrive in Cuba, Puerto Rico, New Orleans. Not all whites were killed. For Dessalines, blackness meant more than skin color, but a political commitment against slavery. Perhaps trying to undo black devaluation, Dessalines declared himself emperor, built several forts to guard one of his favorite regions in the middle of the nation, but was killed within 2 years of his victory. Alexandre Pétion succeeded Dessalines and became president in 1807. And after differences with Henri Christophe, another leader, they divided the country. Perhaps following Dessalines' quest for healing, Christophe declared himself king in the northern part of Haiti in 1811. Christophe had his men build a formidable fortress. Next slide, please. Completed the palace, which was sadly destroyed by an earthquake in 1840. Next slide, yeah. And was on his way to complete and building more grandiose sites when a stroke left him incapable in 1820. He succeeded in having British teachers travel to Haiti to establish schools. What did Haiti represent for European colonial enterprise? To name this republic after Taino word and declare it a black republic in 1804, it reflected none but a seriously deep African diaspora political and intellectual proposal to the world and a complete rejection of whiteness. Paraphrasing poet-singer Silvio Rodriguez's song, Haiti gave birth to a heart. These men and women, mostly African-born, who had experienced close to a decade of freedom, aspired to challenge, perhaps even reverse, the global market economy that had already devalued the African continent into a subhuman commodity-producing place. In spite of all efforts done by enslaved and free people of African descent, by the beginning of the 19th century, authorities, merchant investors, insurance companies, and pretty much every major money-making enterprise depended on the slave trade and slavery. From the beginning, Spanish authority did everything possible to prevent information regarding the French world, people, events, and changes from reach Spanish American ports. They were convinced that enslaved men and women were simple-minded and incapable of political thinking. As historian Cristina Soriano has shown, they feared that these foreign ideas might corrupt and entice them to revolt. Spanish authorities felt this way even though African and deep African descent across the region have never ceased to be political in their demands. Napoleon's ambassadors corresponding asking for help from the Spanish authority between 1804 has stressed how important it was for the White Army to win and maintain superiority above the backs, and Spain was buying into it. On December 25th, 1815, a defeated and skinny Simón Bolívar arrived at the port city of Jacmel, Haiti. President Alexandre Pétion offered him accommodation, military tactics, a press, guns, ammunition, hid friendship, and more. Pétion asked Bolívar to abolish slavery once Spanish America was free. Bolívar left in March 1816 on a first expedition that failed. Bolívar returned to Haiti in September that same year, and once more Pétion supported him, this time about apparently 1,000 Haitians or African-born individuals left with Bolívar in December to support Bolívar's military campaign that eventually led to the independence of Venezuela, Colombia, which included Panama, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. As we say, the rest is history. I actually wonder whether that Spain ever forgave Haiti for helping Simón Bolívar in his effort to help so many nations secure their independence. As the support of Haiti of Bolívar was decisive to ending Spanish presence in most of Spanish-speaking Latin America. It is known that the Spanish crown did everything possible to prevent any possible contamination of black pride influence from Haiti to impact Puerto Rico and sugar plantation economy in Cuba. Spanish authorities acted swiftly against the black carpenter Antonio Aponte, who inspired by the Haitian Revolution, created a book of paints and collage with which he tried to organize an uprising in 1816. In that same year, interestingly, a group of 9 enslaved men living in Jamaica seized a boat and ran away to Haiti and requested asylum. The owners and British authorities sent many letters to Pétion asking to have the enslaved men sent back to the owners in Jamaica. Pétion argued that Article 44 of the 1816 new version of the Haitian Constitution granted immediate freedom to enslaved individuals, African and indigenous, and descendants who set foot in Haiti, and citizenship a year later to those who remained there. The owner was only able to recover his boat. In 1822, as Greek held the revolution to become free from the Ottoman Empire, inspired by the Haitian Revolution, they asked the President Jean-Pierre Boyer for support. President Boyer lamented not being able to provide much help at that time, but sent 25 tons of coffee so they could sell it and finance the Greek Revolution. Unable to recover its most productive colony, France demanded in 1825 that in order to end the concerted international embargo it had placed on Haiti and allow it to establish official diplomatic relationship with the rest of the world, that Haiti compensate France for its loss, meaning enslaved people and plantations, for the amount of 100 million francs, which is about 21 billion US dollars today. Haitian authorities negotiated to lower this request, and I am not sure, but I don't think any country intervened on behalf of Haiti in this process of negotiation. Eventually, the Haitian government had to borrow the money from a French bank to pay the French treasury. It took Haiti 122 years to finish paying this debt in 1947. And while it did this, it had to incur in more debt with other nations and banks. I am not aware of any other country, sovereign, that had to pay indemnity to its formal power in order to have its independence recognized. Several activist authors have hinted that this was an unjust demand and that France still owes that money back to Haiti. In addition to the indemnity that France demanded from Haiti and the harm it caused, the United States had been involved in Haitian affairs, perhaps since the beginning of the 19th century. After most Spanish America secured its independence from Spain, Bolívar called for a Pan-American Congress that took place in Panama in June-July of 1826. He invited most Latin American nations with the exception of Haiti. He may have reluctantly invited the United States, and definitely he did invite Britain and Holland as observers and to promote commerce. While some scholars argue that Bolívar failed to invite Haiti due to US pressures, others suggest that Bolívar and Santander may have considered that inviting Haiti could become a provocation to European powers given the embargo they had on Haiti. That Haitian authorities also, that's another possibility, may have been asking Bolívar to pay back for the ammunition and the press Haiti had given him in 1815 and 1816. If that was the case and Haiti had been confronted to pay the 100 million francs, well, I guess he would try to find help from the friends who they have helped. I believe failing to invite Haiti not only further severed it from the main role it played in the French Revolution, but in the Asian Revolution, but also disdained Haitian proud blackness before the eyes of the Spanish and the Portuguese-speaking Latin American nations that not only maintained slavery at that time, but were desperately seeking out to whiten their blackness through open doors immigration policies for Europeans. These perceptions of blackness as something negative that can only be improved through whitening speaks volumes about the wounds left by this historical trauma. Despite Haiti's attempt to stop the slave trade, trading in Africans continued in Brazil, to Puerto Rico and Cuba, pretty much all along the 19th century, further devaluing blackness and Africa. I believe that this situation had aggravated so much by the second half of the 19th century that as the transatlantic slave trade was dying, European powers felt no qualm when they gathered in Berlin in the 1880s to partition the African continent among themselves and to impose the plantations in the continent itself before a world that stood by. As long as the world continues sabotaging Haiti, it will not be able to pull itself from the mess in which the Western world keeps trying to keep it in. Haitians are very resilient and creative, and I say so after seeing how much they were able to rebuild after the 2010 earthquake, despite all the fraud and embezzlement of the funds that were donated. I might be wrong, but Haiti might have been one of, oh, I said this already. We might wonder what is about Haiti that matters to the African diaspora and the continent. After all, a small place with corrupt leaders, greedy dictators, and dysfunctional social dynamics between the ones who have and the ones who have not, between men and women, and maybe even between adults and children and youth. We must consider how hard it is to stay afloat for Haiti when most of the world is ready to beat it every time it begins to reemerge. As long as we allow the world to continue sabotaging Haiti and border patrols to whip its immigrants, the African diaspora, the African continent, and the world will not be able to heal from the process of race making. Again, I believe education is the key element in this process. From school to 12th grade, waiting until they get to college is too late. We must create opportunities for teachers and schools that they might be because they might be the only space left where we can cultivate a society grounded in love, respect, and genuine curiosity. And we need to do so now because we are witnessing a crisis in education because many fear revisiting the trauma and giving up whiteness. To end, I want to return to the concept of America Latina, to recognize that while it might not include Asian, Jewish, and others who have contributed to making Latin America, it opened the doors for all because it includes the most excluded, the African contribution, which might serve as an exercise of inclusion. I think America Latina can help us disrupt, recognize, reflect, perhaps even heal and repair some of the current violence. And we know that violence is rampant, not even talk about war, what we have in our streets in the cities. It might help us think of diversity from a different angle instead of the useless, flattening, mestizo box. Perhaps America Latina might empower us to do the unthinkable, to call on TV anchors and ask them why they feel so compelled to always say Haiti, the poorest nation of the Western Hemisphere, instead of saying Haiti, the first black republic, the true carriers of the ideas of freedom, equality, and fraternity. Haiti, the creator of naive painting. Haiti, the land of compa music. America Latina might help us to dare to fully embrace and celebrate blackness with no shame, but with the pride that no matter what anyone says, Haitians are proud to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn, for this perspective. And now we have our next speaker. Born in Santurce, Puerto Rico, social and health psychologist Dr. Edison Vieira Calderon currently teaches in the Department of Social Sciences at the University of Puerto Rico, after working for 30 years as professor at Sagrado Corazon University in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico. Edison also worked as community advisor to the Dean's Office of the University of Puerto Rico Medical School. He pursued doctoral studies at Universidad Autónoma in Barcelona, Spain, and completed his PhD in social psychology. His research projects and interests include the theoretical, in-depth study of the day-to-day and of collective and social memory as well as social imaginary. Multicultural studies, collective identities, oral testimonies, the city and its private and public spaces, and the African. Edison is a published author and has written a number of articles and essays included in a series of scholarly reviews for the University of Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican Institute of Culture. Edison's presentation, Breaking the Walls of Silence, Oral Narrative of Afro-Caribbean Life in Santurce, Puerto Rico, is from a collection of both individual and collective testimonies of 38 interviews where Dr. Viera Calderón captured the nuances of the daily struggle of Cangrejero residents. Each protagonist shares a little piece of themselves to help shed light on what it means to be Black in San Mateo de Cangrejos, Santurce, Puerto Rico, and in the struggles they face in a world dominated by a white minority. With all of you, Dr. Edison Viera Calderón.
Buenos días a todas, a todos y todes. Estoy en mi casa, aunque estoy aquí en Filadelfia. Todos me están escuchando, ¿verdad? Sí. Aunque estoy en Filadelfia, luego de que Edgardo me dio una visita, un recorrido por las distintas áreas de aquí del taller puertorriqueño y pude apreciar el trabajo que realizan con niños, con jóvenes, especialmente de los sectores desventajados de esta área. Así que yo que trabajé durante 2 años en dos escuelas, la Escuela República de Brasil y la Escuela República de México, eso con el recinto de ciencias médicas, pues trabajando un proyecto precisamente comunitario, así que el apreciar el que realizan ustedes me llenó de mucha alegría. Así que le agradezco a Edgardo, a Necheli, a Dominique, a Carmen y a todos los que me han invitado. Así que comienzo con mi ponencia, que espero que todos ustedes la puedan apreciar. Por un lado, vieron hace unos minutos este video para que tuvieran una idea, un panorama, una perspectiva de cómo es la plaza de mercado de Santurce. Quizás lo traje y me estoy refiriendo este visual, estas imágenes, este video, para que pudieran apreciar el sector, el área, la zona a la cual yo me voy a estar refiriendo, narrando más que nada testimonios de algunos de los pobladores de lo que se conoció en un momento determinado como San Mateo de Cangrejo. Así que no sé si Dominique tiene una foto que va a estar de fondo proyectando, y me refiero a la de unos pobladores, unas personas que estaban básicamente esperando la guagua y otros, pues como había un cine, que es el cine Paramount, ya no existe, pues esa foto me llamó mucho la atención. Así que si la pueden proyectar en algún momento, le voy a agradecer. Si no, pues comienzo mi ponencia. Lo primero que voy a utilizar es de una lírica que escribiera Tite Curé Alonso, ¿verdad? Ya no se encuentra con nosotros este compositor. Y la misma dice: las caras lindas de mi gente negra son un desfile de melaza en flor que cuando pasa frente a mí se alegra de su negrura todo el corazón. En esta ponencia se reconstruye una parte de la historia cotidiana de antiguos pobladores negros y mulatos del barrio que una vez se conoció como San Mateo de Cangrejo. Aquí está la foto. Voy a hacer un paréntesis. La misma me llama mucho la atención, es de la década del 50. Vemos ahí el nombre de la joyería Santurce, pero más que nada vemos las poses, la moda determinada de algunas de las personas que están aquí apreciándose, pero por un lado vemos la composición étnica y por otro lado, muy interesante, la foto donde está el niño. Creo que está descalzo, un niño mestizo, la ropa que tiene, versus las de las otras personas que vemos las carteras, las pantallas, más allá de que ese es Santurce, un mosaico de etnias de distintas partes de lo que es el Caribe. En esta ponencia se reconstruye una parte de la historia cotidiana de antiguos pobladores negros y mulatos del barrio que una vez se conoció como San Mateo de Cangrejo. Especialmente a lo largo de este conversatorio se describen o destacan algunos lugares de encuentro y de interrelación mutua, donde a pesar del prejuicio y el discrimen étnico-racial que enfrentaron muchos de los negros y mulatos cangrejeros en su diario vivir, a veces se llevaba a cabo una interacción social y colectiva, un junte, una convivencia con el propósito de divertirse y de entretenerse. Es decir, de pasar un rato de esparcimiento alegres y animados. Principalmente este junte se daba entre chiquitines o niños a pesar de los pesares. Además, durante los minutos que voy a estar de algún modo interactuando con ustedes, también intentaré documentar algunas de las penurias y sinsabores que a cada rato atravesaban en su quehacer diario, la llamada gente del común, como les denominan algunos científicos sociales, tales como Falborda, Sautú, Barnés, Torres Endales y otros científicos. Otros intelectuales, en cambio, llaman a los sectores invisibilizados, a los seres anónimos, con el nombre de gente a pie o gente de a pie. Precisamente son los hombres y mujeres comunes los que transforman todo el tiempo la historia de la humanidad, pero pocas veces se le ha dado la oportunidad de narrarla o documentarla según su perspectiva. Según Serrano, cada vez más es indispensable y necesario tener confianza en el pueblo y valorar su realidad, y más en la coyuntura en la que actualmente vivimos. Quintero Rivera, Acuña, Heller, Montalvo del Valle, Uribe Hernández, Martín Fernández, Achille, etcétera, están de acuerdo en que mediante el estudio de lo cotidiano se obtiene una mejor comprensión de las situaciones, actividades sociales y culturales que realmente atañen a los seres humanos que componen una comunidad. Es fundamental conocer y profundizar en lo cotidiano, porque allí se reflejan las luchas, resistencias y acciones de los movimientos sociales. Falborda plantea que el científico social debe adentrarse en el saber popular y en el intercambio con la experiencia de base por las posibilidades que ofrecen de crear y enriquecer una eventual ciencia del proletariado. Por consiguiente, si el científico social verdaderamente desea que una comunidad esté informada y socialmente activa, que se puedan desarrollar trabajos investigativos que vayan dirigidos al mejoramiento de la calidad de vida y que se capte al sujeto en su movimiento dialéctico y su complejidad, debemos hacer todo lo posible por identificar y recuperar las formas de resistencias individuales y colectivas de lo que se ha denominado como colectivo o grupos afrodescendientes. Si llegamos a realizar lo antes señalado, podremos entonces estudiar y profundizar lo que nos dice Silva de Bonilla. Es una cita: esta resistencia con detenimiento, porque una clase social dominada que aspira a transformarse en clase para sí, debe ir recogiendo esas resistencias desorganizadas, incoherentes, fragmentadas e irracionales, para poderlas ir integrando en un aparato de lucha que las articule y las proyecte con claridad. Cierro la cita. Teniendo presente lo anteriormente señalado, reitero que durante esta ponencia haré todo lo posible por recuperar y escribir la historia de la comunidad cangrejera desde abajo y con su gente. Muy especialmente intentaré reconstruir parte de las luchas cotidianas y resistencia de algunos negros y mulatos. Para llevar a cabo lo antes mencionado, utilizaré algunas referencias bibliográficas que intercalaré con algunos fragmentos o relatos de testimonios orales. Mediante el método o la técnica de historia oral se recopila información testimonial provista por hombres y mujeres del común. La conversación sostenida entre el protagonista de la historia y el subcliente está dirigida a uno o varios temas en específico, de acuerdo a la información que se desea obtener sobre la cotidianidad del narrador y sus experiencias de vida. Mayormente las historias orales han estado dirigidas a recuperar sucesos, eventos, situaciones alegres y traumáticos que les acontecieron a personas ancianas con el propósito de recopilar información que puede irreparablemente perderse con la muerte de la persona o con el tiempo. Mediante este método se puede recoger la historia de personajes importantes o élites políticas y culturales, así como de grupos o personajes ignorados por la historia oficial. Aquí están los testimonios y vivencias de algunos hombres y mujeres cangrejeros. Es importante señalar que dentro de lo posible he querido conservar el contexto original y la dinámica propia de cada testimonio de los protagonistas, actores y actrices. Su lenguaje se recrea en la más viva expresión coloquial de manera que no se afecte ni la esencia ni los detalles necesarios para que ustedes, en lo posible, comprendan las luchas cotidianas de nuestros entrevistados, sus momentos de alegría, penurias y de resistencia. No quiero terminar este segmento sin antes advertirle que todos los testimonios que menciono en esta ponencia fueron parte de un trabajo investigativo que se realizó en el barrio de Santurce, en Puerto Rico, para obtener el grado doctoral en Psicología Social y de la Salud en la Facultad de Psicología de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, España. En este trabajo investigativo, los entrevistados son mayormente gente negra, mulata, sin dejar a un lado o fuera del tintero a las personas que se consideran blancas. Mediante un sinnúmero de respuestas y contestaciones disparadas a través de sus palabras, nuestros protagonistas comenzaron a romper los muros del silencio impuesto por los carimbos de la historia oficial. He aquí parte de sus vivencias, de sus experiencias de vida y lucha. A principios del siglo XX, en el barrio de San Mateo de Cangrejo, poco a poco se fueron multiplicando los espacios públicos y privados que posibilitaron un sinfín de encuentros obligados entre personas de diferentes sectores socioeconómicos y raciales. El aumento de la transportación pública, el desarrollo y rehabilitación de edificios gubernamentales, así como del sector privado y la construcción de nuevas viviendas, entre otros factores, contribuyó o precipitó de la noche a la mañana a que algunos enriquecidos, varias familias de clase media y un sinnúmero de empobrecidos se viesen obligados de manera forzosa a intimar o a confraternizar colectivamente en los espacios públicos y privados que se encontraban esparcidos a lo ancho y largo de este inmenso barrio capitalino. Frecuentemente varias familias enriquecidas como algunas empobrecidas se veían o interaccionaban en distintos lugares de San Mateo de Cangrejo. Era común ver a varios integrantes de una familia hablar de balcón en balcón. Otros, en cambio, interaccionaban o emitían algunos comentarios de algunos sucesos o acontecimientos cotidianos en los vagones del tranvía y en las paradas de las guaguas públicas. También era frecuente ver a algunos vecinos conversando de asuntos cotidianos en el traspatio de sus casas. Juanita, ¿cómo está tu hijo? Eran algunas de las preguntas que se hacían entre sí. Otros residentes del barrio dialogaban de diversos temas en las aceras del vecindario. Incluso Era común que algunos empleados de los cangrejeros enriquecidos interactuaran, dialogaran en la cocina con algunos de sus patronos. Esta interacción también se llevaba a cabo en los negocios, la escuela, la iglesia, en las tiendas y restaurantes, en los hipódromos o en la plaza del mercado de Santurce. Prácticamente se podía decir que en el barrio de San Mateo de Cangrejo todo el mundo se conocía e interactuaban constantemente entre sí. La mayoría de los vecinos de este peculiar barrio cangrejero sabían, por ejemplo, de quién era hijo una persona, no importara lo lejos cercano que viviera o en qué trabajaba don fulano o mengano. También conocían los sucesos o los eventos que acontecían en la vecindad, debido a que la inmensa mayoría de los acontecimientos que se llevaban a cabo de día o de noche se transmitían de boca en boca tanto por hombres como por mujeres, niños y ancianos. Todo lo que sucedía en los espacios públicos y en ocasiones en los espacios privados, como por arte de magia, se regaba como pólvora. Por tanto, podemos afirmar que a los cangrejeros casi nada de lo que acontecía en su entorno se les escapaba de su bembeteo cotidiano. Todos estaban pendientes unos de los otros, presto la mayoría de las veces a ayudarse o a enredarse a las bofetadas, a veces por cualquier tontería. En otras palabras, el barrio tal como estaba constituido propiciaba que la gente se juntara. Sin lugar a duda, esta heterogeneidad obligaba a blancos, negros y mulatos a una cercanía física sin igual en la zona urbana. Estas proximidades se observaban, por ejemplo, en las instituciones escolares establecidas en el barrio de San Mateo de Cangrejos. A principios de la década del 20, específicamente del 22 al 24, era bastante común que varios de los estudiantes de la Escuela Labra interaccionaran con algunos muchachos que residían en la Escuela de Caridad para Niños, un orfanato, que estaba localizada en la parada 19 de Santurce. Principalmente la interacción social entre los niños de ambas escuelas, una pública y otra un orfanato, se llevaba a cabo cuando jugaban béisbol o lo que llamamos comúnmente en Puerto Rico el juego de pelota. De acuerdo con Raúl Rodríguez, uno de los protagonistas que entrevisté para mi tesis doctoral titulada El mercado de Santurce, reconstrucción psicosociohistórica a partir de 38 testimonios orales, la interacción deportiva entre los jóvenes de las dos instituciones educativas, la Labra y el orfanato, se llevaba a cabo porque, y cito, como el Boy Charity quedaba cerca de la escuela Labra, a veces los muchachos huérfanos que vivían ahí venían a jugar acá en el patio de la escuela o nosotros íbamos a jugar allá. Cierro la cita, es decir, que también el deporte abría fronteras, juntaba a la gente menuda, a los niños y jóvenes blancos y negros que estudiaban en las instituciones educativas antes mencionadas, la Labra y el Boy Charity. Quiero antes de seguir irme a una nota al calce. Aunque yo he hecho ese señalamiento, deseo dejar claro que aunque la oración puede parecer muy contundente o categórica, estoy consciente que en un momento determinado en Puerto Rico, la amplia mayoría de los que estudiaban en las escuelas públicas y privadas eran mayoritariamente personas blancas, y lo pongo muy entrecomillado lo de blanco, y con recursos económicos. En una entrevista que le realicé a don Juan Franco cuando le pregunté si la educación para la década del 10, 20, 30, 40 era accesible a la gente negra en Puerto Rico, don Juan, un viejo que cuando le entrevisté el 31 de enero del 91 tenía más de 85 años, me dijo lo siguiente. Antes de contestarme la pregunta, me enseña una fotografía del Libro Azul de Puerto Rico. Con el texto en su mano me mira y dice, en esa foto que estás viendo de 1915, de la Central High, uno al verla puede tener la certeza de que solamente hay 3 personas negras. El resto son blancos. Blancos o los que asimismo se consideran como blancos, porque en Puerto Rico hay negros que se consideran blancos. Aunque digan, ¿y tu abuela dónde está? Ellos se consideran blancos. En el libro que te mostré no se ve apenas gente negra, lo que quiere decir que la educación superior en Puerto Rico antes de 1935 era un privilegio. Apenas se le daba oportunidad a los pobres y a los negros para que fueran a la escuela superior. Un caso que ejemplifica lo antes señalado es el de mi pueblo, Fajardo. Cuando yo me graduó de cuarto año, mi hermana y yo habíamos en total 35 jóvenes de comercio. Solo nos graduamos 2 negros, nada más, ella y yo. Eso fue en el 1932, porque allí se consideraba la escuela superior como un club exclusivo de la gente de dinero y blanca. De modo que cuando un negro tenía la oportunidad de ir a la high school de Fajardo era porque alguna razón la familia pudo dar la pelea, decir, no, mi hijo entra aquí. Prosigo. Practicar el deporte del béisbol también le permitía a algunos niños y jóvenes huérfanos del Boy Charity salir del encierro en que vivían. No importaban si estos eran blancos o negros, el deporte del guante, la bola y el bate les abría la cerradura de las puertas del orfanato de par en par. Las reglas estrictas que existían en el lugar y el hecho de que algunos niños y jóvenes que estaban recluidos en este asilo escolar, cada vez que podían se escaparan de esta institución, evitaba que los mismos tuviesen mucho contacto con el mundo exterior. Por lo que es probable que el director de la institución intentara remediar de alguna forma esta situación promoviendo los intercambios deportivos con otros niños varones de las escuelas públicas circundantes. Posiblemente la intención del encargado de este lugar era que los niños y jóvenes que vivían en el orfanato interaccionaran con otros muchachos del barrio con la finalidad de que mejoraran su disciplina, canalizaran mejor sus energías, se escaparan menos y aprendieran a socializar adecuadamente con otros chicos de su edad que se encontraban libres en la comunidad de Santurce. Para ese entonces ya el juego se consideraba como una actividad importante para el establecimiento de relaciones sociales satisfactorias y el logro y mantenimiento de una adecuada salud mental. El juego voluntario, sobre todo, era un espacio que disfrutaban plenamente los niños y jóvenes, ya que internamente les daba mucho placer, les ayudaba a renovar energía, a vencer obstáculos y a alcanzar metas. Seguramente que motivados por estos valores, sentimientos e intereses que un grupo de estudiantes de la Escuela Labra frecuentemente se sentían estimulados para practicar el deporte del béisbol con otros jóvenes que vivían en el barrio de Cangrejo. Al respecto, señala nuevamente nuestro protagonista Raúl las palabras siguientes. Otras veces los muchachos que estábamos acá en la Labra, por ejemplo, nos íbamos a jugar pelota al mismo condadito. O mejor dicho, nos íbamos a jugar pelota detrás de donde vivía la tía mía, donde está ahora la calle Washington, ahí en el condado. Como eso estaba despoblado, ahí había una liga de pelotas. El que esta liga de béisbol escogiera como lugar de práctica un solar baldío detrás de la barriada del condadito, ya de por sí conllevaba el que este equipo o el del contrincante estuviera constituido por una amalgama de muchachos de diferentes tonalidades de piel y de clases sociales. Solo cabe recordar que la barriada llamada el condadito surgió al pie mismo del condado, al final de la calle Canal, en la parada 20. En ella se confundían las otras dos clases sociales que forman nuestra escala social. Posiblemente guiados por un intento de vanidad para parecerse en algo a su elegante vecino, optaron bautizarla con un nombre similar, el condadito. Es de suponer también que los muchachos que practicaban en esta liga tenían que tener por lo menos alguna habilidad, talento, destreza para lanzar una pelota de béisbol, calzar un guante y cargar un bate. Aquellos que no daban el grado, aunque fueran hijos de familias pudientes de Santurce, seguramente tenían que abandonar el equipo. Pero es probable que tanto los jóvenes de las familias enriquecidas como de los empobrecidos, aquellos que eran blancos, negros o mulatos, sin importar el color, hicieran todo lo indecible por continuar participando colectivamente en una que otra pequeña liga de béisbol. Sin embargo, tenemos que reconocer que para aquellos años quienes más se destacaban practicando este deporte eran mayormente los jóvenes que provenían de las diversas barriadas empobrecidas que configuraban el Santurce de entonces y que por supuesto eran negros y mulatos. Estos desarrollaban un buen brazo de pelotero porque se pasaban, según recuerda otro de los testimoniantes, Somi Allende, tumbando coco a pedra en el Parque Borín, que así fue que aprendió a pichar Pizarro, tumbando cocos a pedra. Eso era todo el día ese muchacho se la pasaba tumbando cocos ahí. Por eso fue que desarrolló un brazo tan enorme y con tanta fortaleza que cuando fue a las mayores él dio resultado. Por eso fue que ganó 19 juegos en una temporada en las grandes ligas. Tumbando coco cuando era pequeño, fue que desarrolló ese brazo, por lo que todos los amiguitos lo buscaban para que se metiera ahí en la liguita que había en el Parque Borinquen. Allí también yo iba a jugar pelota. Yo estaba apuntado en la liguita esa que había, aquello, el Parque Borinquen era casi todo un cocal, pero había una partecita descubierta donde estaba un diamante de juego y alrededor había grama. Ahí era que nosotros jugábamos y nos divertíamos muchísimo. En fin, desde hace muchos años asegura el ex pelotero de las grandes ligas de los Estados Unidos, Roberto Alomar, que los muchachos en Puerto Rico nacen con esto en la sangre. El béisbol es como genético, se piensa, se mira, se respira como pelotero. Y como puertorriqueño se quiere llegar a ser el mejor. Seguramente por esta razón era que casi todos los muchachos de aquel entonces practicaban este deporte en sus comunidades, porque llevaban la pasión del béisbol en la sangre desde pequeños. Sin embargo, hay que reconocer que no todo el tiempo la mayoría de los jóvenes cangrejeros se la pasaban tirando, recibiendo una pelota de béisbol en sus manos. En la década del 30, las pequeñas juntillas de amigos también se divertían con juguetes de fabricación doméstica, tales como chiringas, capuchinos, cometas, volantines, carritos de madera y hasta con aros de metales accionados por un alambre. El último objeto antes mencionado, los aros de metales accionados por un alambre, aunque para algunos se le haga difícil creer, durante mucho tiempo se convirtió en el juguete más popular entre todos, ya que no se compraba. Los muchachos conseguían los aros de metales generalmente tirados en las calles o en talleres de bicicletas. Otro juego de antaño, según uno de los autores antes mencionados, Matos, lo eran los famosos cuadros de la peregrina que los niños dibujaban en la calle, las líneas que se garabateaban en el suelo para iniciar el juego del pañuelo, la cebollita libre de palo, ambos a dos matariles, rile, 1, 2, 3 pescado, brinca la tablita que yo la brinqué, brinca tú ahora que yo me cansé. Asimismo, para esa época también se practicaban otros juegos, tales como el rescate, la billarda o el caimán. Precisamente Fuentes, uno de nuestros protagonistas, cuando apenas todavía era un niño, tenía la costumbre de sacar algún tiempo por las noches para jugar en la calle uno de estos 3 juegos tradicionales. Este cangrejero negro y pobre señala, en la calle Labra él jugaba, o yo jugaba con los hijos de los Ferrer, jugaba con Miguel Ferrer, que es arquitecto, y con su hermano Alberto Ferrer, que es abogado. Todos ellos venían de noche a jugar rescate. El rescate era un juego que veía ahí uno y salía, se quedaba uno ahí parado, otros se iban corriendo, entonces uno se iba detrás a tratar de cogerlos. Si uno lo veía, decía rápido su nombre y tenía que venir corriendo a tocar el poste. Ese es rescate. También en la calle se jugaba billarda. Uno cogía un palo de escoba, un palo largo, se amolaba en las puntas, se ponía un pedacito de madera en la tierra y el que lo lanzara más lejos, ese ganaba. Otro juego que jugaba con los Ferrer era el caimán. Se hacían 3 hoyos y se tiraba con bolitas en cada hoyo. Era de los más divertidos. El que estos niños varones se pusieran a jugar en la calle ya significaba de algún modo que todos los que estaban presentes se conocían de antemano. Esta aseveración es confirmada por nuestro protagonista Fuentes cuando dice las palabras siguientes. Ellos, los Ferrer, vivían ahí al lado, nos llevábamos bien. Antes toda esa gente no tenía complejo porque todos ellos jugaban con todo el mundo. Todo el mundo jugaba. Toda esa gente se criaron conmigo. Para donde quiera iban conmigo. Todos jugaban con uno. Ahora bien, cabe preguntarse dónde fue que este niño, que por cierto es empobrecido y negro, conoció a los hijos de la aristocrática familia Ferrer. Probablemente los conoció jugando con los otros muchachos en la calle, ya que para esos años las calles aledañas a la barriada Campo Alegre se convirtieron en el espacio, lugar preferido por los niños y jóvenes de la comunidad para realizar cualquier tipo de actividades, preferiblemente algunos juegos tradicionales debido a los pocos automóviles que transitaban por las vías de rodaje. Como las calles eran amplias, abiertas y sin obstrucciones, las mismas se transformaron en un espacio más de encuentro, diversión y de comunicación para los muchachos de la vecindad. Por tanto, podemos asegurar que las calles para ese entonces se constituyeron un lugar más de estancia cotidiana, de socialización, aprendizaje, de interacción social, racial y étnica. Por tal razón, la calle se llegó a convertir en lo que podríamos llamar de manera coloquial en una escuela de la vida. En esta se generaba toda una serie de valores y actitudes tales como la sociabilidad, la afectividad y los intercambios de pareceres, a partir del disfrute y entretenimiento, una variedad de juegos infantiles que practicaban los niños y los jóvenes. En fin, este espacio rescatado por los muchachos de la vecindad cangrejera no era un sitio de separación ni de exclusión, sino un lugar donde disfrutaban en plena armonía, aprecio y convivencia con el prójimo. Las calles no solamente se convirtieron en un espacio de encuentro para los niños jóvenes de Barrio San Mateo, sino que también en múltiples ocasiones las mismas tuvieron otras funciones, tales como la venta de productos alimenticios. Algunos pobladores de Santurce, especialmente de la Parada 21, vendían frituras en las calles o en pequeños ventorrillos en los predios aledaños a la misma. Uno de los protagonistas que recuerda muy bien cómo las calles y callejones de la Parada 21 eran utilizadas para estos menesteres es el estudiante de la Escuela Superior Central apellidado Grau. Este alumno de la Escuela Superior Cangrejera señala en uno de sus testimonios lo siguiente: la 21 yo me metía con un par de muchachos a las 4 de la tarde después que nos despachaban los maestros de la Escuela Superior Central. Veíamos entonces cómo la gente sacaba a las calles o frente a las casitas donde vivían un anafre con carbón para hacer cuchifrito. Había quienes hacían morcillas, quienes vendían tripitas y quien vendía pasteles. También vendía toda clase de frituras, bacalao frito. Todo esto lo freía en un caldero una mujer alta de origen francés. De esas islas que cocinaban fenomenal. Ella era de Tortola. Uno llegaba y cogía lo que le gustaba. Después me quedaba por un rato embobado viendo como frente a su casa estaba allí haciendo bacalaíto. Otra mujer con su pañuelo colorado en la cabeza para que no cayeran pelos en el anafre. Ella los ensartaba para que escurrieran al calor de un lado a otro del caldero con una varilla de paraguas. Pasaban los bacalaos de un lado para otro y uno los veía colgaditos. Dame ese, eran a 2 centavos. Cierro la cita. Las comidas criollas antes mencionadas, cuyos orígenes no podemos negar que son netamente africanas, eran preparadas por gente negra y humilde y en algunos casos por mujeres que provenían de las islas occidentales. Comprar una rica y suculenta fritura en los ventorrillos aledaños a las calles y callejones de la variedad de la Parada 21 posibilitaba que algunas personas de las clases sociales altas se unieran por unos minutos con los empobrecidos con el propósito de saborear unos ricos platos criollos. Farray y Machuca son dos de nuestros protagonistas que atestiguan haber presenciado cómo las personas que provenían de diferentes clases sociales se adentraban en la comunidad con la única intención de patrocinar los productos que se vendían en los diferentes negocios establecidos en la Parada 21. Veamos qué nos tiene que decir al respecto uno de estos dos cangrejeros, específicamente Farray. A toda hora venían ahí todo el mundo porque ese era un barrio de muchos negocios como bares, cafetines, negocitos. Lo que es secundado también por nuestro protagonista apellidado Machuca cuando señala que, y cito, los doctores y los abogados se metían ahí en la Parada 21 en esa trulla de ranchitos viejos a comer cuchifrito. Todo el mundo se metía ahí a comer y a hablar. Es de suponer entonces que dada la heterogeneidad de las personas que frecuentaban los negocios localizados en la Parada 21 y los pequeños ventorrillos que de forma improvisada estaban ubicados en alguna de las calles y callejones de la barriada antes mencionada, varios de los comensales aprovecharan para entre uno que otro bocado que se echaban a la boca y bebida que saboreaban, discutir entre buenos amigos y conocidos algunos asuntos que tenían relación con lo que acontecía en el diario vivir de nuestra nación y de la comunidad cangrejera. Los espacios cerrados y al aire libre generalmente estimulan e invitan a la gente que platique de muchas de las situaciones que preocupan en la colectividad y a su vez genera una variedad de encuentros de confraternización solidaria. Lo antes señalado casi siempre también ocurre en dos espacios privilegiados de la vivienda privada. Nos referimos específicamente al espacio en el hogar donde se confeccionan los alimentos, es decir, la cocina y los patios de atrás de las casas. A principios de la década del 30, algunos de los encuentros de confraternización solidaria que se llevaron a cabo en la residencia de la familia Mahfouz, de origen libanés, fueron propiciados en torno a la comida. La multiplicidad de olores que expedían los platillos confeccionados por las empleadas domésticas y por la mamá de José Mahfouz llamaba mucho la atención de los niños y jóvenes empobrecidos que vivían colindantes a la calle Canal. es decir, en la barriada de la Parada 21. Estos, sin encomendarse a nadie debido a que algunas veces pasaban hambre, se asomaban por encima de la verja que dividía ambos sectores con el único propósito de que los invitaran a comer de lo que estaban cocinando. Varios de los muchachos que miraban con el rabito del ojo hacia el patio y la cocina de la casa precisamente eran algunos de los hijos de la servidumbre. Uno de los hijos de la familia Mafuz, quien por cierto es uno de nuestros protagonistas, José, al enterarse de la situación económica que atravesaban los padres de los muchachos que se asomaban por encima de la verja y miraban hacia el patio y la cocina de su casa, inmediatamente intercedió por ellos con su mamá. Este protagonista, me refiero a Mafuz, asegura que le dijo a su madre lo siguiente: en aquel tiempo yo le dije a mi mamá, mira mamá, el hijo de Maximina, que era la bandera de la casa, me dice que por las tardes cuando llega a su casa casi no hay comida. El otro, Sotomayor, también me dice lo mismo. Entonces mamá me decía, pues dile que cuando salgan de la escuela se den su vuelta por acá. Ellos no se... con acento libanés. Ellos no se atrevían a venir, preferían quedarse mirando desde el otro lado de la verja que dividía ese sitio de nosotros. Cuando mamá los veía me decía, dile que se peguen para acá. Entonces yo cogí y me trepaba en una escalerita que había por la parte de atrás de la cocina, que las hacían para uno bajar hasta el patio, pues las casas de antes quedaban un poco altas y desde allí yo también miraba al otro lado. Los muchachos al verme me decían, mira, no nos atrevemos a ir a tu casa. Entonces mamá le preparaba como una mesita ahí en el patio y él le ponía un plato lleno de sopa. Eso ella lo hacía casi todos los días. Cierro la cita. De acuerdo con la cita anteriormente mencionada, podemos inferir que todavía para ese tiempo era usual que algunos de los hijos de los empleados domésticos establecieran una relación amistosa con los hijos de los patronos. Esto era una práctica muy común en las grandes haciendas azucareras, que al parecer se podía apreciar entre algunas familias enriquecidas y empobrecidas de la zona urbana cangrejera. Este tipo de relación amistosa por lo regular conllevaba, aún sin necesidad de buscarlo, un beneficio fortuito inmediato. En este caso en particular, comerse una rica sopa caliente les permitía a varios muchachos de la vecindad aledaña detener por unas horas el infernal bombardeo de las tripas haciendo ruido en el estómago. Este era el premio de consuelo que recibían 2 o 3 muchachos empobrecidos a Parada 21, especialmente algunos de los hijos de las empleadas domésticas, ante la precariedad y carestía en que vivían. Conocer al hijo de la empleadora de su madre les posibilitaba que se pudieran acostar con el estómago lleno casi todos los días, a la vez que le permitía nutrirse de algo muy importante y necesario en la vida cotidiana: calor humano, solidario, afecto y ternura que brindaban a las personas más desventajadas y vulnerables algunos de los integrantes de esta rica familia cangrejera. Aquí voy. Aunque podría parecer que era muy común que las familias adineradas mostraran algún tipo de cariño, empatía, sensibilidad, inclusión y plena confianza hacia algunos de los muchachos empobrecidos del área, vale la pena señalar que no todos los pobladores que tenían dinero y que vivían en el Santurce de aquel entonces actuaban de esa manera. A finales de la década del 30, la distancia social mediada por el racismo todavía estaba muy presente en el barrio de San Mateo de Cangrejo. El discrimen y el prejuicio era la orden del día. Solo cabe recordar el episodio desagradable que más o menos en el 38 vivió uno de nuestros protagonistas, Jaime, cuando repartió unos paquetes llenos de abasto de alimentos en una de las mansiones de Santurce. Rememorar este episodio nos lleva a tener una idea de cuán arraigadas estaban esas prácticas opresivas en algunas familias cangrejeras adineradas. Además, nos permite dar otra mirada a la historia de los oprimidos de la tierra, los negros y mulatos. Veamos el testimonio que narra nuestro protagonista Jaime en cuanto a la evidente exclusión que vivían en carne propia algunos de los pobladores de Cangrejo por factores sociales, económicos y raciales. Cito: en aquella época existía como cierta diferencia entre las personas de clase alta, que era pudiente, y el empleado que atendía en la plaza de mercado, o el mensajero que venía a traerle alguna mercancía a la señora de la casa montado en una bicicleta. Siempre me recuerdo que una vez fui a llevar una mercancía a un sitio y como yo no tenía conocimiento, era bien muchacho, pues me fui por la parte del frente y la que me contestó fue la señora de la casa. Esta me dijo: por favor, tienes que irte por la parte de atrás de la casa porque por aquí no recibimos servicio. ni la compra, ni nada de eso. A mí no me estuvo muy bueno aquello, naturalmente. Yo iba a hacerle un favor al tío mío. Yo no trabajaba con él en la plaza del mercado. Fui a llevarle esta compra a la señora por hacer el favor al tío mío. Él era el que tenía el negocio en la plaza del mercado. Al decirme eso, yo sí le entregué la carne por la parte de atrás, pero entonces me fui donde el tío mío y le dije, yo lo siento, pero yo no llevo más compra. Como que no me gustó. La ama de casa quizás no quería bregar directamente con el mensajero, con la persona que iba a llevar la mercancía a ese sitio. Había un racismo. Por lo general, yo no vi en la calle Canal, que era la calle de los ricos, a una persona casada con un prieto. Yo me imagino que si doña fulanita era doña fulanita y se casaba con don fulanito, ahí no entraban los negros. Quizás el jardinero era negro, pero ese no era de la familia. Yo conocía a un par de jardineros porque ellos tenían sus jardineros, olvídate. Antes eso era nivel, eran gente de dinero. Sé que me han dicho que ya termine, dame, porque quiero ir a algo más y con ello termino. En la década del 30, algunos puertorriqueños blancos se sentían superiores a los negros por su color de piel. El prejuicio racial hacia el individuo que tenía una tez oscura era parte del pan nuestro de cada día. En ocasiones, algunos placeros negros y cangrejeros, empobrecidos y mulatos eran objeto de burla y menosprecio por parte de los blancos por tener su pelo ensortijado o encrespado, narices anchas, labios gruesos y nalgas voluptuosas. De vez en cuando también sufrían el carimbo de desprecio y el desdén algunos de nuestros artistas negros y mulatos de Boriquén. La negra de Ponce, como solían llamarla, Ruth Fernández, fue una de las cantantes que muchas veces vivió en carne propia el rechazo y la humillación por su tonalidad de piel cobriza. Sin embargo, esta mujer se atrevió a cantar en donde ningún negro lo había hecho antes, el exclusivo Hotel Vanderbilt en el condado. He aquí el testimonio, y voy a cerrar con ese testimonio, de la negra de Ponce, Ruth Fernández, de cómo ella desafió en un hotel las reglas impuestas por los blancos adinerados. Cito: el condado Vanderbilt era de lo más aristocrático del país. No aceptaban negros, nada más que para portero o cocinero. Luego el hotel fue vendido al magnate español Manuel González, que estaba casado con una puertorriqueña. Tenía un hijo, Guillermo González, que era un fanático de nuestra orquesta, la de Mingo y sus Whoopie Kid. Y no era racista. Nos habían seguido cuando íbamos a tocar por los pueblos a clubes privados donde iban negros de categoría. En contra de las oposiciones de lo establecido, Guillermo consiguió que su papá nos contratara, pero con una condición: que los músicos teníamos que entrar por la puerta de atrás. Fue entonces que la verdadera Ruth se reveló. Entendí que no había justificación alguna para entrar por la puerta de atrás, porque un artista merece tanto respeto como cualquier otra persona. El director de la orquesta, Domingo Colón, me dijo que me podía buscar problemas, pero siempre recordé las palabras de mi abuela que me decía que lo importante es el golpe de vista. Me decía: cuando llegues bien vestida y noten que sabes hablar, nadie te va a mirar las narices. Recordé. Esa noche me vestí con un traje blanco precioso, unos brillantes que me prestaron, y encima me puse una capa negra de terciopelo con unos adornos plateados en los hombros. Tenía más galones que General MacArthur. La princesa esa noche necesitaba una carroza, por lo que unos amigos me prestaron su carro Packard y su chofer negro. Cuando llegué al hotel y el portero negro vestido frac y bombín me vio llegar por la puerta del frente, se asustó tanto que quedó petrificado mirándome. A lo mejor se creía que yo era la reina de Saba o la de Etiopía. Yo nunca había entrado al Hotel Condado y le pregunté a un mozo que me dijo por dónde entrar al salón. Cuando iba a entrar estaban bailando y me escondí tras las cortinas y esperé que todo el mundo estuviera sentado. Entonces entré con seguridad y dignidad, no con arrogancia, arrastrando mi capa. Todos me miraron enmudecidos, y cuando llegué por donde estaba Mingo, él estaba gris, porque los negros no se ponen pálidos, sino grises. Esa noche memorable, el alma de Puerto Rico hecha canción interpretó sus mejores melodías ante el asombro de la gente, que nunca había visto cantar a una mujer en una orquesta, y menos negra, que al final la aclamaban con aplauso. Y como broche de oro, la señora Ana María González, la esposa del dueño, me invitó a sentarme en la mesa y me dio una habitación en el hotel. Y esta negra durmió en el Hotel Condado con regocijo. Buenos días a todos y gracias por invitarme.
Muchas gracias, Edison. Thank you. Now we are going to our next speaker, Melanie Maldonado, a bombera, activist, and independent scholar, educator, has completed a doctoral training in performance studies. Since 2000, she has performed and lectured with several groups and projects in Chicago, DC, Puerto Rico, California, Texas, and Florida. In 2005, she both started the Biennial Bomba Research Conference and received a diaspora research grant from the Center of Puerto Rican Studies. She is published through Cambridge Scholars Press and the Centro Journal, served as a Boricua slang editor for Hey Yo Soy, and Obatalas Bungaloo in 2013, and contributed to the Grove Dictionary of American Music and the Central Journal in 2019. In 2011, Melanie started a Lugares Históricos project to highlight Black history sites in Puerto Rico. In 2018, she led a first of its kind community tour of this ancestral space, and in 2019 began placing historical markers at these locations of importance for the African diasporic gathering and traditional practices. Her work in Bomba has received 5 major proclamations and recognitions by Puerto Rico House of Representatives. Ms. Maldonado is an alumna of the Smithsonian's Latino Museum Studies program. Melanie was one of the 2020 Women in Culture for the New Jersey-based Raíces Cultural Center. In her presentation, that is very close to my heart because I'm a fashion designer, Texas as Declaration of Liberation and Remembrance in Puerto Rican Bomba, Melanie explores the role of enaguas and pañuelos in traditional practice as tool used by women to subvert patriarchy and discourage misogyny. Shows and the invisible falda will be leveraged to denotate the revolutionary acts, while t-shirts demonstrate a neo-Greek traditional in the contemporary Bomba community. With all of you, Melanie.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am always grateful when an institution in an academic setting or for an academic purpose makes space for community researchers and community workers. So thank you for your commitment to that. Wow, I'm really inspired by the presentations that were just given. We know that Bomba is always associated with the revolutionary acts in Puerto Rico, with the acts that were inspired by the Haitian Revolution. The ancestor, Marcos Lloro, who was is probably the most well-known person to organize a revolt during the period of slavery. And San Mateo de Cangrejos, to use that terminology, which is the name of the first free Black town legally organized on a Caribbean island, instead of the colonizers' renaming of it as Santurce, is a revolutionary act. And so I thank you for even continuing to refer to that as San Mateo de Cangrejos. My triple great-grandfather died there. My grandfather lived there before he moved to Chicago, which is where my mother was born, where I was born. So I definitely have connection to there. And San Mateo de Cangrejos has birthed so many bomberos, bomberas, bomberes. And so I'm just really inspired by both your presentations. I have show and tell today. And I'm a visual learner, so you'll see that in my presentation. If we can advance. Today I'll be talking about textiles and the importance of textiles in Bomba. There really probably isn't a more iconic image in Bomba than the costume for women. And if we can advance one. Here on the your left, we have a bombera from the town of Ponce in action. This is Isabela Albizu Davila. This is a rendition of her. And here she is, while she may not be recognizable in terms of features, what is very recognizable is that falda, right? That costume, that image, the pañuelo on her head, and that skirt in motion. And it's really interesting because this is the image that comes to people's minds when they think of bomba, when they see bomba. For many years, I participated in groups in Chicago and elsewhere, and in Chicago, in my early beginnings, I wore a costume. And I really struggled with when, after presenting for non-Boricua audiences, audience members would come up to me and laughingly say that I look like a mammy, that I reminded them of a mammy image. And that began to stir things in me. I wanted to learn more. And I'm a lifelong learner and ask many questions, to the complete aggravation of most people with whom I serve in groups or participate, because I just want to know. I have a very curious mind. And so I began trying to unravel this. Where did this costume come from? Why does it evoke in a non-Boricua audience this image of the mammy? Do we have a tie to that? And so in a chapter that I published in 2008, I believe, called Bomba Trigueña, I began challenging that, interrogating it is a better word. What is this costume? Where did it come from? How is it significant to bomba? What is its historical ties to bomba? And here I am participating with a group in Washington, D.C., Raíces de Borinquen, and here you can see that we're using the costume as well. In the research that I've conducted with the family that is credited with creating the costume for women, and I just have to emphasize, creating the costume for women, their earliest recollection is that that costume goes back to mid-century, so mid-1900s. Other things that are happening, another ancestor that was called upon, Ricardo Alegría, is very instrumental in creating state-sponsored culture. And we see that with the formation of the Instituto de Cultura. We see that with the appropriation, the eminent domain appropriation of land in Caguana from families, including my own, to create the Parque Indígena. We see all of these efforts happening. Commonwealth the Commonwealth status is established, and so we just see this not only in Puerto Rico but across the world, where state-sponsored culture is becoming the norm. And in order to navigate that world of staged presentations of culture, these practitioners, these community practitioners, in a historical moment when so many Puerto Ricanos are leaving the island to come to the States, kind of at the height of real migration to the United States, when people are going to this part of the country, when they're coming to Chicago to work in the steel mills, which is where I'm from. There are things happening, just moving to make Black culture, Afro-descendant culture palatable for audiences. And one of these moves is to create a costume, create a static image that will represent this history on the island, this creolized history, going back to your presentation of the Afro-Taino representation in how Haiti evolved as a country. And so in working with this family, the Cepeda Brenes family of San Mateo de Cangrejos, we kind of pinpoint the emergence of a costume in the early 1960s. If we can go to the next slide. Let me back up for a second. I'm sorry, you're fine. Can you forward, please? Thank you. Forward. Thank you. Before I go there, when this costume was created and intention to evoke a history, a moment was chosen, a historical moment was chosen, and the costume represented a Victorian era dress, high collar, low sleeves, full-length skirt to the ankle. If you may remember, I said mid-century, about the early 1960s. But when we go back and we look at the very few historical photos that exist of bomba, and this is one of them, of a baile de bomba in Cataño with Domingo Negrón, one of our most celebrated bomba dancers. Here he is dancing with a woman. And we can date this photo using photo analysis, photo reading, simply by what? Her outfit, right? And we can see the pencil skirt. We can see, we know that in the 1940s there was a lot of rationing of all kinds of materials, including fabric. And so women's outfits, women's skirts, because pants didn't come into use, became very narrow. There's very little fabric that was used. And so here, this is just an everyday outfit from the 1940s. And I know that I'm also a genealogist. I've done Domingo Negrón's genealogy. I know that he died in 1955. So this photograph is before 1955, most likely the late 1940s. Because I know that in the 1940 census, he was already living at this home, which was continuously occupied by his family until Hurricane Maria. Here in this bate, which is celebrated in bomba song, it's celebrated in history books, it's celebrated in many different ways. In this bate, where he organized bailes de bomba in resistance to local police oppression, which would often come and break his barriles, break up the bailes and stop them. Here we have frozen for eternity this moment where we see traditional dress. Traditional dress being everyday clothing. If we can advance. And this is a short video I'd like us to watch that was taken in the 1950s. You'll find this is a scene in the documentary La Plena, which was recorded in 1957.
Y en la costa sur, así como en Loíza Aldea, aún pervive una de nuestras expresiones negroides más auténticas, la bomba, ritmo africano, pero elegancia y dignidad en la interpretación del bailable, que ya envidiaría muchos de aquellos hacendados españoles que habían utilizado a los negros como esclavos.
Thank you. We can see from that video, what was the traditional dress of the 1950s? Everyday clothing. We can see the style is representative of clothing for women that was widely used by women in the 1950s, just under the knee, fuller skirt. This was the traditional dress. So when this family, who has made so many important, significant contributions to bomba, began formulating a uniform image for their group that graced international stages representing our island, they harken back to their elders. And in the 1960s, 1950s, their elders would have been involved in bomba practice at the end of the Victorian era. So it makes sense. We can see the thread there. Can we advance the slide, please? And so when I asked this family, I asked them to present. They presented in the Bomba Research Conference started in 2005, as Nachali shared. I moved it to Puerto Rico in 2011. And at that very first conference in Puerto Rico, Tata Cepeda, one of the most well-known bomba dancers of our time, she made a presentation about this, about the costume, about this, the vestuario. And I have had to explain to people, in English we say costume, but in Spanish, it's offensive to call it a disfraz. And so we say vestuario. So as she's giving her presentation about the vestuario, as I'm working with some of her other family members to kind of pinpoint, when is this first time that we really see a costume being used in the family? This is a photo that was given to me by Jose Cepeda, Tata's cousin. And here you will notice a woman wearing a skirt that calls upon that traditional dress of the 1950s, right? Here we are just years later, in the early 1960s. She is clearly dressed. They're performing. To her right, your left, is Roberto Cepeda. And I'm sure those of you who have had any exposure to bomba here in the Northeast, you have seen Roberto Cepeda at some point. And he was born in the mid-1950s, so that also helps us date this photograph. So this is about the time bomba's moving to the stage, mid-century. We see the shift from traditional practice. We see communities being disintegrated, elders being left behind as younger folks are going to the States to settle in different cities across the country. And so the local practice is beginning to wane and become hyper-specific to intergenerational families that have maintained the practice on the island. Not that it was only practiced in families, but at a time when there was a huge migration shift, we see the practice being maintained, sustained by families and very interwoven communities. Can we advance, please? Now, that was our introduction, because that is what most people identify with bomba. But I would like to look at some of the other elements that we either just saw or that you may have seen in another moment as it relates to bomba. In the video that we refer to as Cachón dice Elena, because that's the song that's being sung, we can there's clues there. We know that the song was involves many bomberas, bomberes, bomberos from the south. We know that because we've identified them. We know that because the barriles are acostado, or laying down, which is the tradition of Southern bomba. It's not practiced as much anymore, but that is the tradition of Southern bomba. And kind of staying here in the South, I would like to highlight a bombero who, when I started in bomba over 20 years ago, was the name I kept hearing in terms of the most famous bomba drummer, the most historic figure of bomba in terms of drummers. Can we advance, please? And that is Pablo Lind, who was from Arroyo. And here you can see him on the, I'm gonna have to hold the mic, I think. Here you can see him on the subidón, or the primo, which is our primary drum that interprets the movements of the dancers. We have another drummer on the buleador, which keeps the heartbeat of the rhythm. Now, also, we've got some other dancers here from Arroyo, Erasmo Ramos. We have Felatiles, also from Arroyo. And what do you see with her hand? She's grabbing that skirt, right, to do something with it. We'll talk about that in a second. Pablo Lind, you can't see it so clearly from this photograph, but what he's wearing is a pañuelo tied around his neck. It's knotted around his neck. And that always caught my eye. There's another video, which I didn't include for the sake of time, where you also see him in that video playing, and he has a knotted handkerchief around his neck. Now, we see that in folkloric practice. We see that in a staged mid-century rendition of bomba. We see men with knotted handkerchiefs. And I just never understood why, until, because of my genealogical work, I started digging around in the archive, and in census documents found out that he was a baker by trade. And so if you've ever known anybody who works in as a baker in a hot kitchen, baking all day with ovens, that they sweat a lot. And so handkerchiefs are worn to catch the sweat. They're worn around the neck. For me, without further explanation, and I have asked this family that, again, created the iconic image that we have for women in bomba, what about the handkerchief for men? What about the fact that handkerchiefs were used by men in staged renditions of bomba? The thread that we've pulled together is that, at least in my belief, is that it's very possible that was an homage to who, when in 2000, when I started, was still talked about as being the most famous bomba drummer, Pablo Lin, who wore a handkerchief around his neck because he was a baker. But then we see that represented on the stage. Can we advance? Here I'd like to share, I'll read it, I'm sorry it's a little fuzzy. This is a 1983 interview by Gustavo Batista of Rafael Cepeda Tiles, and it reads, pregunta, ¿así es que el pañuelo lo usa el hombre, no la mujer? Respuesta, el hombre se lo da a la mujer. Pregunta, ¿pero el hombre es el que trae el pañuelo? Respuesta, el pañuelo y entonces se lo da a la mujer, pero se lo da así en las manos después que ella ponga las manos sobre el pañuelo y entonces la coge y le da una vuelta, la gira. So the man, this is interpreting as we go along here, the man hands the woman the handkerchief, she grabs it, he turns her using the handkerchief. La gira y entonces ella va a bailar. Ella saluda al barril, and then it goes on to explain. This is another kind of echo that has been lost. We don't see this, but it is part of traditional practice. And Don Rafael goes on in this interview to explain this dance as gracima. We know this as a seis de bomba. Seises in bomba are compositional structures. So we know this as a seis de bomba, or a way to create a bomba song. Others have interpreted this as a rhythm. It's played as a rhythm. Don Rafael Cepeda Tiles' granddaughter, who I mentioned earlier, Tata Cepeda, named her group Gracima. And so we see this theme repeated. Pañuelo, we have two instances now of men. Now, I like to use song analysis when studying bomba. Bomba, for us, our history books are our songs. And we hear clues. Sometimes it's just in a verse. Now, bomba is very improvisational, from the way it's drummed to the way it's danced to the way it's sung. So every singer will sing it differently, and they're storytelling. So when we hear old recordings, we're able to capture the nuances that those singers were referring to in their verses. Can we advance the slide, please? This song is San Tomas, and it is, as I understand it, was traditionally sica. It's often played now, and I say sica in the rhythm of sica. It's often played in the rhythm of seis corrido. And here, one of the verses says, and the way that most singers will start the song is, con mi pañuelo blanco, mi pañuelo de madras. Madras fabric, as we know, was introduced into the Caribbean by Indian immigrants and is represented in all of the Antilles in terms of textiles, historic textiles that you see primarily in the early 1900s. So let's just listen and watch. The women actually are dancing as described by Don Rafael with pañuelos. Thank you. We can see now how the woman is represented as using the pañuelo, which, according to Don Rafael, was introduced to the woman by the man. We'll go back to that dynamic in just a second. I'd like to show you another video that I recorded in 2008 with one of my mentors and the ancestor whose name we called out earlier. I may get emotional when I talk about her, I usually do. Luz Maria Rosado Villoldas. If you could play this. After having conducted her genealogy, I organized an event in Lakeland, Florida, in which we provided her ancestral history in Bomba, her matrilineal lineage in Bomba, and this, how just all the contributions that this matriarchal family in Bomba made, including her grandmother being in the video that you saw just a minute ago, Cachón de Selena. Here's Doña Luz María Rosado Villoldas demonstrating how pañuelos were tied. And I asked her to do this because when I started in Bomba using a folkloric costume, I was encouraged to tie it up front. And a woman came to me and said, Melanie, and this was actually a Mexican woman in Chicago by the name of Olivia Montoya, who was married to the director of the group that I was participating, Tito Rodriguez. She had represented Bomba and staged versions of Bomba for years before I even started, decades. And she said, Melanie, I just want you to know that I saw, when I was in Puerto Rico, the different times I've been in Puerto Rico, it was explained to me that the pañuelo in Bomba is tied in the back. And I thought, I need to learn more about this. And as I was looking at textiles in Bomba, as I have been, I've always asked. And so in 2008, I had Luz Maria Rosado Villoldas in Lakeland, Florida, and I asked her to show us. She brought a pañuelo that belonged to her mother, Amalia Villoldas, who is documented in the 1966 book by Maria Luisa Muñoz as being one of the most outstanding bomberas on the entire island of Puerto Rico, her mother. So now you've seen her grandmother, you're hearing about her mom, and then here's Doña Luz. Can we play this video? So she's saying that in traditional bomba, they used a lot of jewelry, a lot of decorative accompaniment to whatever they were going to wear. Now, remember, she's not thinking that we're asking how did they tie their pañuelos for staged renditions of bomba. She's demonstrating how they tied pañuelos in their everyday lives. And these are the echoes that you see on the stage when women wear pañuelos. So she's saying that her mother would tie it to the side. Her grandmother, I'm sorry.
She used it like that, but a little bit tighter. I'm not doing it now because my hair doesn't want me to do it.
I'm sorry, her mother. Her mother, Amalia, tied it to the side, and now she's going to show how her grandmother, Salome, who was in the Cachón de Selena video, would tie her hair for everyday use.
My grandmother used to use it like that, and then wrap it on the top.
And so she may not have the fabric to get it completely, but this was how her mother tied it.
My grandmother used to do it like this. Like that.
Oh, you can, thank you. So we see now where some of this root is in the practice, in the everyday experience of people who were knowledge bearers, tradition bearers, practitioners of one of our oldest musical traditions on the island. And we can see where some of those echoes live on the stage and how they live on the stage. Now, I don't have a photo to show you for the next two comments, but I do want to say, going back to this interplay between man and woman in traditional bomba, there was a practitioner that I interviewed in Ponce, Ito Santiago, who, with his wife in the 1970s, started the group Bambalue. He explained to me that in his early years of witnessing bomba, he witnessed that men would, when they wanted to dance with a partner that was not their romantic partner, they would go ask the other male for permission to dance with the woman. And so the woman doesn't have agency in that moment. She's not asked. She doesn't have the ability to consent. If the other man gave consent, then the dancer would take out his pañuelo, according to Don Ito, in Ponce. Now, Don Rafael was from San Mateo de Cangrejos, but he also lived in his early years in Ponce. And the man would take out his pañuelo, offer it to the woman, and according to Don Ito, then they would go out to dance. And I asked him, what do you think that was about? And one of the things that he said that he remembered or had been explained to him, that this is a way to maintain propriety, to not physically touch somebody else's woman. And so so now the woman can't be asked. She doesn't have the ability to receive the invitation. She doesn't have the ability to consent. And then when she is granted permission to go out and dance, she can't even have physical contact. And so when we look at patriarchy within Bomba, these are the ways that it manifested in traditional practice. Now, we'll come back to how women subverted that in you'll see, hearkening back to this idea that men had the pañuelo and they were the ones that introduced it in terms of using it for dance purposes. If you watch the 2001 film Raíces by Banco Popular, you will see a dancer by the name of Manuel Carmona using a red handkerchief, and he uses that in his dance. He and Nuno Calderón, both of them very well-known dancers on the island, also dances with a pañuelo. Can we advance, please? The enagua. This is the domain of women in Bomba. Why? Not only did they use it, but this is where this was the tool that they leveraged to create agency and power and ability to make decisions for themselves. Now, if we think back to that iconic image of the sculpture in Ponce that denotes Isabel Albizu Dávila's participation in Bomba, we see that big skirt movement, right? Well, it wasn't until about the time that Bomba moved from the community, from the bateyes in the community to different stages, to different presentational styles, that Bomba dance for women begins to evolve. And the most famous dancer, again, when I started in Bomba over 20 years ago, and whose name proliferates today still, is La Ponchinela. And La Ponchinela, Bomba lore tells us, she was from San Mateo de Cangrejos, specifically El Chicharo. She was, La Ponchinela, Bomba lore tells us that she was the first woman to begin engaging the drum and to begin to break that rule that women prior to that could not directly interface with the drum. And so what women would do is that they would create figuras. And if you noticed in the 1957 video, you do not see women what we call throw piquetes or pedir golpes from the drum. They were just doing little movements to create beautiful figures. They were just kind of dancing in a little square. But in traditional practice, women would go out with men, and then they would dance around the man as an ornament, not as a direct interfacer with the drum. And so La Ponchinela is credited as breaking that rule and beginning to interface. It is then Doña Caridad Brenes Caballero, wife of Rafael Cepeda Tiles, with whom they created the they proliferated in terms of staged renditions of bomba, not only in Puerto Rico but throughout the world. They created the costume. She is the one that represented that costume that they created together. And she's the one who evolved La Ponchinela's involvement with the drum to the language that we know today, which is this large skirt movement. And why is it large? Because if staged representations had to be big enough so that the person in the back could see it. And we know that. In theater, we know that we have to project so the person in back can hear. And we know that all kinds of stage representations have to have big, oversized movements so that people can see that. And so we see that in bomba. Again, not traditional. It's an echo of tradition because of the stage. Now, the Enagua, when I interviewed multiple families, and my research has rendered this information, but so has the research of many others, that women would congregate before bailes de bomba to create enaguas. So that moment when they revealed their enagua, their petticoat, they would reveal something so stunning and so beautiful that it would take the breath away of people. And this became a way for them to reclaim power in these social dynamics. And so while they didn't necessarily interact with the drum, they didn't necessarily create music with these large movements, they captured attention during that moment of reveal when they lifted their skirt to create a beautiful figura, a beautiful pose. And Doña Luz's first cousin, Doña Malta Almodóvar Clavel, in Guayama, explained to me that she got started in bomba by helping her grandmother create her enaguas. And she says that her grandmother, Doña Salome, who was in the Cachón Dice Elena video, would arrive at bailes de bomba with a suitcase full of enaguas. Now, I just traveled yesterday, and I have a suitcase that has wheels that turn in 360. We're talking about those leather suitcases that you had to carry. There were no wheels. She and her they would travel in a crew, in a gang, and show up at these bailes de bomba, claiming space, taking space back, taking authority over their bodies back by arriving together, by having met prior to that, to create these beautiful enaguas. In some cases, Nelly Lebron Robles, one of the leaders and founders of the group Paracumbe, she says that her grandmother was one of these seamstresses, one of these community seamstresses that people would reach out to create an enagua, and that women would come with whatever money they had been able to scrape together and say, do whatever you can. Make me the most beautiful enagua that you can with this little bit of money. Make it different and unique than anybody else's. And that was the challenge. And so women they would show up each week with a different enagua. They would show up to each baile de bomba, not necessarily a different base, but a differently decorated. All right, let's advance. I don't have any more videos, I don't think, so that's good. And so here we see Doña Amalia, Doña Luz's mom, again, lifting her skirt. Look at the women behind her. And now this photo was taken, it's part of the only full body of photographs that we have documenting a baile de bomba. These photographs were taken by Hiram Maristani from New York. And he was in Puerto Rico with Malta Moreno Vega. They were there in 1971 to find evidence of black culture, to celebrate these traditions, to understand them better, and take them back to New York to El Museo del Barrio and begin developing that body of information for the diaspora. So here we have a photo of Doña Amalia dancing, and you can see here she's very elderly at this point, but still lifting that enagua. Now the enagua that you see at the end, that was when Doña Luz passed away in 2013. I had already been working with her for about 5 years at that point. And when she passed, her family gave me 5 of her enaguas, the only enaguas existing, and they told me that that was my inheritance because they wanted me to. They knew that I would bring her enagua to spaces like this and share that story and how women reclaim their agency within this practice. And we advance quickly. All right, here we have, oh, I'm so sorry, the photo's not coming through. This was Amalia's sister, who was interviewed by El Nuevo Dia in 1996, Julia Clavel, Viodas. Here I am at Doña Malta's house, holding one of the irons that belonged to Doña Salome from the 1957 video, one of the irons that Doña Malta used to help iron her grandmother's enaguas. Advance, please. Next slide, please. Here is not this enagua, but this was one of the other enaguas the day that I was given this just treasure. Next, please. And this was actually, that was the first enagua that Doña Luz showed me when I interviewed her for the first time in 2008. She was so proud of that. And she had used it in her last years on the stage. But if you saw from her video, her dress was traditional dress for her time, not stage traditional. This is from my 2017 Bomba Research Conference. Here I am interviewing Doña Lidia Ortiz from Patillas, who is a 4th generation seamstress and comes from a long line of women who created enaguas for bailes de bomba. For this conference, I asked her to please recreate from memory the enaguas that she saw when she was a child in Patillas, when her family lived on Calle Los Congos in Patillas, a place that we have put a historic placard. So here she is describing the eyelet lace. Is that the right term? Okay. And how the cinta goes in and out of that eyelet lace. She put some ribbons, she put some flowers. I've also heard sequins, I've heard buttons, I've heard they used whatever they could to make theirs unique. Next slide, please. Whew, I gotta breeze through this. Next slide. Shawls. So the first time I saw a shawl move, a shawl used in bomba practice was at the 2004 Bon Plenazo event in New York. And it was used by Marien Torres Lopez, one of the premier dancers and teachers of bomba today. And I was so shocked by that because I was still involved in folkloric representation of bomba in Chicago at that time. I had already begun my transition out of the costume, but that was the first time that I saw the shawl. Now, I later asked somebody from New York, I was talking to them about their bomba practice, and I'll get to that in a second, because it ties to our next theme really quickly. So the shawl, by shedding this, women now are beginning to reject this costume that, for me at least, evoked this idea of a mammy in a US context for people and did not represent recent bomba memory. And women across the diaspora began to, in particular, began to reject the costume and to begin to use the shawl. This is in Guayama with members of, I'm dancing here with members of Colectivo Moja. Next slide, please. The shawl becomes portable, right? It becomes a quick way for women to participate. They can put the shawl in their purse, they can wear it around their neck, they can show up with it tied around their waist, and instantly they can participate in the bate using the movements of the skirt. Now, here's that conversation from New York. And I was talking with a woman who said that she'd had difficulty finding classes. Now, this conversation's happening about 2004, 2005. And at that time, that New York community of women had a difficulty finding classes to learn how to dance bomba using the skirt, using the language that was evolved by Doña Caridad, that came from this root of La Ponchinela, and they just couldn't find and didn't want to stay out of the bate. They felt that ancestral call. They felt that connection with the music and wanted to participate, but they didn't have it. So 2 things happened. one, you start seeing this appearance of what I call the invisible falda. And that is and here's where here's where we see the skirt. We see piquetes being thrown with an invisible falda. We see lots of skirt movement happening with this invisible falda. Now, the invisible falda also creates an opportunity for gender bending, because in about the same time, in the mid-2000s, I'm beginning to see men inspired by this beautiful movement of the skirt that's big and loud and large with this falda coming out and not having received instruction in how to dance bomba using a male vocabulary, but being inspired by the female dance vocabulary, going out and like throwing piquetes, doing these movements that in a traditional context speak to a woman's dance vocabulary. And so we see that fluidity of gender-based movements beginning in the mid-2000s with the invisible falda. And like the shawl, and beyond the shawl, it creates ultimate portability. Because if you forget the falda, if you don't have it, if you hear bomba all of a sudden and you want to dance, right, you have your hands to engage that. That has caused a lot of controversy in our, not only the shawl, but also the invisible falda. It's been widely rejected by folks. It's been highly criticized. And nonetheless, guess what? Like most things that break the rules, right, they become very popular. And so the shawl is extremely popular. You will see the invisible falda all over the place. And I'm going to end here. Oh, we have to see the next one, please. Invisible falda, you can see her hands. This was at the most recent conference, the Bomba Research Conference 2021. You see Don Jesus Cepeda down here on the drum. Please advance before I get kicked off. Here's where with my work, I'm beginning to, or I have the last few years, been bringing together these known names of bomba practitioners and the unknown names, the names that I've been excavating from my research, and I have been putting them on t-shirts. Can you advance, please? And this is what I'm referring to as the neo-griot tradition. And griot, in terms of an African context, of the storyteller, the rememberer of a community. For me, this gives everyone the opportunity to remember our bomba ancestors, gives everyone the opportunity to research those names, gives everyone the opportunity to represent our traditional practitioners. And so right now we're in the 4th iteration of this t-shirt. And these are just some of the people. Everyone on this screen is a descendant of a practitioner. Not a bomba family, which that is a misnomer, that bomba was practiced exclusively or is represented by families. They are the ones that helped carry and sustain it from that widespread community practice through the period of folklorization to the present. So these t-shirts give everyone a chance to interact with our bomba ancestors. And you can see here, they represent all different communities from Mayagüez to Arroyo, Guayama, San Mateo de Cangrejos, Patillas, Arroyo, San Mateo de Cangrejos, Patillas, Arroyo, Patillas, Guayama, Arroyo, Guayama, San Mateo de Cangrejos. Can we forward? All right, last thing, and this is the most exciting thing, is how now these textiles in bomba, not only did they get echoed into folkloric and staged versions of bomba, but they have become now mainstream with the 2020 inclusion of an enagua in a Converse All-Stars gym shoe design. And so if you see that flutter of fabric on the shoe, that is meant to be the flutter of the skirt and the folds of the enagua, transposed to a widely available product, outerwear product. And so this is the future of bomba, and how this traditional practice from these spaces meant to disrupt patriarchy now have subsumed them and are taking bomba and women's practice into a global market. Thank you.
Gracias, Melanie. Seguimos revolucionando y quitándonos el patriarcado con cada repique. Ahora vamos, so now we are going to have a 5 minutes break, so you can go to the bathroom and we can collect all the questions for the Q&A. And we also are going to have a bate here after the Q&A with los bomberos de la calle. So 5 minutes and we come back. Your limbs. Right now we have our speakers in the table and we would like to hear your questions so we can open for a discussion. Please let me know if you want to be one of the first person. The people on Zoom can post the questions on the chat. Our team member Lisa is checking with all those questions, so you can put them in the chat and she's going to let us know. And the people in the audience, please, you can use the mic to make your question. Thank you.
Anyway, tengo una pregunta, y va a pasar por Erison, acerca de... todos hemos hablado de San Mateo de Cangrejo, San Mateo de Cangrejo. La pregunta mía es, ¿qué pasó? O sea, de cómo fuimos de San Mateo de Cangrejo a Boca de Cangrejo a Santurce. Y digo, si es que has estudiado esa parte.
Yo sí te puedo decir lo de Santurce. Eso fue precisamente el conde de Santurce, ¿verdad? Este terrateniente que se fue quedando totalmente con las propiedades de los negros se fueron para los suburbios y pues le colocaron, le dieron un título nobiliario porque él vino de Santurcí, del País Vasco, y es ahí que le designan el nombre, pero es interesante porque yo diría, ¿verdad? Que la gente empezó a escuchar de cangrejos por el equipo de béisbol, los Cangrejeros de Santurce, ¿verdad? Y en ese sentido, Cangrejeros de Santurce, o sea, ellos retomaron el gentilicio, el nombre popular, ¿verdad?, de cangrejo y lo une con el de Santurce. No podemos tampoco obviar de que la iglesia, que la estoy viendo ahora mismo en el imaginario, en la parada 26, la ermita de San Mateo de Cangrejos. Y yo creo que precisamente, hago un paréntesis, quienes son párrocos, sacerdotes, son haitianos en la actualidad, dentro de esa iglesia que en un principio fue una ermita, porque precisamente cuando estos negros libertos que vienen de otras islas, que se establecen en Cangrejo, pues una de las peticiones, no se llamarle peticiones o sugerencia, es que dejaran su religión, y lo pongo muy entrecomillado, y adoptaran el catolicismo como una de las maneras de ellos aculturizarse, ¿verdad? Que sabemos que sí adoptaron el catolicismo, pero detrás queda toda vamos a llamarle la filosofía, la religión que viene de África, ¿verdad? O afrocaribeña. Así que más o menos es eso, ¿verdad? A raíz de la pregunta que me hace San Mateo de Cangrejo, ¿verdad? La ermita, que hoy es una iglesia, y en la parada 27, específicamente en lo que es la avenida Eduardo Conde, ahí es que está la iglesia, que son unos sacerdotes haitianos quienes las dirigen, y porque no podemos obviar que Santurce o San Mateo de Cangrejo es un mosaico de razas y de etnias. Y eso ya muy bien lo indicó Grau Archilla cuando habla de las mujeres de Tortola viviendo en la Parada 21. Sin dejar a un lado uno de los que yo quizás, sí, llegué a hablar de él, Ernesto Farray, él siempre me señaló, igualmente su hijo, que ya lamentablemente murió, que ellos vienen de Haití, por darte ejemplos concretos y que se establecieron en San Mateo de Cangrejo. Y sin dejar a un lado, ¿verdad?, que aunque es otra etnia, que es José Mafuz, ¿verdad?, o Manolo Jaguayé, que tuve la gracia, que son estos libaneses que llegaron antes que llegaran los estadounidenses en el 1898, ya ellos estaban viviendo en Cangrejo. Así que es demostrativo de que allí, en esas tierras, en ese espacio, en esa zona, se establecieron una multiplicidad de personas provenientes de diversos países, que yo creo que eso es lo que enriqueció totalmente ese poblado, ¿verdad?, ese barrio cangrejero.
I would like to just add to that. In the 1700s, the Spanish colonial government issued a Real Cédula inviting free blacks, runaway blacks, and anybody, and encouraging anybody who wanted to come to Puerto Rico, and they would be granted citizenship if, as Edison described, they claimed the Catholic faith and left behind their traditional religious practices. Because of the ermita, or in English, the hermitage that existed on the outskirts of San Juan, the capital, which we know today as Viejo San Juan, this free black community began forming that was so well established that by 1773, they incorporated and legally became a town founded by free blacks. By 1800, Puerto Rico was so black because of this Real Cédula, that then the Cédula de Gracias was issued that invited white Europeans to whiten the population that at 1800 was already more than half black, as demonstrated by different, and I recommend, I'm gonna look up the name of the book to share title in just a moment. The Spanish colonial government then destabilized this legal town by destructuring it, subsuming it into the municipality of San Juan, and removing the name that had been established by free blacks as San Mateo de Cangrejos after the hermitage that had existed there, and then which was then later replaced by the church, and renamed it the name chosen by a colonizer, and removed the name of legally removed the name chosen by the free blacks.
Yo creo que también es importante, y va en la línea de lo que estás hablando, del batallón de los morenos de don Pedro Cortijo, de estos negros libertos, porque algo que hay que mencionar es que San Mateo es el primer pueblo de negros libertos en Puerto Rico, precisamente, y cómo este varón que dirigía ese batallón luchó para que los ingleses no tomaran esa isleta que se llama San Mateo de Cangrejo. Yo tuve la suerte de entrevistar a Gilberto Cortijo, el hermano de Rafael Cortijo, que es uno de los descendientes precisamente de Pedro Cortijo, y él, porque estos negros, estos viejos, mayormente la historia, la cultura es oral. Y si algo yo pude notar en esa entrevista, como en muchos otros, era cómo ellos van recordando toda esa serie de sucesos, esos eventos que acontecieron, ¿verdad? Y que se transmite de boca en boca, como yo llamo, y llaman algunos, y que es genial cómo todavía a estas alturas, aunque ya Gilberto murió, lamentablemente, lo entrevisté en un residencial que es Manuela, que es Lloren Torres, que es donde se establecen esa familia, que lo interesante es cómo ellos fueron perdiendo los terrenos. Incluso, no sé si fue Gilberto o fue Somi Allende que me hablaban que esa familia tenían lo que hoy es el Hotel Marriott. Todo eso eran terrenos de sus antepasados y cómo quedaron en la nada. Precisamente ese robo que se da, echarlos para afuera, y que es parte de la violencia, que es lo que uno también tiene que hablar, de cómo estas personas que fueron realmente los que lucharon, porque en los terrenos de San Mateo estaba el ganado, o sea, habían diversos animales que le daban comida al islote, más allá de la protección al tener este batallón de morenos y quedarse en la prángana, como diría en Puerto Rico, es lo terrible, y a la vez es lo que te indica el desprecio, el discrimen, el maltrato y la violencia terrible hacia estos seres humanos.
Y para complementar la historia oral, hay documento de archivo
Sí.
que documenta que San Mateo de Cangrejos era una ciudad de negros.
De negros. Sí.
Ujú.
Sí, sí. Y también en los registros de la propiedad, ese tipo de fuente es primordial porque también, aunque la visión de la tierra de estos negros era muy distinta, la tierra era para que todos de manera colectiva, siempre y cuando trabajaran, vivieran. Por eso es que no encontramos algunos de esos pobladores, y me refiero en el registro de la propiedad, el terreno que tenían, pero sí yo encontré varios terrenos que le pertenecieron a los cortijos. ¿Qué pasó con esos terrenos? Es la gran pregunta o interrogante. De por sí, en mi tesis hay unos solares en Santurce, se llaman La Finquita. Y ahí parte de los que vivía eran los Rivera, los Cortijos, los Allende, porque o sea, ¿quieres un terreno? Pues vente para aquí, aquí está para que todos los podamos compartir. Ese testimonio, que es mucho más largo de lo que yo no lo tengo aquí, de lo que estoy expresando, también da una idea de esa solidaridad, de esa empatía que tenían estos negros, ¿verdad? Cangrejeros.
And the name of the book title, and then I'll retire, is El Negro y la Negra Libre, Puerto Rico, 1800 a 1873, su presencia y contribución a la identidad puertorriqueña, por María D. González García.
Gracias. Tenemos una pregunta en el chat de Dolores. We have a question from Dolores. What's involving with women and drumming? Evolving.
Well, the long-held belief was that women did not participate in drumming. And not only was it a belief, but it was a version of history, a colonized version of history that excluded women from the narrative and silenced their contribution. But we continue to excavate the oral archives, the physical archives, to find those stories. And in documentation provided by Rafael Cepeda Tiles, who really was our first ethnographer in Bomba, who went around the island and documented Bomba in these libretas that are being held by his family and preserved by his family. In those libretas, he documents multiple female drummers from throughout the island. One of them from the south was called La Cáncama. There's another book that came out recently called Las Verdades de la Bomba, and in there, that author and researcher documents multiple interviews from San Mateo de Cangrejos of people who observed Bomba, not necessarily practitioners, but people who observed Bomba. And in those interviews are also mentions of women who drummed. And so while women have been excised from the patriarchal version of Bomba history, we're recovering those stories. So they are evolving, and women, there was a group out of New York that celebrated Puerto Rican and Dominican music called Las Yayas. There was a group in Puerto Rico called Nandi, which was the first all-female bomba group in Puerto Rico. There's a group in Chicago that neither of those groups exist any longer, but they have fed other groups. In Chicago, there's a group called Las Bompleneras. In Puerto Rico, there's a group called La Ausuba. In New York, there's a group called Legacy Women that continues to preserve Dominican and Puerto Rican musical traditions. And so women are, that ancestral memory called them to the drum again before they even knew that there is evidence of women who drummed. So it's happening, and women are taking their role.
I just wanted to briefly add that I am wondering, and I'm sure I'm right, that women have always participated in drumming, and that they were actually taken out of it, most likely by colonial authorities during the 16th, 17th, or 18th century. And I was very, very fortunate once to attend the second day of a 3-day Tuareg wedding in Niger. And there was a part in which men came and played and sang and drummed. And after they had finished, came the best part. Women came, and the whole ceremonial aspect of setting up the drum involved digging a hole, because the drum that they were playing had a foot. And so that they first needed to dig the hole to set the foot. Then this drum had like a set of parallel woods that kept the top tied and tuned. And then they put on top of it a very thin cloth that was like a very thin cotton, to which they added even water. Two women sat on each side of it and they played, and that was the longer part of the celebration. And this was recently, it was maybe 30 years ago, but to say that women have had the right to drum, the same way as women were the one very much in control in most of West African societies, and many of the society also had women rulers. And so European patriarchy may have been part of the reason why they're being excluded from drumming at one point.
Thank you. Precious in the Zoom is asking Evelyn, can you please speak about the role of women played in Haiti's revolution for independence?
So far, it's not much that I can tell you. And that's one of the things that I believe is still a significant problem, because the way the revolution has been built up is a construct that projects handsome men in uniforms, but at the same time tend to exclude the role of women. During the earlier part of the rebellion that I want to become part of the whole Saint-Domingue French and Haitian Revolution, most of the people who were involved in planning the poisoning were women. The pharmacists were involved because a lot of the material that were going to be purchased, not all of it, but some of it, was poison that you buy made in pharmacies, although there were people who also knew about herbs and were aware of how to prepare poison. And so when they arrested Macandal, and they ended up arresting several women, because the ones who eventually had access to the kitchen and to preparing food and who could poison the slave owners and overseers were women. Women have been part also of warfare and battles throughout history. There is not only Joan of Arc. I mean, this is a fallacy that women have not been at the forefront. But in addition to being at the forefront, there hasn't been a battle where women were not there cooking, taking care, tending, and nurturing those who were wounded. So women have been central, because if you think about one thing that distinguishes us as society is our part of cooking and eating together. Where will everything that comes with ideas of how and strategies to create a war? In the kitchen. I mean, this idea of having houses where you have living room, dining room, library, this is something very, very new, and of course from the elite. the gente común, I love that expression, just get together and plan sitting around the kitchen and the dinner table. And therefore, women have been always participant in this, but because of these ideas that women were not producing intelligent ideas, that were dismissed. There is, gosh, and I need to put my hand on it. There was a presentation given a few years ago about the women of the Haitian Revolution, like Dessalines had a wife who actually was literate. Toussaint Louverture also had a wife, and she also was literate. So there were women at many different moments who participated directly in this Saint-Domingue French Haitian Revolution, in not only as a soldier, as cooks, as mistress, as lovers, but as also co-participant in the intellectual process of thinking of creating what was going to be what I call the African diaspora epistemology, African diaspora knowledge and vision of the liberté, égalité, and fraternité.
Shirley is asking, what is the name of the town established by former slaves? So I think is
San Mateo de Cangrejos in 1773, dissolved in the 1860s.
Thank you so much. I mean, you know, it always opens a world of discovery. This symposium, and you know, we're always learning. But anyway, this is a very incredible opportunity, and I mean, I guess this is a commentary, but I want to open, you know, your response to it. So, because I'd like to, you know, the theme of this year, we wanted it to be looking at the past 25 Schomburgs and, you know, what have we accomplished, what have we not, and how do we, you know, keep moving forward. And, you know, based on the three presentations, it's clear that, you know, Schomburg has been instrumental in helping document San Mateo de Cangrejos and, you know, Bomba, rewriting history, Haiti, and, you know, all of this information about women participation. There was also a group in New York, actually very early, that we brought to a feria, you know, 25 years ago, and and I'm dating myself, but anyway, the name was Retumba con Pie. And, you know, they came and they did a number of workshops at Taller as well. Preservation and resistance, because preservation is resistance, right? It's not only rewriting history, but uncovering history, because there's still so much that we, you know, don't know about the role of women and so on and so forth, as was being mentioned. And finally, how do we, you know, turn this into action? And, you know, there's so many different ways. Evelyn mentioned some in her presentation, including, you know, reparations. But this work that we're doing through Schomburg is action. And anyway, you know, your response.
Well, how can we move to action? I've grown convinced that, as I said in the presentation, we need to find a way to reach out to elementary school, even preschool teachers. I'm even part now of a collective, international collective, which Marilu Frank Ortiz is part of, to see how we can create a program to capacitate teachers in a few months to at least self-reflect. I believe teachers want to teach. And so when I hear about all these debates, for instance, that are happening now against critical race theory, I'm like, well, why are people so afraid? And the only way perhaps is to have teachers realize that we just need to know what took place. It is not about any ideology or it's about changing a lot, but it's about demystifying the terrorist aspect of just knowing and having tools to self-reflect. I mean, it's going to take a while to heal this historical trauma. It took a while for them to happen. I mean, people were not enslaving because they were racist. There was a myriad of situations and circumstances that got together. And so, but unless we are able to learn and to know, when you say that San Mateo de Cangrejos was established in 1773, and the name and it was began to be dismantled in 1860, there is a reason why it happened in 1860. This is the second half of the 19th century. This is a moment in which, remember, Puerto Rico and Cuba were under the guidance of Spain, who's desperately trying to keep the two places. This is the only places that still held from having had half of the US all the way to Patagonia, of course not Brazil, but at the same time, Cuba is producing a lot of the income of the crown. And in 1860s, DR, what is Dominican Republic, is trying to, the wealthy whites are trying to negotiate to take what is Dominican Republic again under the Spanish dominion, which actually happened from 1861 to 1864. And so Spain is desperately trying to put their hand on and to eliminate and reduce blackness and black pride and black political power. Also, this is the period of time in which eugenics have been enacting, not only in the United States, as well throughout Spanish America, formerly, or Latin America at this point, because only Puerto Rico and Cuba were Spanish America, but the rest were nations trying to figure out who they wanted to be, and they definitely did not want to be black. And that's the whole thing about, because blackness had been so devalued, so racialized, that, oh no, if we want to think about progress, which was the slogan, then the societies have to be whiteified. So the existence of a place like San Mateo de Cangrejo, so close to San Juan, was a threat to actually Spanish ideas to hold on. Plus, the first war of independence in Cuba, which started in 1862, was about to explode. So there was a lot of tensions around about blackness, and there was an urge to actually smash this blackness. But unless we understand all that, we cannot understand the process, how to undo the processes that messed it up and took us where we are today. And I'm thinking that, yes, today we have a lot of information at our fingerprints, and I'm sorry I'm taking too long, but it is very hard for people who have not really thought about it to achieve, to reach out to that kind of information. It has to be through the school system if we want to see citizenship enacting, reflecting. I mean, reflecting. Just the point of reflection, I think, will get us far away.
And to bring us to a U.S. context, in the 1860s, there was a whole civil war to protect the institution of slavery and to suppress blackness in this country.
Línea, dado que la compañera más o menos me dio una introducción, una idea, ¿verdad? Yo no sé si es el hecho de que yo en algunas circunstancias, más allá de ser profesor en la universidad, que hay una oportunidad pues, no sé si la palabra enseñar o ser facilitador, creo, para pensar más en Paulo Freire, y compartir el conocimiento, y utilizo la palabra muy a propósito, el compartir el conocimiento, porque es algo que se da dual, participativo, ¿verdad? Es entre dos, porque yo todos los días aprendo con los estudiantes, y lo digo de corazón. O sea, yo soy también un mero aprendiz del conocimiento que no solamente imparto, sino que aprendo de ellos. Y algo que me sorprendió, y no es por darle coba, cuando Iggy me mostraba aquí el taller, es el trabajo dirigido principalmente a los jóvenes y a los niños. Y lo traigo a colación porque, aunque hablé hace unos segundos o unos minutos después de mi trabajo en la universidad, algo que a mí me impactó muchísimo es el trabajo que realicé con el recinto de ciencias médicas, precisamente en dos escuelas, una escuela intermedia y una escuela elemental. tratando de lograr un vínculo entre las siete escuelas del recinto. Y aunque ellos realizan trabajo comunitario en distintas comunidades, pero precisamente, como ya llamamos, en el patio, que es la comunidad reparto metropolitano, ellos no habían hecho ese caminar que en menos de 5 u 8 minutos uno llega a esas dos escuelas. Y fue muy interesante que durante esos 2 años se trabajara desde el tema de la negritud, se trabajara desde cómo se hicieron unas clínicas desde el punto de vista de la Escuela de Medicina Dental en las dos escuelas, cómo a la vez la Escuela Graduada de Salud Pública pues hizo un trabajo de salud, y me refiero a utilizar el arte, porque el arte es salud. Y por eso es que comentaba precisamente del trabajo que aquí se realiza a través del arte, ¿verdad? Que el término es sumamente amplio, ¿verdad? Y que a la vez es sanación, es terapia, es un detenerse para trabajar en equipo, en el colectivo, ¿verdad? Que eso es lo que ocurre precisamente en la escuela a veces en el juego, en la recreación. Si algo me llamó es que la atención fue que mensualmente en la Escuela República de Brasil, los viernes, después de las 5 de la tarde, casi cuando está cayendo el sol, a la directora se le ocurrió colocar una pantalla gigantesca en el patio. ¿Y qué se daba allí? Pues desde rap proyectado en la pantalla, y ese recurso, ¿verdad?, de utilizar y que los niños fueran con los papás, sí, porque no se convertía, algunos pensaron que se iba a convertir como en un cuido. Durante estas 2 horas o 3 de ese viernes por la tarde, una vez al mes, los papás lo dejaban. Ningún niño se iba a quedar si el papá o la mamá o algún pariente no lo acompañaba, porque precisamente era importante de que ellos estuvieran allí presentes, ¿verdad? Más allá de que el recinto contrató a un grupo de jóvenes para que crearan, que eso es excelente, crearan murales en la escuela, pero no era que ellos venían de allá afuera, sino que parte del contrato era que ellos crearan talleres con los niños para que durante ese fin de semana, que era de viernes a domingo, en la creación del mural, pues los niños, las niñas, participaran en todo el proceso. Por supuesto, el tema de la negritud estaba presente, y otros temas. Y era lo maravilloso de que los niños se quedaban sorprendidos de la creación del arte, pero a la vez el sentido de pertenencia, el sentido de comunidad, porque yo estoy claro que esos nenitos y nenitas iban a invitar, como ocurrió, porque se abrió un día para que los padres y las madres fueran y vieran cómo esos niños y esas niñas crearon ese arte. Y yo creo que eso es importante y que se ve aquí precisamente, y estoy viendo ahora mismo unas caretas ahí en una de las puertas entreabiertas, que yo estoy seguro que fueron niños y niñas, ¿verdad? Que fueron creando ese arte, y que yo me imagino que cuando ellos lo ven colocado en las paredes, eso la autoestima, si acaso estaba baja, el verse reflejado, ese producto. Eso yo también lo aprendí en una escuela allí en Carolina, que también estuve trabajando. El maestro de arte, había otro nombre que ahora no recuerdo, es que ellos producían como unos cajones, y artes industriales, creo que era el término. Y el maestro decía: Edison, ellos entran aquí y tú los ves que ellos se ponen a trabajar, no pelean, no discuten, que es lo que ocurre en otros salones, y es porque ellos saben que al final ese trabajo que ellos hicieron se lo llevan para su casa, ¿verdad? Y ahí volvemos, ese sentido de ver el producto final. Le vuela la cabeza, por usar un término coloquial, a los niños. Más allá de que el maestro cree en él o en ella, y eso es esencial, y le da importancia, y le va llevando poco a poco para que el producto final le quede lo mejor posible. Yo creo que eso es esencial.
Tengo dos preguntas, una Melanie y una para Evelyn. Starting with about bomba specifically.
First, I'd just like to give my quick response to the prompt, and that is that that Carmen shared, that as a community organizer, as a cultural organizer, I strongly believe in equipping community members to be able to articulate our, and then fill in the blank, our traditions, our history, our culture. So for me, that is of paramount importance, and it is a thrust, one of the thrusts of the Bomba Research Conference. I have, for the most part, rejected institutional presence in that conference, and we take panel discussions like this into a marquesina. We take panel discussions like this to a cemetery. We take them to all of these ancestral places where the practice happened, not because institutions are not important, but for my subject area, for the thing that I'm studying and the thing that I'm trying to connect people to, it's important for me that they're in those ancestral spaces where those activities, those practices happen, and equipping people and empowering them with the idea that they too can make an important contribution, even though they're not lettered, even though they don't have access to resources that allow them to dig into formalized sources of documentation is important. And so continuing the work that you're already doing and continuing that to make knowledge and information available to the community in a way that's rooted in community, in a way that highlights knowledge bearers, even if they aren't lettered. And that's why I thanked you from the beginning for making that space, and not just today, but historically creating that space for knowledge bearers to share. The conference that I organize also creates space access in that way, and I highlight these knowledge bearers and give them a place of importance, and I'll, create a title with their name and a bio, and it's important. It's important to name those people, to give them that space and create that access. So that's my response to the prompt, is doing whatever we can to continue creating access in the spirit of our forefather in terms of research, the Black Bibliophile, right? That's one of his monikers, and is to create access of knowledge, to not only document it, but to accumulate it and disperse it, to make it accessible. And in that spirit, I'm grateful for what you're doing, and just encourage that you continue that. In terms of the question, Bomba, Mayagüez is important to Bomba. And Mayagüez, in the internal lore of Bomba, Mayagüez is called La Cuna de la Bomba. And that's hotly debated by different people that want, have other claims and have other sources of information. But I could just tell you that within our world, within our community, Mayagüez is called La Cuna de la Bomba. Community researcher, and again, back to this question of access, I think it's important to cite community researchers too who are not published but have bodies of work. And community researcher, and in that vein, I'll do that now, community researcher Jerry Ferrao, who's also in the world of Bomba, his research looks at Bomba as pre-Haitian Revolution and post-Haitian Revolution. And he had a whole documentary where he pulled together different bodies of work that he'd been working on, called Ayeres de la Bomba. And in that body of work, he puts forth this lens that he uses to view Bomba through as pre-Haitian Revolution and post-Haitian Revolution. There's always been a tie to not only Haiti, but the rest of the Caribbean, Tortola, Islas Vírgenes, Curaçao. We have a rhythm in Bomba called Hollandais, which speaks to Holland, Dutch influence. And there are different theories, different bodies of work around that, but possibly pointing to the island of Curaçao as the island that brought us that rhythm, possibly. Through the genealogical work I've conducted, I know that many of the families in San Mateo de Cangrejos are Antillanos, period. They're 1 or 2 generations away from another Caribbean island. And so Bomba has references. That song I played, San Thomas, St. Thomas. So that we have many references, and of all the different family trees that I've constructed, and I'm actually working with my friend Jose Cepeda of the Cepeda Brenes family to create para crear un árbol genealógico de San Mateo de Cangrejos. And we're working to document those founding Black families and to identify them, to name them. As a genealogist, it's important to me to name the names. As somebody who works on Black history, to name those names, give credit, create those lineages, and make them visible in the archive by publishing about them, visibilizing these histories and these names. We have many songs, and I'll end with this and pass it along. We have many songs that are sung that have those, what I call those echoes, those remnants, those retentions of that are Creole. We have singers from San Mateo de Cangrejos who sang in French. There was a bombero named Cain. I believe he was on my first T-shirt, and he sang in French. Well, it's Creole. And so there are songs that hold those retentions. There is oral history that contains those retentions, and there's definitely an understanding that Bomba, whether it originated in Haiti and came to Puerto Rico, that's hotly debated, or whether it's just heavily influenced by that influx of French citizens who were escaping the Haitian Revolution and settled along the west coast of Puerto Rico, and where we find names like Abreu, Suchet, all of these French names, Maisonnet. And we see all these French names on the west coast of Puerto Rico because of that immigration from Haiti to Puerto Rico and other islands in the Caribbean. So we're definitely aware of a Haitian connection, and there are people who are doing that work to uncover that, to delineate it, to better understand it, and we're still in that process.
To respond to the question about the narratives about Haiti, is we need to think about it as going against the core of whiteness and white supremacy. Because Haiti, as I said in my talk, Dessalines did dare to define it as a Black nation with a Taino name, which was completely anti-colonial. When you think about what that man was thinking, or that group of people, men and women, because most likely he didn't get there by himself. This was a concerted effort That was extremely daring. That was flipping the world upside down. That was going against what was at stake. By that time, the trade is full blown, and it actually is about to pick up again because 500,000 Africans were brought to Cuba alone in the 19th century after the Haitian Revolution is completed. So nobody, if you think about it, nobody in power wanted to dare to even recognize Haiti as Haiti. Haiti was under a diplomatic embargo until 1865. It was the unnamed, the thing that nobody wanted to talk about among the wealthy owners, among the hacendados, among the sugar producers. Now, enslaved people and free black people all over who actually wanted to talk only about Haiti. People in Bahia were wearing medallions with the faces carved of Dessalines, of Toussaint. In Cuba in 1816, free carpenter Antonio Aponte, former militia, member of the militia unit as a Moreno, kind of created a book of pictures which nobody has seen since he was arrested, actually with paintings of Christophe Dessalines and all the major heroes, and most likely also heroines of this combat. For the world to dare to allow themselves to speak in a positive way about Haiti, then we will have to reclaim blackness as a source of pride. And therefore, that's why this is a major, major undertake that we all need to be part of. So, and it begins with very silly things like stopping people when they're making negative comments about Haiti. I mean, Haiti had to spend 120-something years paying a debt for daring to seize the plantation and for the people to seize their own freedom. I mean, so basically every Haitian person and their descendant for generation had to repurchase their freedom paper. And so it is a humongous task we have ahead of us. And what we need to is take it step at a time. Me, I've decided that at some point I'm going to start writing to the press. I know Rolling Roebuck, somebody who have come to several of our conferences, keep writing to Univision about presenting people of African descent in positive leadering roles instead of the fun, backward thing. And he never gets a response. At this point, we needed to start flooding because this thing that Haiti is constantly, Haiti, the poorest nation of the Western Hemisphere, when people haven't even set foot in Haiti, haven't even know how it looks like, haven't even seen what needs to be seen, hasn't even fathomed to imagine. And not only that, Haiti has gone through up and down, and of course it has some internal issues, but it's really hard to stay afloat and have from within, not being purchased, not being corrupted from the outside, when everybody has put a concerted, everybody from the whiteness perspective have put an effort in making sure that it never, never gets up. Because Haiti, the fact that Haiti exists was so daring that people didn't want to talk about that. It was like, the thing that shall not be named. And so but as long as we cannot change that, we're stuck. We're stuck, and we will be stuck forever. The more I think about the 19th century, especially beginning with the 1804, January 1st, you see that things get more and more and more. And even though people were not talking about race or racism, the praxis was already in place. To undo that level of praxis is going to take daring and doing the unthinkable, to speak up all the time. And that's the thing also, the same way many of us think of African Americans as others. We have been conditioned to think about, the Haitian, los Haitianos. It's always Haiti. How come they don't get their act together? How come this and how come that? Well, that is not helping either one of us or the causes. So it requires a reflection and a flip of way we look at Haiti. As I said, that was a complete call for a completely different way of doing things. And therefore, it's a it's a humongous mountain we have to overcome in order to be able first to claim it for ourselves, because we don't tend to claim it, think about it. And actually, and it takes working also with Dominican Republic, because Dominican Republic has been used as a stepping stone to say, you see, DR is fine, Haiti is wrong, is because Haiti, I mean, and everything that we heard when the earthquake took place, of the one in 2010, and when we hear everything, I mean, it takes a humongous effort, but we have to be in charge to do it, because it's the Western world, white supremacy is really strong and alive, and is really trying to make sure that no matter what, Haiti can get up.
Thank you to our panelists, and we are here because we are going to speak up all the time. So our morning section has come to an end. Thank you to our presenters and the thoughtful conversation during this plenary. We will now take a break of an hour unless you have signed up for the social work table, which will be occurring during lunch. Those who have registered for social work CEU should join the breakout room if it's virtual, or return to a conference room that we are going to direct you. And we are going to have this roundtable from 1:15 to 2:15. During this lunch break, feel free to visit the Julia de Burgos shop and the bookstore, or visit online. Of those here in person, you can visit also the gallery with our show for Gabriel Martinez. The symposium will reconvene promptly at 2:20 with Dr. Evelyn Laurent Perrault moderating our afternoon panel. Now, to close, celebrating our heritage, we are going to have the Bomberos de la Calle with Tony Mendez and his son Sean Lopez, Jonathan Santiago and Crystal giving us their music, our music. Thank you.
Uno, dos.
Campo, yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, yo me voy a morir.
Campo, yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir.
Oye, Campito, yo vivo triste, cada día yo sufro más.
Uy, así.
Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir, me estoy muriendo.
Campo, yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir.
Cuando la escucho me siento triste, pero me quiero liberar. Por eso al son de rica bomba es que ahí yo me empiezo a liberar. Campo, campito,
Campo, yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir.
Cuando la escucho, comienzo yo. Es que me comienzo a recordar de mi ancestro y liberación. Por eso hoy yo lo quiero celebrar. Campo, campito,
Campo, yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay, Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir. Bomba, uy. Eso, Eso es.
Campo yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí?
Ajá.
Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir. Campo yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir. Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir. Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir.
Eso es. Uy.
Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir. Ay Dios, ¿qué
Ajá.
será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba me voy a morir.
Eso es. Uy.
Agua con azúcar, la que quiero yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración.
¡Ea!
¡Uy, uy!
¡Ea! ¡Bomba! ¡Uy!
Agua con
Eso,
azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Me da inspiración, me da inspiración. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo.
Ajá.
Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Agua con azúcar, la que tomo yo. Agua con azúcar, me da inspiración. Muchas gracias. Thank you, thank you.
Gracias, gracias, mi gente. Definitely. We have one more for everybody. Oí una voz, canta con nosotros y baila si tú quieres. You know, this is an open space. Again, gracias, Melanie, for being here and the other panel speakers. We are Los Bomberos de la Calle, Bomba en Plena group out here from Philadelphia who also works and collaborates with Tayel in many events. So gracias, mi gente. We're going to go ahead and close out with this next session here. Again, don't be afraid to come up and baila y canta con nosotros. Gracias, mi gente. Bomba. Hui.
Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina, desde lo que me llamó. Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina, desde lo que me llamó. Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina del cielo que cielo me llamó, una voz que me dijo, ya que estoy yo. Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Una voz que a mí me dijo, ven a cantar, trae los barriles para gozar. Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Y por este que le canto, y por este que yo gozo, oí una voz que me llamó. Oí una voz, oí una voz, oí una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Como dice los bomberos, el cielo que me llamó, que me llamó, el cielo que me llamó, ya que estoy yo, el cielo que me llamó, yo le canto pa' que goce, el cielo que me llamó, se prendió aquí en ande, el cielo que me llamó, pa' que aquí lo baile usted, el cielo que me llamó, que te traje volante, el cielo que me llamó, que la cosa que está buena, el cielo que me llamó, que se prendió aquí la bomba, el cielo que me llamó, ay que me llamó, el cielo que me llamó, el cielo que me llamó, eso es. El cielo que me llamó, yo no quiero aquí gozar. El cielo que me llamó, yo no quiero aquí bailar. El cielo que me llamó, 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 eso es. El cielo que me llamó, ay, aquí estoy yo. El cielo que me llamó, qué rico que está sonando. El cielo que me llamó, que yo gozo el volante. El cielo que me llamó, para que aquí lo baile usted. El cielo que me llamó, uy. El cielo que me llamó, dele la memoria que yo le mandé, 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 dale la memoria, dátela y arrache, ven y dile y cuéntale que la bomba yo formé, dele la memoria que yo le mandé, dele la memoria que yo le mandé. A que suenen los barriles, a que suenen para usted. Mira que aquí hoy la bomba, mira aquí yo la toqué. Me le da memoria que yo le mandé, me le da memoria que yo le mandé. Hoy una voz, hoy una voz, hoy una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Hoy una voz, hoy una voz, hoy una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Hoy una voz, hoy una voz, hoy una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Hoy una voz, hoy una voz, hoy una voz divina del cielo que me llamó. Gracias.
Bomba. Gracias, mi gente. Uy.
Once more, thank you for your participation, especially those who are away and are connected to the program. Thank you to those who are here. Gosh, I really, really, really hope that next year there is no more pandemic and we can all be present in that. But nonetheless, I'm very happy that we have among the audience people from Venezuela, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Peru, and so forth. We just keep hoping that you'll remember this event takes place on the last Saturday of February. And we're welcoming you to stay in touch with Taller, become, even if you want to join the email list to be connected and learn about the programming that the organization offers. This afternoon, we're going to begin by screening a very short documentary that was put together to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Arturo Schomburg Symposium, and it includes the main players who contributed to make this reality. So without further ado, let's watch the video. Thank you.
The first one, we had no idea how this was going to be accepted. We find a bunch of scholars and people from other countries that they were studying all this, that they didn't have a place to talk about it.
Schomburg did not complete in high school apparently, and could not complete college. He was a self-taught person, but was smart and curious enough. So I was like, I hope your interest would guide my own path. Dialogue of color that was followed by Thomas and myself, the friend about there, and the dialogue of culture. And the fact that we haven't been able to create a common dialogue about those two issues reinforces me the lack of knowledge we have about who we really are. I would say that we need to take upon what Schomburg did and start researching and searching.
Well, there was a group of African American Afro-Latinos, activists, academics, who got together because the issue of Afro-Latinos was almost unheard of in this country.
Larry is rather dark skinned. He believed that because of his color, I would have more privilege than he did in Puerto Rico.
25 years ago, my comadre, Evelyn Laurent, she used to be the head of the bookstore for the Puerto Rican.
I was taking an anthropology course at community college, and he was also taking one. And the same thing, we began to have a conversation about blackness in Puerto Rico, racism, and so on.
And then we started the conversations and talking about issues about race and things like that, stories.
Thomas Morton, then, he used to work very close by.
This process for me, this whole process is like, doctorado, y estamos estudiando, and disertación y todo eso. It didn't start as academic or anything, it's personal. But I wanted to keep away from the minutia of the technical talk and basically kind of talk about there are black people in Latin America.
Language, I'm going to talk about language and Afro-Latino identity in San Basilio de Palenque, Colombia. San Basilio de Palenque, Colombia. Palenque, San Basilio de Palenque is a Maroon community.
I said, oh boy, there is a long way to go. Where do I even start?
So sit back, we're going to take your own journey, you're going to enjoy this.
Bookstore, I also met Hector Bonilla, who's been this staunch activist on Afro-Boricua, Afro-Puerto Rican, and Afro-Latino issues.
We had a meeting where we brought in a number of folks from the tri-state area and Washington, D.C. to lay out a number of issues. The Schomburg was part of a project that came out of those meetings, this first Schomburg conference.
So in October '96, I told Hector Bonilla and I told Tomas, let us do something bigger.
The first one was done with our friends, some people we had the conversations. So we said, okay, you're going to talk, and let's call this other person, friend of ours, he's going to talk. So that's how it started. It started like that.
No idea was going to be annual. No idea I was going to see it grow. And I remember the 10th year, I was like, wow, 10 years. Now it's 20 years. We decided to have it in February to actually make the point that Latinos have all reason to celebrate Black History Month.
Arturo Schomburg, but even the diaspora, there are black people everywhere, and they suffer the same kinds of scenarios, same kinds of situations everywhere.
And Johnny said yes. So I proposed to do an event, a cultural event, to speak about this. At that time, Johnny Rizari was the director here, and I said, Johnny, I've been having this conversation, this is what is going on. And he said, let's do it, and let's name it Arturo Schomburg Symposium. I did not know at that time who Arturo Schomburg was.
Schomburg is the hero who began to compile this information and celebrate the African diaspora in the world.
and he said, and I know a person, her name is Miriam Jimenez, she can come and give a talk about Arturo Schomburg.
For the last 9 years, I've been working as research coordinator at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. When I first went to work there in 1987, I was very surprised to find out how few people knew who Arturo Schomburg was.
And Hector. Hector had at that time something that he did with a student was called the Dinga Mandinga test.
When I do my presentation, what I used to do that I've done in the school system with young people, but they decided me to do it here, and it wasn't held in this book, it was held in the other book, Art Center. I do a quiz. People have to respond, but before I get up on the wall and I put down names, basically to show that display that people know who African American heroes are, but don't know who the Afro-Latino hero, who actually predated them and sometimes were even more pervasive.
We, as Puerto Ricans and the Latinos, have created all kinds of images about who we are, and we're always in denial. In Puerto Rico, and I'll say this, and I'll throw this comment out there, without black people, Puerto Rico would have no history.
But in Philadelphia, you still have a community called North Philadelphia, which is pretty much isolated. And ironically, the Schomburg is in the middle of that community.
I have one part of my family that's sort of very conscious and sensitive about the history, and one family who just wants to sort of think of themselves that stuff was just invisible, it just never existed at all. And I don't want to necessarily say that, you know, they sort of benefit from white privilege because they're not white Americans, but they like to fool themselves into thinking that they're white. You know, I really hate having to hear some of my aunt's spiels about, well, I'm seeing ahora mismo, como una gringa ahora mismo, and I'm just like, it's great.
I remember realizing that I was a black Puerto Rican when we were bused from McKinley Elementary to Pentreaty. All the African American kids and Latino kids were like this, you know, don't get detention today, we gotta walk home and get beat up by the white kids, and you know, I was like, oh my God.
But I think somebody like Arturo Schomburg sort of allows you to have that point of reference, to sort of have that conversation where we can talk about our history.
I grew to love Philadelphia because of Diane. I come to a cultural arts organization like this, and then you learn about yourself, and you learn about what is it to be Latino, and what is it to be Puerto Rican and Black.
To know who we are.
I think it's everybody's responsibility, because even when you see that I'm kind of white, I'm not really white. I have a rich audience that's out there that don't even know about their heritage, don't know the roots to the culture that we even exhibit. You know, it's out there, you know, but it's a matter of our sort of recapturing it, educating ourselves.
Anybody in our Latino shares the whole passport issue where he was forced to put white on his passport and he absolutely refused and blocked with the migrant code.
Tú sabes, it could be contradictory. My husband is halal. What halal? Which is what halal? No halal too. Tú puedes ser un poquito halal, ¿verdad? Por lo que te coges, pero te pones candela así. I want to make sure the students, when they finish the education that you're paying, they have an idea since what is to be a Spanish speaker. It's not only to say me gusta la salsa, but you also have to learn and to know about the history and the culture of those countries that are speaking the language.
It wasn't a conversation going on in the Latino media. It was not going on in Latino newspapers at all. Actually, I think it's the first time we actually even began uttering the word Afro-Latino in this region at community level.
Because back then, especially in Puerto Rico, and I'm pretty sure other places, it was not, you know, it wasn't the fashion to recognize yourself as black and you know, and talk about black influences.
Here we are, Latinos who constantly talk about that there is no racism, well, there's practices of racism all the time, and here we're engaged embarking in a new venue.
Thank you to Taller Puertorriqueño for even having the symposium and bringing to light some of the things that we celebrate in terms of my grandfather's life and things that we still have to do. Anybody who does what this group is doing the whole world a favor. My grandfather would certainly agree with that. Arturo Schomburg, born in San Juan, Puerto Rico in 1874. He came to this country in 1891. He was 17 years old. When he was in 5th grade in school in Puerto Rico, San Juan, he noticed that there was a lot of history being taught about Spain. Puerto Rico and Cuba were both Spanish colonies, as everybody knows. And he wondered why there was nothing said about people of African descent, people of color. I really began to know how special it was when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It's like a responsibility that I have to do what I can to further that mission.
That has had impact because I've seen a number of educators here, local educators, teachers, and then community activists who then, disseminate the message to their charges, and mostly young people, students, and people in the local community, because our people have become local activists here who come to the Schomburg.
When you start studying, you start going into all this has to do with how Africa influenced Latin America. You start identifying yourself with your Afro background. You start discovering things that you don't know about being, a black Puerto Rican Afro-Boricua. You start telling other people, as it was very interesting seeing the reaction.
At one point, Taller's work led me to other job at Haverford College, where I began sitting in history classes with my own questions from the past. And I was told, well, this is a PhD in history that you need to do, which I just completed. The fact that I was working here at Taller Puertorriqueño, and I was able to create this space where I brought so many scholars, they all encouraged me as well to do this PhD. And not only that, not only me, there's the case of Professor Tamara Walker at Penn. She told me she came out of the first or the second chamber, and she was so excited that was one of the things that enticed her to go and get her own PhD. And coincidentally, when she had just finished it, we needed a speaker, and she came and presented part of her dissertation here.
They've been very daring. They've taken on a number of topics that other folks haven't taken on.
Spirituality and religion, visual arts, hip-hop, literature, festivals and carnivals, her stories. And we have revisited body language, percussion, and we have had poetry.
Talk about children's education.
Because we've had a lot of educators come to Schomburg from Philadelphia and from South Jersey. What the Schomburg has done is to begin to disseminate this curriculum in our schools and with our children.
And then in the last few years, we have made this available for credits for teachers, K-12 teachers, and for social workers, which is an amazing move because what we've been doing is to share knowledge, and we felt that people should benefit from coming and spending the day learning.
I am proud of the Schomburg Symposium. Enlightening, I learn all the time, even in my old age.
We are here breaking silence, yes, and honoring the ancestors who believed that we could redeem the experiences they've gone through.
A good word, invisibility, was very important to me. I didn't know it at the time, was to break that invisibility.
My dream would be to see an endowment for the Schomburg where it could sustain, so that for Taller would be easier to build more than to have to be struggling finding the dos pesitos to make the Schomburg. Yeah. I would hope universities will partner more with Taller and support Taller because we have a significant academic component.
I have to celebrate the Taller, your director, Evelyn, and people like that who have made this one of the premier Afro-Latino symposiums in the United States of America, by far. I think that it has developed is because of the work and the commitment of those people. And again, a lot of credit to your director, La Doctora.
Before I say the future, I should say that I am extremely pleased that Taller have kept going, doing it, because I only organized it for 4 years. And Taller picked up, created a committee, and carried it on in amazingly beautiful ways.
Bienvenidos a Schomburg, bienvenidos a nuestra casa, la casa de todos. Que sigan, son bienvenidos ahora y espero que sigan viniendo por 100 años más. Que sigamos creciendo y aprendiendo a abrazar nuestra herencia africana, nuestra historia silenciada y que podamos cultivar nuestro orgullo por ese continente y por quienes somos.
I would love for this event to start, demystifying all the stereotypes, and I would hope that from this conversation on we can come up with something better.
Work in progress we saw last year, and it's really beautiful because it has clips from so many different years and so many different speakers, and it's interesting. We all look so young. And anyhow, it's wow. It's amazing. So we're going to move swiftly because we are really behind schedule with the panel presentation this afternoon, Symposium Activism Now and Then. And so some of our panelists are in site and some of our panelists are via Zoom. So I hope that that all the logistic has been worked out, and I'm just going to name them, and they will present for 10 minutes each, and through that we're going to assess, because if I start reading this, it might take us a while. These are people, powerful people who do amazing work. And so Mildred Rojas, is she here? Please come and join me at the table. She's an educator, poet, author, and founder of Buenas Simientes, Good Seeds, a company dedicated in supporting new entrepreneurs and community organizations, which she has done since 1988. I'm also going to call Marien Torres Lopez, which I believe is on the screen. Is she on Zoom? Oh, she's going to come a little bit later. She has an extensive career as a choreographer, composer, bomba drum player, director, and founder of Taller Tambouye since 2003. I'm going to call Emil Martinez Roldan, who began playing Puerto Rican plena at the age of 4. Oh my God, so you must have bomba in your blood system. Under his father's Juan Yonsi Martinez. What an honor. I'm also going to call Dr. Alba Seda Morales, member of our committee, who since the past few years has been also helping us putting this together. This event is put together by a committee of volunteer souls who care about what we do and do a lot to make it happen. And I'm also going to call on Kim Lewis, who is on Zoom. Are we going to have her? Okay, she's watching us. Okay, I am going to ask that everybody share your ideas and basically symposium activism now and then. And I am, I was supposed to carry the time. Oh, there's a clock there. And then at the end, we're going to wrap up and have them a Q&A. And people on the Zooms are also welcome to join the Q&A. And we're going to begin by the order of we're going to follow by the order of the brochure. Mildred.
Muy buenas tardes. Everybody can hear me? Good afternoon. I am here, invited. It's an honor to be here. Again, my name is Mildred Rojas, and one of the things that I wanted to say when I was asked, how has this symposium impacted me? The symposium, for me, it started in 2008 with the name Malin H. Washington. He was an enthusiastic member of Taller Puertorriqueño, my supervisor, at the Camden City School District. He was the one that as soon as he met me, he said, no, come on, I'm gonna pay, I'm gonna give you, invite you, and I'll pay the entrance for Taller Puertorriqueño. When I came with him, it was such an impactful moment for me, because at that moment I was teaching in Camden, and Camden is Hispanic and Afro-American or Black American, whatever you want to call it, but I wanted to unite the two groups because I felt like I was in the middle. I looked Black until I opened my mouth. So, you know, what am I going to do? So, Taller Puertorriqueño in the symposium, that time, the first symposium I came was a history of Brazil, the quantity of African slaves that went mostly to Brazil and then to the West Indies, which is, you know, the Caribbean today. And that only 10% had come to the United States. And I said, oh my goodness, we don't know this. We don't know this information. Where's the book? I'm always looking for a book. Why didn't anybody write a book about this? That way we as a teacher would learn. And when I was able to do that and come here, it was just changing, life-changing for me and for my career, because then I went back to my classroom. Please, the next. My classroom, you see my students in camp, I don't have any white kids there. I don't. And I said, wait a minute, we have a problem, or we had it, and we still do, between Black Americans or African Americans and Latinos. And it was like fighting in the classroom all the time. No, I'm not Black. No, you are Black. No. And all this. And I said, wait a minute, we are one. We are the continuation of each other's story, each other's history. And I know a Puerto Rican that started a library, an African American, and it's in New York. And I showed them and I shared, and they said, what? No, it's still unbelievable. But one of the things that the symposium has done is given me the language, the tools, the history, the exposure to have all the information and share with my students. Today, next slide, I have my kids. I work for Mastery McGraw right now. And it's still in Camden, in the same school that I was before, by the way. Isn't it something? But in Mastery right now, I am a family and community engagement manager, and I run the after-school program. And during the after-school program, I am able to get these kids and say, okay, wait, my favorite saying, because this is Black History Month, and my favorite saying is the one that has Schomburg says in the center, which is what? Black History Month is every month. So I put my kids to, look, this is the truth. And then I put my colleagues, and I tell them, and I invited them, and I do the same thing that Mr. Washington did for me. Invite, bring, share. Because exposure and knowing the complete story is so vital for our kids, especially in urban areas. So I really want to emphasize to please share what you learn, what you see, what you get. About Bomba, I did not know all that about Bomba. Now I take it back to my classrooms and to my kids. And about your exposition about Santos, I mean, really, wow. And there's so much to learn and share. So please, let's continue this and support it.
Thank you. Is Marianne already here or she's still on the way? She's still on her way? Okay. So we're going to then have Emil, who is really here. en
Sí,
presencia.
estamos aquí.
Thank you, Mildred. Thank you.
Gracias, gracias. Nada, yo estoy súper honrado realmente por estar aquí. Como yo creo como fue Celia la que dijo, my English is not very good looking. Así que yo les voy a hablar en español, que es lo que yo hablo. Vengo de Puerto Rico, nací en Santurce, pero criado en Vega Baja. Y pues estoy aquí por una invitación que realmente yo creo que la culpable es Alba, que les presentó algunos de los trabajos que nosotros hemos estado haciendo. Yo vengo, como bien dijo la profesora, desde los 4 años estoy tocando la música autóctona de mi país, que es la plena puertorriqueña, uno de los géneros que tenemos. Y porque mi familia siempre ha estado envuelta en eso, ¿verdad? Desde pequeño se me inculcó lo que es la música de nuestro país, y no tan solo que es la música de nuestro país, sino cómo la música puede ser un vehículo realmente para denunciar la injusticia, y cómo la música es un arma tan importante que verdaderamente crea algún cambio en nuestra sociedad. Así que nada, me crié con mucha diversidad cultural afrocaribeña, digo yo siempre, que eso se puede ver reflejado en el trabajo que estamos haciendo, que estoy aquí con mi compañero, que es el que produce toda la música, Aníbal LS Vidal Quintero, que está en la casa. Y nada, para mí es una responsabilidad que he querido asumir desde la música, dado a la situación en la que vivimos nosotros como puertorriqueños, nuestro estatus colonial. Pues pienso que es importante que siempre esa voz esté presente, que muchas compañeras ya lo hacen, muchos compañeros, y yo quiero ser uno más, ¿verdad? Quiero seguir contribuyendo a esto, que me parece que es un propósito bien importante que hay que seguir. Y nada, sumamente honrado de ser parte de este evento tan importante, ¿verdad? Que lleva como nombre a esta figura gigantesca de nosotros, que lo es Arturo Schomburg, puertorriqueño, y también puertorriqueño de la diáspora, que es una cuestión que yo respeto muchísimo, porque como les estaba compartiendo, a veces en la diáspora se valora, se respeta y se conoce más todavía de nuestra historia que los que estamos en la isla, ¿tú me entiendes? Entonces, pues, para mí es bien importante conectar. Nunca había estado en Filadelfia y me parece algo mágico, la diversidad cultural, los colores. Y este espacio, sobre todo, les quiero felicitar porque esto es algo verdaderamente impresionante y digno de respetar. Así que nada, yo soy Emil Martínez, me dicen el hijo de Boriquén, que Boriquén es el nombre original de nuestro país, ¿verdad? De nuestro archipiélago, que significa la tierra del valiente, y así somos todos valientes, que estamos aquí, estamos allá, y que siempre vamos a luchar por nuestra tierra. Así que estamos aquí a la orden.
Thank you, Emil.
¿Lo quieren poner ahora?
Yeah, sí.
Ah, sí.
Emil is going to share with us a video about some of the work that he and his team do in Puerto Rico.
Soy creyente en lo imposible, soy sangre nueva, indestructible, y voy a prevalecer. Y aunque nos vendan como acciones, mis convicciones firmes las mantendré. historia, todos esos listos, invasores, evasores de impuestos y de conflictos. España vino con la intrusa excusa el nombre de Cristo, y la segunda venida del gringo es a nombre de Cristo. Una pullita pa' que mi pueblo entienda, esta isla es de nosotros siempre y cuando se defienda. Hacienda, las megatiendas, la compra y venta, yo a ti no te debo nada, tú tienes que pagarme renta. Manipulan la pandemia para hacerse más ricos los ricos. Nuestros balnearios no son pa' millonarios de 20 y pico. No te pongas potrón que te despotrico. Las puertorriqueñas son las dueñas de Puerto Rico. Yo no soy artillero, pero esta impotencia me quitó las ganas de ser pacífico y la rabia se apoderó. Político raquítico, la juventud, el solao, la guasábara ya se convocó. Yo no voy a callarme la boca, porque ninguno me intimida. Yo tengo la mente bien clara, los pies en mi tierra, y por ella doy la vida. Y yo no voy a callarme la boca, porque ninguno me intimida. Yo tengo la mente bien clara, los pies en mi tierra, y por ella doy la vida. Y es que por la cosa nuestra yo doy la milla extra. Me molesta que la música protesta no sea bienvenida. No permitan que otra gente nos divida. El estatuto no es astuto, ellos son brutos homicidas. La clase artística les pido con toda sinceridad, hablen de esto, hace falta la visibilidad. Puñeta, esto no es una isla desierta, esto es un archipiélago y queda gente despierta. Para mí tiene sentido lo de ser independiente, hacernos más conscientes, descolonizar la mente. Obviamente siempre hará falta ayuda de otra gente, pero coño, date cuenta que ya tú eres suficiente. Lo caro de ser pobre, el descaro del que cobre por algo que no es suyo, yo les quemaré los sobres. Vengan colonos en barcazas y cohetes de la NASA, yo defenderé mi casa, a mí nadie me desplaza. Y aunque no vendan como acciones, mis convicciones firme las mantendré. Borinquen no es tierra a la venta, y aunque venga otra tormenta, de aquí no me pienso mover. Mírame a la cara que aquí estoy, dale que aquí yo te enfrentaré. Te irás tú, porque de aquí no me voy, pa' que tú lo sepas, tengo el mango del sartén. Yo no voy a callarme la boca, porque ninguno me intimida. Yo tengo la mente bien clara, los pies en mi tierra, y por ella doy la vida. Yo no voy a callarme la boca, porque ninguno me intimida. Yo tengo la mente bien clara, los pies en mi tierra, y por ella doy la vida.
Espero que todo el mundo está haciendo su lista de preguntas para después tener la conversación. Yo tengo muchas para ustedes dos. Ahora vamos a seguir con la doctora Alba Seda Morales. Alba, como les dije, ha sido miembro del comité de organizador del taller puertorriqueño, es doctora en fisioterapia y también es campeona de taekwondo, y bueno, nos va también a compartir un poco qué ha significado esta experiencia desde que te reclutamos y ha formado parte del comité y del proceso del Schomburg cada año.
Gracias, Evelyn. Quizás comenzar en cómo llegué aquí y luego ir de donde vengo y cómo siento que existe una aportación de mi parte para este proceso y cómo Schomburg aporta para mí. Primero, yo llegué a Filadelfia en el 2006 para hacer mi doctorado en terapia física para la Universidad de Temple. Lo voy a decir en español porque siento hoy que tengo que hablar español. Y soy la única aquí, mi familia está en Puerto Rico, y acá en Estados Unidos desarrollé, gracias a muchas amistades y las interseccionalidades, las familiaridades, y llegué a lo que yo le llamo mi familia de Filadelfia, que son todos tíos, tías, primos, primas, mis hermanos y hermanas mayores, y a los que la mayoría de sus hijos me llaman Titi Alba. Y gracias a ellos, pues estoy aquí llegué a Schomburg. Entendieron que tenía una manera de aportar al año 16, fue el Schomburg del 2017, en el que empezamos a trabajar en el 2016. Y pues ahí viene la explicación de verdad de quién soy yo. Bueno, mi nombre es Alba Natalia Seda Morales. Si no lo digo completo, mi mamá se molesta. Vengo del pueblo de la ciudad de Caguas, nuestro nuevo país, centro corazón de Puerto Rico. Allí me crié y mi papá y mi mamá llegaron a Caguas. Uno vivía en Caguas, mi padre, y mi mamá de Calley. Mi papá fue músico y también fue técnico del teatro local de Caguas, del Teatro El Celay, técnico audiovisual. Y mi mamá, maestra de escuela pública, de escuela superior, maestra de historia. Así es que la historia que yo aprendí en mi casa no era la misma historia que yo aprendí en la escuela. Y pues yo siempre me metí en problemas porque yo hablo mucho y porque yo retaba a los maestros de historia porque esa no era la historia que yo sabía. Así que siempre me metí en líos, pero por lo menos mi mamá era la que me daba esas clases de historia en mi casa, así que pues salía al otro lado y no me metía en tanto lío, ¿verdad? Pero nos interesaron siempre los deportes a mí y a mi hermana, así es que durante el año practicábamos deporte y durante los veranos pertenecíamos a los campamentos de verano de las Bellas Artes. Así que mi papá era músico y pues así es que para mí la música en mi casa estaba todo el tiempo. Él era percusionista, era conguero y era el conguero principal por muchos años de un grupo de nueva canción y de música de protesta que se llama Taones, para el que perteneció, la primera cantante fue Flora Santiago, al que perteneció Roy Brown, Andrés Jiménez, entre otros. Y pues ese era los fines de semana. Yo no veía a mi papá porque estábamos entre festival y festival, o él estaba en algún otro lugar tocando, ¿no? Y lo que venía detrás de eso, por las luchas políticas de nuestro país. Así que muchas de las imágenes que pude ver en ese video, muy bien hecho, gracias a los productores de ese video, esas imágenes son bien cercanas a mí, porque eso era lo que vivíamos muchas ocasiones, como niños, desde niñas, gritando en las calles de nuestro país y piqueteando afuera de las escuelas, o todos los domingos, el último de mes, frente a la Corte Federal por los presos del 30 de agosto. Así que ese es un poco, ¿verdad?, de mi trasfondo, la parte social. Así que sí, llegué al deporte, soy egresada con mucho orgullo de la Escuela Especializada en Deportes del Albergue Olímpico y fui campeona nacional de taekwondo por muchos años, las vidas pasadas. Y que como atleta me lesioné mucho y eso me llevó a la terapia física, y es que viene ese brinco grande, ¿no? Pero representar con orgullo los colores de mi patria siempre fue algo que lo sentí como que era la resistencia, era la que había que llegar a donde había que llegar para que gente que se viera como yo supiera que podían llegar en deportes que no eran el baloncesto ni el béisbol. En deportes olímpicos, en deportes que no se veían mucho, los niños y niñas que no tenían acceso a ese tipo de deportes. Pero gracias a la escuela, ¿no?, que siempre ha sido muy diversa, porque para llegar allí, en el momento en que yo estuve, que es en la época que yo le llamo de gloria, en la que estuvo el señor Quique Bernier, el doctor Quique Bernier, que fue presidente del Comité Olímpico de Puerto Rico y candidato también a la gobernación, pero eso no vamos a ir a eso. Pero en esa época, en la época de los primeros egresados, había de todos los colores, habíamos de todos los lugares, era ese lugar en donde era como utópico, porque las discusiones y las peleas eran, pues, ¿cómo se dice el centavo de 10? Era el bellón, era el dime, era el qué sé yo, esas discusiones así de regionalismo y ese tipo de cosas, porque para nosotros éramos todos iguales porque estábamos sometidos a la misma disciplina y al mismo orden diario, ¿no? Pero fuera de allí siempre, pues estaba pasando la vida, así que salíamos de allí igual a lugares donde no era lo mismo y quizás protestábamos de una manera diferente, quizás siendo y llegando a lugares y espacios donde no había gente que se viera como nosotros. Pasando de ahí, ¿no? Llegué aquí a hacer mi doctorado en terapia física y mucha gente me decía, que vas a estar muy bien porque tú hablas inglés y tú hablas español. Para mí eso, yo, ok, pues está bien. No creo que eso fuera algo tan, yo no pensaba que era tan importante hasta que comencé a trabajar. Hasta que comencé a trabajar y quizás alguien que viniera de donde yo vengo no se veía como yo. Alguien que viniera de donde vengo no hablaba como yo, no había llegado al nivel académico quizás, y especialmente en cosas que tuvieran que ver con salud, no se vieran como me veo yo. Así que mi filosofía de vida de quién soy es lo que hace la diferencia. No entendía que tenían avenidas grandes o lugares amplios donde poder expresarme y poder educar y poder llevar la información y poder llevar, llevar cosas diferentes a los lugares en donde estaba, pero de manera amplia. No encontraba el lugar hasta que pues aquí estamos en Schomburg. Cada año digo que pues que yo no sé qué yo hago en este comité, que yo no sé, porque yo no tengo nada que aportar, yo soy simplemente una terapista físico, de la cultura pues, y de la parte de la academia, de lo que aprendo tanto todos los años, y de lo que me hace más orgullosa venir de donde vengo y de estar tan orgullosa de mis raíces. Así que siempre agradecida de la academia. Melanie, gracias muchas por la excelente presentación. Siempre Evelyn conectando todos esos puntos y tratando de tener una mirada más amplia de quién soy y de lo que nos rodea y de cómo podemos hacer la diferencia. Ese asunto de qué es lo que viene después, quizás los que estamos sentados aquí en el panel, es mi pensamiento de esa respuesta. Lo que mi papá hacía cuando yo era pequeña, que era la música de protesta, protestar a través de la canción, a través de la letra, a través de preservar los instrumentos, los bailes, porque pues no nada más era nueva canción, había plena, había bomba. De mis tíos que vivían en Luquillo y hacía los panderos y le curaba las congas a mi papá y hacía todas esas cosas, de todas estas pequeñas piezas que son mi formación como un ser humano integral, es lo que yo entiendo que hace falta para mí, y por eso entiendo yo que nos vemos de esta manera en este panel. Siempre busco estar al día con lo que está pasando en el país, así que no voy a negarlo, estoy súper fanática de aquí del compañero que está a mi izquierda, de su trabajo con los pleneros de la Cresta, su trabajo con los pleneros de la Cresta, y también como solista como hijo de Buriquén. Entiendo que eso es parte integral de lo que hay que hacer, el trabajo que hay que hacer para que no sea de un lenguaje académico, sino un lenguaje popular, del que el que no quiere buscar un libro porque no quiere leerlo, pues que lo escuche de una manera, de un lenguaje que le llegue al alma y que les brinde una perspectiva distinta y que los empodere a reconocerse como quienes son y como lo que deben, pues, como lo colectivo, lo que debemos hacer para estar mejor como país. También a lo que hace la compañera Marien Torres, bien impresionada con su trabajo siempre, siempre con la espinita, este es el silver lining de la pandemia, hasta que son las clases virtuales, porque gracias a eso he podido coger clases de bomba en Puerto Rico. Me compré mi barril en New Jersey y hago clases por Zoom de bomba. Yo no soy, ¿verdad?, una experta, pero pues en esas estamos. Pero porque quien soy hace la diferencia, y preservar mis tradiciones depende de mí, no de más nadie. Y compartiendo esa visión de que nos corresponde individualmente a lo colectivo, es lo que quizás ¿verdad? Me lleva a estar aquí en el panel.
Muchas gracias. Y ahora vamos a escuchar entonces la presentación de Kim Haas.
So I think Evelyn asked me when we were talking about being on the panel, and Edgardo, about how the Schomburg has changed my life. And I can say without a doubt, it has been everything to me. And I started out, if not at the first or second, but definitely in the beginnings, and volunteered. And I think 1 or 2 years I was helping with PR for the Schomburg. And it's been everything to me. Evelyn and Edgardo in particular really opened the doors for me as an African-American from Philadelphia, and wanting to learn more about the African diaspora. Evelyn and Edgardo really kind of schooled me and explained to me about the history and traditions, and just were so willing to share so much information. I mean, that's how I learned. I was a Spanish major in school, in undergraduate and graduate school, but so little was touched on in terms of the African influence in Latin America. And it wasn't until I really started attending the Schomburgs every February and learning. And then one year I went to Venezuela, and Evelyn was so kind, and her brothers took me around Caracas, and I learned more. And as I started traveling throughout Latin America to Brazil and Cuba and Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, and I started meeting and seeing more and more people who looked like me. And yet, I'm in Philadelphia and I'm meeting more people, getting involved in the Schomburg. And then I turn on Univision and Telemundo, and Evelyn was talking about this in the last panel, and I see no one who looks like me, and all these amazing people that I'm meeting on my travels. And because I'm particularly interested in the performing arts, I'm meeting dancers and painters and chefs and cooks and writers. And I said, this is absolutely incredible. The talent, the history, the culture, the traditions, so much of what people enjoy about Latin America, so much about what people associate with Latin America comes out of the African experience. And I'm just blown away. And the more I travel and the more I'm involved in the Schomburg and learning from, in particular, Evelyn and Edgardo, I'm just absolutely just encouraged, and realizing how little I know. The more that I know, I realize how little I do know. And I wind up in Philadelphia. Eventually, I'm working at Telemundo. And again, I see no one who looks like all these incredible people I'm meeting and the history I'm learning about. And so I eventually came up with this idea of creating a travel show that celebrates and honors the African tradition, its richness, incredible history in Latin America. But it's one thing to have an idea, and it's another thing to actually bring it to fruition. And so it took over a decade for me to bring the idea to fruition. And I think, as has been mentioned, when I pitched people for PBS about the show, and I pitched for sponsors, people looked at me, this is easy 10, 12 years ago. And people just looked at me like, I said, well, this show is going to celebrate, we'll travel throughout Latin America and celebrate people of African descent, Afro-Latinos. And I think, as mentioned earlier, people weren't even using that term, or as mentioned in the video. And people just looked at me oddly, and I could not get support for the travel show, because to air a travel show on PBS, you have to have the show already done. And PBS really just becomes the distributor to air the program. So I wasn't able to get support, and I tried for nearly 10 years to get support to create this show. And then finally, we were able to get support from Costa Rica, which is a country that people don't think about as often when they think about Afro-Latino, Afro-Latinidad. Costa Rica usually isn't one of those first countries people think about. They tend to think about Brazil and Cuba and Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic as having African ancestry, but Costa Rica tends not to be on the list, but that was a country that came through first with support. And, but all of this, none of this would have happened, I think, without the Schomburg, without the Schomburg and Evelyn and Edgardo in particular, laying that early foundation, planting the seeds for me about, you know, the Dominican Republic and Venezuela and traveling to those places. They gave me the beginnings, the basis of wanting to know more, wanting to get out and explore, wanting to meet writers and historians. And so I think, you know, where I am today and having the travel show airing on PBS, and it's because of them, and it's because of the Schomburg and being inspired by Arturo Schomburg, but it's because of Evelyn and Edgardo and everybody who just opened their doors and their hearts. And I learned so much and continue to learn. I think I'm just beginning. And so I credit them for whatever it is that, you know, we've done to this point. I credit them for that.
Thank you. Did we ever got Marien Torres present via email? Okay. Well, before I give the floor to the audience, I am going to, since I didn't read the presentations of everybody, I want to ask each of them to say something about one of the content of their little bio. And so, which I think is quite powerful if you could elaborate a bit more. And so I'm going to go back to Mildred, and I see that you are the founder and president of the Professional Latinas Alliance Network, incorporated since 2008, which raises awareness on teen Latina suicide, ideation, and mentors teen Latinos. And the reason I want you to talk a little bit more about this and how do you see the Schomburg contributing to that is because last year, one of our speakers, Joel Mullen, talked about the psychology aftermath or the psychological negative impact of being rejected as Afro-Latinos, Afro-Latinas within the Latino community, and feeling alienated from the community while people may have not migrated in this generation, but being maybe 1 or 2 or 3 generations Latinos and having to negotiate themselves within the whole racial mess that exists here and there. And so I would like you to, I want to push you. I'm going to push each of you to share a bit more about this work that you do in this capacity, and how can we converse, support that initiative?
My pleasure. The Professional Latinas Alliance Network is a 501c3 organization that was birthed from an experience as a teacher, especially middle school and high school students. I had many immigrants, Mexico, Puerto Rico, even Dominican Republic, that were girls, mainly because are more verbal, that were talking about how sad they felt after coming here and immigrating to the United States. There was no preparation. In our countries, we have open doors, we run around, we have sun all the time, and here we are locked up in boxes. That's how, at least I remember feeling when I was brought here as a child to New York.
From where?
From Dominican Republic. I never said that I was Dominican. So one of the things that I noticed was that a few of my students were, number one, sad all the time. Number two, they were cutting themselves. And others were talking about how they did not want to live. And at that time, again, I'm a teacher. I had never received any kind of information about suicide. To me, suicide was foreign, especially in a child. What? Mira, muchacho, vete para allá. You don't see it as a serious thing, at least at that time. When I came to an event like this one, and they were talking about exactly this, go reach a Latina, I was absolutely embarrassed. I was felt the guilt of not knowing what's going on and nobody ever telling me. How can I see my student with the signs of them cutting themselves and I don't know what's going on or why? So in a conference, I learned that teen Latina suicide was rising and it was really a serious thing, especially in New York, Manhattan. There was books and studies that I had not had my hand on. So when I came back from that, I just said, oh my God, my girls are committing suicide and I don't do anything about it and nobody talks about this. So that's why I formed the Professional Latinas Alliance Network, mainly to raise awareness. Once a year, we had our first REACH conference was in 2010 in Camden, and I did not know that actually people were worried about this. I learned social workers came, people from Philly came, everywhere, and I said, oh my God, this is really serious. It's something that is not being touched. So I've been doing that ever since, one way or another. With the pandemic and everything, I couldn't do everything shut down. So, but raising awareness on teen suicide ideation is something that is close to my heart, especially with those boys and girls that are newcomers. When in the schools, middle school especially, I look at their sadness, what are they changing from the beginning of what I tell parents, listen, these are the signs. So that is something that is very close to my heart. As a Black or Afro-Latina, I know one of the things that in New York I went to talk to, I was invited by a Dominican organization, and a mom came because I wrote a book. I have a book over there, Alisados, and in my Alisados, I give my biography, a little bit of my feeling of being Black with kinky hair ever since I was a little girl, and how my mother would just not like straightening my hair all the time. And that kind of experience, a mother came to me after my presentation and said, thank you. Thank you for talking about the difficulty of and the sadness and the la lucha that one has when you are Latina, when you're immigrant, when you don't have a place, because you many times, at least myself at that time, I was rejected by African Americans. I speak Spanish. And then my community, I don't know what in one of my poems, I say, okay, en Puerto Rico soy trigueña. En Santo Domingo soy india. And they don't know what to call me. Everywhere I'm something else. So I don't know what am I as a Black Latina. So the symposium has helped me immensely into, okay, all right, here, this is who we are. And it's not what the voices say outside. This is the truth.
You didn't put in your bio that you're a poet. We have to get you to come back to read some of your work.
I had a book. My book was sold here. Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to keep doing it. Before again I open it to the audience, I'm going to continue hijacking this since I'm doing but you won't regret it. I want to go in order, and for Emil, you shared an amazing clip. And in this clip, you're singing, but there is, well, your work is, you're showing us a very political, committed work. Besides being talented and musically rich and refined, I wanted to ask you about what is, precisely because of being Puerto Rican and having the colonial relationship with the United States, what is to be a singer de protesta nowadays, and if you could tell us about all these manifestations, all these piquetes and demonstrations that you show that support the lyrics of your song.
Bueno, pues contestando lo primera parte, creo que ser un artista de protesta en Puerto Rico o hacer trabajos así contestatarios, pues como te podrás imaginar, sí, va a ser cuesta arriba siempre. No es música comercial, ¿verdad? No es algo que se escuche en la radio o que se difunda necesariamente. Y es un trabajo, como quieras, obviamente no menos importante, sigue siendo un trabajo de base, aún sigue siendo un trabajo totalmente a pulmón, ¿verdad? Como decimos. Pero sí, las herramientas que existen hoy día, como las redes sociales y eso, pues nos han ayudado un poco a que no nos pongamos límites en cierto sentido y podamos tratar de hacer, por ejemplo, ese video que compartimos era una necesidad que sentíamos que teníamos que responder a lo que está pasando en el país, que no es algo de ahora, ¿verdad? Pero en ese momento ya se estaban dando muchas noticias, estaban saliendo a la luz pública de cómo personas estadounidenses se están apropiando de muchas tierras, de muchos edificios, ¿verdad? Lo que conocemos como gentrificación o desahucio o desplazamiento, que si ellos vivían por un periodo de 6 meses o más, pues no tienen que pagar impuestos. En cambio, si un puertorriqueño quería hacer esa compra o quería estar viviendo, pues sí te van a cobrar esos impuestos. Entre otras cosas que están pasando. Entonces, esas imágenes son de manifestaciones anteriores y de cosas que han pasado recientemente en Puerto Rico. Hay imágenes del paso del huracán María, hay imágenes de las manifestaciones del 1 de mayo, el Día del Trabajador y la Trabajadora. Hay manifestaciones de cuando sacamos al gobernador Ricky Rosselló. Hay distintas manifestaciones que se van complementando en el video como una incitación realmente a que nos movilicemos, a que esto sí nos da resultados y que lo hemos logrado anteriormente. Nos faltan muchísimas cosas por hacer, pero al menos hemos ganado algunas batallas que otras, ¿verdad? Entonces, nada, es difícil hacer este tipo de música porque sí, en Puerto Rico como quiera hay un porcentaje mayor de conservadurismo, hay otras cosas que nos dividen, como son las mismas elecciones, nos damos cuenta, sacamos un gobernador, pero el mismo partido es el que sale electos. Así que nada, no es una tarea fácil, pero uno la lleva a mucha honra y a mucho orgullo porque sentimos que hay una necesidad de que esto exista, sobre todo en los jóvenes. No sé si había otra cosa. Ajá. Sí. Claro, claro que sí. Sí, sí,
Y
claro
la
que sí.
aceptación.
Definitivo, pues mira, como Alba había mencionado, yo fundo en la Universidad de Puerto Rico, recinto Río Piedra, mientras estudiaba allí, soy gallito. Fundo los Pleneros de la Cresta, que es un grupo de plenas totalmente callejero, por decirlo de alguna manera, porque no es una plena orquestada, son 4 panderos y un güiro. Entonces empecé a desarrollar un repertorio propio de estas denuncias. Como que eso fue lo que a mí me ha calado hondo, es que mi papá me enseñó, mi hermano mayor también, que son compositores y que tú mismo puedes crear tus propias canciones. No tenemos por qué seguir repitiendo el repertorio que ya existe. Entonces, pues, ya había tenido esa cercanía con la universidad, sobre todo con este tipo de público universitario. ¿Qué pasa? Que yo empiezo a hacer rap porque también mientras estaba en la universidad me llamó mucho la atención porque conocía un rap, pero quizás un rap más comercializado, ¿verdad? No conocía la cultura hip hop que empieza acá en Nueva York y que los puertorriqueños fueron parte desde el principio de ese movimiento. Y entonces hay una corriente subterránea en Puerto Rico de muchos años, exponentes bien importantes que también han asumido esa responsabilidad y pues me inspiraron demasiado lo que es Intifada, que es Luis Díaz, 79, Tecuán, hay muchos raperos que la han llevado. Entonces, nada, con eso en mente, pues hago mi proyecto también de rap, pero que también tiene un poquito de mezcolanza de los ritmos afrocaribeños. Hay merengue, hay rumba, o sea, de guaguancó, tenemos bomba, evidentemente, y plena. Entonces, pues, he tenido la oportunidad de tocar frente a públicos universitarios y más que nada, cuando nosotros sacamos el disco, lo sacamos el 4 de julio, con toda la intención. Hicimos la presentación en menos de un mes, hicimos una presentación en vivo y nos dimos cuenta de cómo una música que no es comercial, que no suena en la radio, que no se difunde, sí existe un público para esta música, ¿verdad? Y hay una gente que también está hambrienta de conocer este tipo de corrientes y por eso es que yo lo he llamado a este proyecto una contrapropuesta, porque ya estamos demasiado desaturados con todas las cosas que nos tratan de imponer en todos los medios y pues nada, estuvimos, antes de venir acá a Filadelfia, estuvimos en el Boricua, que es un negocio icónico, diría yo, en la escena nocturna y de jangueo juvenil y de todas las edades realmente, pero es bien cerca del recinto universitario en Río Piedra, tú me entiendes. Y entonces, pues sí, pues antes de venir acá a Filadelfia, tuvimos una presentación allá. Cantamos esa canción, fue la última que cantamos, de hecho, y eso se quería caer. Fue mucha gente a vernos, un público bien bonito. Tenemos todo documentado también, que esperamos también compartirlo eventualmente. Pero lo que está diciendo, cuando presentamos ese disco, fue en menos de un mes, y eso se llenó también. Era un lugar bien grande en Cagua, de hecho. En un lote bien grande, espacioso, y fue mucha gente a llegar, no tan solo que llegan, sino que cantan los coros, se envuelven. Entonces, pues, nosotros estamos muy emocionados de que hemos tenido ese feedback bien positivo y siempre cuando uno entra a la universidad, por eso yo tengo tanto cariño también a la academia por esa parte, es que uno se reencuentra con uno mismo y quizás uno es cuando la primera vez en su vida que tienes acceso a unas cosas que verdaderamente te enriquecen, más allá de la crianza que tuviste, pues es cuando tú expandes tu conocimiento o te tratas de retar lo más posible. Y pues siempre ese público universitario de estudiantes, el estudiantado va a estar con una esponja así esperando saber, porque también están dándose cuenta, despertando de otras cosas. El mismo efecto que está mencionando la compañera cuando se entera de la figura de Arturo Schomburg, todo esto espacios que ustedes han logrado aquí, eventos que han hecho acá, pues uno se identifica, ¿entienden? Uno sabe, espérate, esto existía y porque yo no me había enterado. Y así mismo es la música y pues los estudiantes son el mejor público del mundo porque van a estar bien receptivos y quizás más hambrientos también de ese conocimiento. Así que nada, los invito a cualquiera que busquen la música de Puerto Rico, que hay un montón de cosas pasando. La compañera mencionó unos grupos excepcionales, sobre todo cuando mencionó a Usuba me emocioné que las mencionara porque que Mariel no sé si está por ahí, pero es una cosa que está pasando bien bonita y no es de ahora, lleva mucho tiempo ya. Y nada, me enorgullece mucho ser parte de la clase artística independiente de mi país.
De que hay un auge de que se lleve ese producto, ¿verdad?
Seguro.
Ese movimiento, esa manifestación,
Exactamente.
es muy rica realmente. Sin dejar a un lado el que están participando montones de mujeres, al igual que las diversidades que existen desde el punto de vista de identidad de género, cómo se van apropiando de la música, el baile, la danza, y en distintas comunidades o espacios, ¿verdad? Más allá de la misma universidad. Eso es lo enriquecedor. Y cómo se utiliza también en las manifestaciones, en las protestas. Yo siempre digo que la bomba y la plena, cuando se hace un paro o una huelga, está allí presente,
Sí,
porque nosotros los boricuas, los antillanos, los caribeños, el cuerpo habla, el cuerpo se mueve, el cuerpo se manifiesta, es un tipo también de protesta, ¿verdad? Y de resistencia.
Claro.
Eso es lo chulito de todo esto.
Definitivamente sí.
Y yo voy a interrumpir rapidito para mencionar que, o sea, mencionaba María, pero no sé si ha podido entrar, pero parte de lo impresionante de utilizar, de lo que han hecho las mujeres, especialmente las bomberas el junte de bomberas del 8 de marzo, ¿verdad? Que es impresionantísimo, cuando hicieron el video de la canción de protesta, es impresionante ese video. Pero lo que han hecho por muchos años, han llegado a este punto porque han continuado reclutando mujeres que eso mismo, que están reclamando el espacio en la bomba, están reclamando el espacio, distintos espacios, pero utilizando la bomba como vehículo para eso, y que lo ha abierto, como mencionaba como mencionaban en la presentación anterior, de las faldas invisibles, le ha permitido a otros cuerpos, ¿verdad? Y a todos tipos de cuerpos estar presentes utilizando todos esos movimientos anteriores, que es como que para mí, ¿verdad? Lo que continúa con ese, cerrando ese círculo de comunicación dentro de la academia, lo que está pasando y lo que viene.
Empezando con eso, me gustaría preguntar, comentar y preguntar, cómo las mujeres en tu video, se vieron muchas mujeres y últimamente hemos visto una tendencia a que las mujeres somos las que estamos liderando los movimientos de activismo, pero bueno, a lo mejor siempre, pero sí, ahora somos más visibles.
Es lo que ha, en cierta medida, llevado a ese empoderamiento también, ¿verdad? Porque como muy bien dice Egui, yo creo que siempre ha estado presente, porque cuando se ocupó Villa Sin Miedo, eran muchas mujeres las líderes, claro sí. Por decir, ¿verdad? Al igual que la compañera que murió que ahora no me acuerdo el nombre, en Loíza, cuando Adolfina Villanueva, y así por el estilo.
Antonia Martínez, pero
Antonia
esa es el de la
Martínez,
Yupi.
¿verdad? La placita
Pero
allí
sí, pero está
frente
Delfina Villanueva también.
al teatro, ¿verdad? Vemos ahí esa manifestación, esa lucha por parte, ese empoderamiento por parte de las mujeres.
Ujú. Sí, definitivo.
Pero mi pregunta es, para la tendencia, lo que estamos viendo, ¿qué ustedes creen que han cambiado para que las mujeres seamos los que estemos reclamando estos espacios y los que estemos en los medios de comunicación representando? Eso es lo que ha cambiado y esa es mi pregunta. ¿Qué ustedes creen que ha cambiado en ese proceso?
En el proceso de
quiénes son las
que llevan la batuta.
voces
Sí,
cantantes.
cuando estábamos en esa presentación, la compañera de Aníbal, que es el que hace toda la música, que está ahí atrás conmigo, que me acompaña, ella dijo bien claro, ella es una líder, ¿verdad? Comunitaria, líder estudiantil también fue, y ella ha sido una voz bien presente, y ella dijo algo que está resonando en todas las calles, que es como que la pobreza, la lucha tiene cara de mujer, ¿entiendes? Todas estas cosas que ocurren son las mujeres las que se están llevando la batuta. ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros todos nos hemos dado cuenta que hace falta esa presencia, que no es que no estaba, pero sí hace falta que ellas tengan más exposición, que ya incluso desde la izquierda en Puerto Rico ya ha habido muchos líderes y muchas personas y mucho bochinche también que ha pasado, que hace que la misma izquierda se divida y ya la cosa no se convierte entre, pues, qué sé yo, para aquí o para allá. Entonces, pues, la mujer, yo pienso que no pierde el tiempo en eso. Entonces, lleva las cosas acá, lo organiza todo y pues definitivamente son la voz que nos representan verdaderamente, porque entonces ya hemos visto toda una tendencia que ellas mismas se han empoderado porque están cansadas ya. Hay mucho feminicidio, hay muchas cosas pues, terribles que ocurren. Nuestro país ha sido macharrán, nuestra cultura es macharrana y pues todo eso se está erradicando poco a poco, pero sí hay unos pasos bien firmes que se están dando. Y está la colectiva feminista en construcción, que es bien importante. Yo estudié con ella, yo hice un minor en la UBI de estudios de identidad, de estudios de la mujer y género, y la líder, una de las líderes, estudió conmigo y ahí yo también pude nutrirme mucho. Son personas que han estado entre la calle y la academia, ¿entiendes? Entonces no significa que si no tienes la educación de academia no puede serlo, pero esa combinación es bien poderosa y ellas la tienen y la tienen bien manga. Entonces,
yo voy a añadir a lo que está diciendo Emil que quizás es porque los espacios han sido un poco más seguros para la mujer, las que abrieron el camino para las que están ahora, porque no llegaron ahí por paracaídas, ¿verdad? Tati Fernández, que en paz descanse, abrió muchos caminos para las luchas de género con Ana Irma Rivera Lacén, ¿verdad? Que estuvieron en nuestro Schomburg el año pasado. Todos esos colectivos que antes eran las locas, las mujeres, las feministas, las lesbianas, era lo que les decían antes. Ya esos espacios no son los mismos. Así que yo entiendo que tiene que ver quizás la perspectiva de género ha cambiado y ha permitido los espacios un poco más a salvo, quizás más seguros, ¿verdad? Para que la mujer esté más presente todavía, que las caras estén ahí y estén más presentes sin no quiere decir que no tengan la misma presión que tenían antes las que abrieron el camino, pero pues esas son las que vemos gracias también a los medios sociales, que las generaciones nuevas tienen un poco más de apertura también y de saber cómo utilizarlas a su favor. No solamente que estén ahí, sino utilizarlas a su favor y poder utilizarlas para enviar el mensaje, viendo la oportunidad de cómo transmitir un mensaje quizás más directo y más para una audiencia más amplia.
Y el papel que ellas realizan es bien increíble, por decir, ¿verdad? Y así en distintos canales de televisión que se están incorporando, y yo creo que su participación pues es una visibilización, o sea, estamos aquí y vamos para adelante, ¿verdad?
Estamos aquí para quedarnos.
Exacto. Yo creo que también el trabajo de las muralistas, de Sofía Maldonado y otras más, al tratar de trabajar la violencia, o sea, se me ocurre ahora mismo en la variedad del Gandul, ese mural inmenso de estas dos mujeres con rolo, ¿verdad? Impacta totalmente cuando uno lo ve. Y yo creo que en ese sentido, ¿verdad? Nuevamente el arte, los murales, la pintura, la creatividad. Otro que sabe muy bien, el mural que está en Santurce, en la parada, que ellos es la parada 22-23, que es las mujeres que tuvieron que volver a rehacer recientemente uno de los murales, porque
Colectivo
las
Moribirí.
mujeres con las tetas, los senos al aire, y cómo impactó a estos grupos pentecostales y conservadores, pero hay uno de ellos que recientemente pasé por allí, ya está con los senos al aire, ¿verdad? Con todas las implicaciones que conlleva esto. Entonces, quizás algunos pueden pensar que la gente no lo ve. Totalmente, cuando tú das la curva, lo vas a ver inmediatamente a la izquierda, es algo presencial, es algo que no sé, que te va a impactar de algún modo, ¿verdad? La cuestión de los cuerpos, porque incluso van a veces mucho más allá, ¿verdad? En el sentido de esos cuerpos que son violentados, y te está dando ahí en la cara, pues, aquí estamos, ¿verdad?
Yo quiero hacer una pregunta a Kim, que tengo una curiosidad. Pero antes damos un comentario cortito. Estamos hablando de mujeres. Tú mencionaste a Radio Isla, pero aquí hay algo bien importante, que si vamos a mencionar gente, mujeres que de verdad tienen la pantaleta bien puesta. Camagnía Acevedo y Sandra Rodríguez Coto, que fue la que sacó el chat que hizo que sacara a Ricky Rosselló del movimiento, que es de Ricky Renuncia. Fue una mujer, se llama Sandra Rodríguez Coto, y le ha costado por haber hecho eso. Entonces, esas son las que han virado la tortilla en Puerto Rico. O sea, una mujer fue la que viró la tortilla en Puerto Rico ahora mismo. Eso hay que tener bien claro. Kim, hello. ¿Cómo tú estás? No, mira, tengo una
Aquí estoy.
I'm curious. I have this question.
Yeah.
You decided to go to Latin America and do this, this thing. I want to know, what do they, when you approach the people, tell them, I want to do a TV show with, about Afro here. What was their reaction? Because I wonder, when you go to another country and tell them, you want to talk about what? About us, what? So what reaction you got from them when you tell them what you were doing?
So, you mean when I'm pitching the show, Edgardo? Or do you mean
to the people that you were going to tape, the people that you were interviewing, the interviews? How do they react to what you're asking?
Well, I think so the show is Afro Latino Travels with Kim Haas, and airing on PBS throughout the country. And these were, as I mentioned, the first 2 episodes in Costa Rica. So in the pre-production phase, as we are looking to talk to the people that we want to interview, it's an interesting question you have, because some people, I think, were not, depending on where you go, but there's sometimes people weren't as accustomed to actually being on television or representing themselves that way. That kind of came up in some of the people that we were talking to. And I only wanted to speak with people and eventually have people on the show who were proud of being, Afro, in this instance, Costa Rican. But there was some, from some people, there was just some, I think, kind of getting used to the terminology, because remember, in some places, like in Costa Rica, they're Costa Rican first, or they're from Limon or San Jose. And so sometimes people are getting kind of used to this whole idea of being of African descent. But some people jumped on it, and like we interviewed author Quince Duncan, who is one of Costa Rica's really most celebrated authors. And so he was the first person to write about the Afro-Costa Rican experience. And so in the show, he's, you know, you ask him, can you be on the show? And he'll jump at it because that's been part of his work, you know, for nearly 50 years. Whereas, you know, talking to some people to see if they want to be interested, I think it was, I don't mean that the idea was new for them, but it may not be something that they're as, I don't want to say comfortable with or just familiar with. So I think it was a really good, interesting question you had.
O sea, a ti te enseñaron que lo máximo eran los gringos. O sea, todavía no había, o sea, y todavía hay gente que tú hablas con ellos y dicen que sin los Estados Unidos, sin los gringos, los puertorriqueños se mueren de hambre. Eso está ahí. Se está dando como que hay un cambio generacional en que las nuevas generaciones en Puerto Rico, como no fueron indoctrinados de esa manera, están empezando a pensar por ellos mismos. Y se está dando otro, pues estoy preguntando, ¿sabes? Tu opinión de lo que está pasando. Y entonces, antes de eso, para unirlo, en la época que tú eras niña y que tu país tocaba en el grupo más peligroso que había en Puerto Rico, porque ese grupo más peligroso, Tito was father, his group, Town was the most dangerous group that was back then. Because from that group came out, like, todo esto, you know, people who now are considered like, como el topo, el segundo himno nacional, Andrés Jiménez, los greatest, like, you know, troubadours from the culture, they were, you know, communists, they were socialists, they were persecuted by police, or stuff like that back then when she was a kid. So, mi pregunta es, do you remember experience how you dealt as a kid? You saw that? How do you, how you dealt as a kid when you see how they were treated, how they were talking about you, say the communists, stuff like that? How a kid that loved the parents that are being bombarded with that, you know, do you have memories of any of that? And how do you feel? And then, you know, that's why I started with it, so you will go after, you know,
me
so
first?
we can
Okay.
see the difference in what's going on in Puerto Rico right now in terms of that.
All right, so I'll answer a little bit in English. So, do I have memories? Yes, a lot of them. But being it was just not my dad, right? It was not just my father, the one that was in there. It was both of them. So I grew proud of that. To me, that was not. I was proud of being called all kinds of things. I was proud of. I grew up proud of who I was and how they raised me, right? My parents vocalized multiple times that their job in society was to raise kids to better the society. So I felt that was my job. It was my responsibility to make sure that one, that I was proud, and two, that to teach others that whatever we were, again, that's why I got in trouble with the t-shirts, with the teachers, because what they were saying, it was not true. That Christopher Columbus was not the, oh my God, the God that came to save us in the Caribbean. He was like, he was just leading a massacre of people to try to impose this religion to people and to impose whatever the Europeans wanted to do. That's my vision of us as an assassin of Christopher Columbus. That's what I was taught at the dinner table at whatever age it was. So to me, it was not a thing of like, be ashamed of. I was really proud of every single step of the way. The same as like I was always proud to wear the colors of my country with pride. But it was always then hearing the stories afterwards of things that would happen. Let's say in a Festival de Claridad, there were some things that would to happen. Then you know, like there would be like things like such and such was security, which it was one of my uncles, and like things like that I then learned when I was older. Matter of fact, a few years ago, that they were posts and things like that to protect people. Like they were in places to sing and do a presentation because there were other things happening on the background. Stuff like that was really interesting to hear, stories, and to me it was, again, remembering what they said on what was their goal as parents to create humans that will better the society, and taking that as a full responsibility is what I strive to do now, and probably why I stick to staying in Schomburg, to make sure that everybody hears about it, that there's a way of all these things that I'm learning here, that I brought my mom the last year that we were in person, and she was so excited and happy to learn again, to like look at things that she haven't seen before, hear things and presentations that of scholars going back to academia and hearing all these people going back to whatever she couldn't go back to, because when she retired, she said, well, before she retired, she said when she retired, she was going to go back to school, to go back to and learn all those things that I'm hearing about now. And she couldn't do that because of having to care for my grandparents. But this here, to me, is almost like an homage to them, as out of respect. And I think trying to bring back the information somehow, telling all my cousins. I was joking with Emil earlier and saying that I sent everybody to go, he's here, go see him, or like go see Planero de la Cresta, or log in just because I'm there. If you want to support anything, support me and go in and watch Schomburg and learn something new. Because I feel I'm not an educator, that's not my job on a daily basis, but I feel like we need to educate ourselves, not just the kids, because that's where I think we can do the work, but also everybody around us and how is that's what I got from it, not being afraid or not being anything, but taking that as a responsibility and doing my job as a citizen, as a human citizen.
Sí, sí. Ok, yo pienso que lo que es, si has visto algún cambio generacional, pues como yo lo veo es el fruto de esa cosecha que hubo antes, ¿verdad? Toma mucho tiempo porque nunca hemos sido a veces la mayoría, ¿entiendes? Nunca hemos sido, en este mundo de la democracia, nunca hemos sido mayoría realmente, pero sí hay un trabajo que se está haciendo, como este es el mejor ejemplo. Por ejemplo, el taller puertorriqueño acá, pues no ha recibido, no a lo mejor todo el mundo sabe de él, pero los que saben sí lo han regado la voz. Y de poquito en poquito, generaciones en generaciones, pues ha ido creciendo ese público. Y así es que vamos nosotros. Mi generación quizás ha visto algunos cambios y han visto, por ejemplo, esa gran protesta de cuando sacamos a Ricky Ricón. La gente se dio cuenta, mira qué chévere es protestar. O sea, ni siquiera cómo era visto una protesta. Era como que, esos son 4 gatos, esos son los pelú, esos son cualquier tipo de, ¿verdad?, de términos así despectivos. Pero cuando en efecto lo hacen, se dan cuenta. Hasta los mismos artistas mainstream se tienen que montar en la ola porque saben que el poder lo tenemos nosotros, el pueblo, ¿entiendes? O que ellos mismos tienen que apoyar, tienen su poder de convocatoria definitivamente. Y pues hay un conjunto de factores que están pasando. Yo no te podría contestar esa pregunta en su totalidad, pero sí estoy para mí viendo que todo va a depender de la crianza que uno tenga. Yo tuve una crianza muy similar a la de ella, y pues nosotros somos los hijos de esas casas de familia, ¿entiendes? De esos núcleos, y nosotros somos esa respuesta. Así como hay otras familias que se crían de otra manera, pero ha habido un despertar porque entonces se está volviendo un poco ya tendencia, o se está a veces hasta esta cuestión de nostalgia. Cuando se habla de la diáspora puertorriqueña, se habla de los Young Lords, a uno le da como un orgullo que espérate, existían cosas, existía gente, y esa historia nunca se va a borrar. Por eso es que el nombre de Pedro Albizu Campos sigue vigente, por eso es que todos estos nombres de Blanca Canales Torresola sigue vigente, porque esa historia no será borrada. Cuando nos buscaron en el hotel, venían conversando los profesores y dijeron algo bien chévere que lo dijo usted, y yo decía, eso es un verso. Era que era algo así como que la ignorancia es bien fácil de vencer. Lo que pasa es que tiene que estar la persona dispuesta a ese cambio, ¿verdad? A aceptar ese cambio, algo así. Algo así fue lo que dijo usted, yo me quedé, diablo, puñeta". Entonces, pues yo pienso que nuestra generación pues se ha dado cuenta de eso, pero es gracias a sus generaciones también, porque lo que ustedes hicieron y están haciendo, y sus papás, aunque eran pocos, eran menos, pero esa lucha no fue en vano, y lo que nosotros vamos a seguir construyendo eso para adelante.
Yo quiero añadir que también hay algo que, bueno, se supone que abramos al público, ¿verdad? Yo quiero añadir que también hay algo que la situación del país, no solamente política, sino la geográfica, le dio a esta generación, y fue la secuela de el huracán María, los terremotos y luego la Junta de Control Fiscal. Así que yo entiendo que además de las luchas que se dieron antes, en los momentos en que mis padres estuvieron en las luchas políticas, a través de la música, a través de las organizaciones políticas y sociales, ellos tuvieron la suya. Y esta generación tiene en estos momentos, o la generación de mí, los que vienen antes y después de ellos, los niños que tuvieron que sacar el agua de las casas porque se les metió el agua en la marquesina, por las ventanas en la tormenta, los que tuvieron que dormir afuera en casetas porque se les derrumbaron las casas por los terremotos, los que sentían los temblores todos los días y tenían que dormir vestidos con tenis y salir corriendo de las casas en el sur de la isla. Todas esas cosas que pasaron y que nunca vieron a nadie venir a ayudarles, y que fue autogestionado por compañeros y compañeras que venían de otros pueblos, eso es lo que está también cambiando en las generaciones del país. El que ha existido una autogestión por necesidad, porque han visto en carne propia, no porque sus papás y los abuelos que eran PNP les dijeron, y la parte esta política, olvídate de los partidos políticos, nadie ha venido aquí a ayudarme, nada más que el vecino aquel que tiene un huertito y tenía 2 o 3 cosas para que me podían dar para comer, para poder sustentarnos, porque no había acceso a la comida en el momento en que, qué sé yo, el terremoto María, no había luz, no había manera de saber si el que estaba más lejos o más cerca estaba bien. Los que estuvimos acá, que eso fueron las 2 semanas más horribles de la vida, porque lo que veíamos eran unas imágenes horripilantes que no sabíamos si los de nosotros estaban bien. Y no era no solamente saber, porque confiar, ¿verdad? Que lo que sentimos en nuestro corazón sabemos que están bien, pero el que te pregunta, mire, ¿qué está pasando? Mire, ¿qué está pasando? Yo sé lo mismo que tú, yo no sé nada. Deja de preguntarme, porque no me preguntas si estoy bien, que estoy embarrada, estoy triste, que no sé qué es lo que siento, que todas estas emociones. Y eso mismo lo sintieron todas esas personas que estuvieron allí. Y si ellos ven y viven la necesidad y el cambio, ahí también es donde están esos cambios generacionales. Porque si existió esa raíz, esa semilla que se sembró por las generaciones anteriores, la necesidad de los cambios inmediatos también es lo que lleva a que haya un cambio real.
Se fue viral ese videito. Sí.
Ahora queda abierto a todo el público. Porque si todo el público no pregunta, entonces yo voy a hablar. Okay.
Yes.
From the beginning with volume?
Yes.
Please.
It's very powerful.
against our intellectual, against our bodies. So is this video was after we lost many women in our country in senseless from the senseless patriarchy that is ruling our country, the world. So I think Carmen wanted to show it, to see how at the end everything comes back to the circle.
I'm still speechless.
I mean, I think that I, it's always, I kind of bring, this up all the time at Schomburg's, because at some point, and I think that, Alba, you mentioned it, at some point the struggle is individual, and then, and then we take it outside and we do whatever it is that we're going to do. Because, I mean, my example of growing up in a house that was very mixed racially, but yet we practice racism in my house, in my household. And, I think I've told this story before, but anyway, my youngest sister adopted an Afro-Puerto Rican child. And when I talked to my mother the first time, because my father was a very dark-skinned Puerto Rican and very, very curly hair. And when I asked my mother, she said, "Oh, I'm so worried because," and I said, "Mom, what about that?" And she says, "Oh, tu papá era blanco, your father was white." So, it's like, I mean, it's funny and it's not funny. It's really, we have racism so internalized. And, the gamut of the races, like, Edison was saying, so-called Puerto Rican whites, because, none of us are really whites. I mean, maybe there's, I don't know, less than 0.0000% or something. I mean, but it's so internalized that, that we make use of colorism, as as has been mentioned, and the people on the TV is all white looking, and the people in, etc. So we never confront this, we, as a society, we're not confronting this reality, which needs to be challenged constantly, all the time.
In my own personal struggle, I echo your story, because for us as a Dominican and being dark-skinned, color is everything, and it's like if you say that you're black, all of a sudden it's, for us, it's, oh no, you're Haitian. It's all of a sudden I stopped being Dominican. So since I was born, it was like, ay, la negrita. I'm like, till today, I am still saying to people, listen, I am not a color. I'm a person. Porque ita, I don't know if you know, in Spanish, ITA, to any word means little, diminutivo. So if you're gonna call me negrita, no, negrota mejor, because there's nothing, there's nothing little here. So, no, don't put me little, because you're minimizing me. So with my family and everything, I had that very, very big fight.
Thank you so much for your for this last comment and for everything. I think we are going to try to keep in time. And obviously we can talk about this forever and ever. But because there is so much tela to cortar. I said earlier today that we should have 3 chambers per year. Maybe we should just have like a conversation every other month about the subject without having to be such a big investment in which we can address and people can continue to share and heal from, because the testimonials are about that, our need to feel our own reflection and to find ways for us to heal. And if we can, have a conversation with our families who sometimes cannot sit here but still are wishing to go through also a process of healing. And so I am going then to pass the floor to Nacheli Ortiz, our Executive Director of Taller Puertorriqueño, so she could bring the final words. And while she's getting ready to come, I want to ask again everybody to fill the survey, because that survey is what helped us tell the funders that the work that Taller does is needed. And that's very important. As we spoke today, there is a lot more that needs to be carried on for the next 250 years. So Nacheli, the floor is yours.
Evelyn, before we ended this Schomburg this year, we wanted to, Taller's board, staff, and the Schomburg committee wanted to give you this recognition for all of the hard work you've done in the past, and looking forward to the great work that you're going to continue to do in the future to bring this Schomburg Symposium to its fruition every year.
Well, thank you for an amazing discussion. We are going to be here, and that closing was perfect. Next year, we are going to be here in the same space, holding and creating spaces. Yes? And we're going to be here talking about colorism. So this is a perfect ending for closing that circle. So I see you next year. Please fill out that survey so we can know how to make it better. See you next year.
We enjoyed your performance so much. Can you tell us if how you enjoyed your time at Schomburg, and if you think you might come next year?
Well, I certainly would love to be here again. This really was a wonderful experience. I'm grateful for the convening, for the commitment to telling these stories and to gathering the many voices that often go unheard and don't often have the platform or the space to resound. So I'm grateful for this opportunity through the Puertorriqueño to participate in the Schomburg Symposium. It's important.
Since 2009, this has been a yearly ritual for me, where that has enriched my life, my career, my identity, everything. I have found a place where I can actually feel that I am a part of a group, and this is it. So yes, Taller Puertorriqueño, and this every year with the symposium, it has been a very important part of my yearly soul healing, soul appeasement of, okay, yes, I have an identity. I do. I'm an Afro-Latina, I'm a Latina, whatever, but I have people that are struggling just like I am, that are also asking the same questions, that are looking and searching and really expanding and wanting to unite and to teach, to be an example, to be a voice where people tell us to be quiet. So yes. Thank you. I'll be here, hopefully with a big group.
I will be here next year. I'll continue to be part of the organizing committee. Schomburg and Taller Puertorriqueño are very, just now part of me. You know, they're part of who I am, who just continue to know myself, continue to evolve as a human and as a Puerto Rican, as a black Puerto Rican woman. And just to spread the word, just to continue the work. I think there's so much more to do that that we're just going to be here for it, you know. We're just going to continue doing the work and continue like spreading the word.
Well, I mean, no, I wasn't. I mean, it was this first year was mixed, right? Because I did, you know, was part of the committee organizing it. But anyway, you know, as with my directorship, it's, you know, it feels right to pass on the baton. So I think the presentations were powerful, all of them. The conversation, as usual, was incredible. You know, powerful. What has been accomplished, but there is so much more that needs to get done. And you know, if we've been successful in sustaining it for 25 years, we have to challenge ourselves to sustain it for the next, you know, 25 years. So, you know, next year, right? Please join us next year.
Of course I did enjoy myself. Every chamber I've come, every single one. I haven't come to all of them. I think I missed like 3. Every time I've walked out feeling, wow. I've always learned more. It always let me thinking. I've always appreciated what people have to share about their own experiences. I mean, this is a space that is so sacred. I wish we could multiply this, I don't know, to perhaps, and I wish so many people could actually learn from this. One thing about these discussions is the level of respect, the gentleness, and the strength at the same time. And in that sense, I think 3 years ago we had one about Schomburg, based upon the Vanessa Valdez book. And I was asked to write an essay, and that's why I ended up reading that book. And I saw Schomburg as a humble maroon, someone who worked slowly, gently, without any bombastic presumption. And so I even thought of him as the gentle maroon. And I think that this space has actually followed his steps in sharing, in educating, and in helping us thinking. I always leave with my head, you know, thinking about what this person said, what that person said. What does it mean? I mean, what happened in Cangrejos? And so it's for me, it's always revitalizing. I'm fascinated that Taller keeps doing it, so I'm the one who has to thank Taller, because when we thought about this 26 years ago, we were mostly a combination of between angry, trying to find a space to speak about this, frustrated because whenever we spoke about race issues in Latinx community or Latin American, people were like, no, there is no racism, no, you have a complejo, you are, you know, and see that for so many years this keeps going on is just really amazing. So yeah, so I'm very, very thankful.
Gracias a los compañeros, las compañeras de aquí de Taller Puertorriqueño. Tengo que señalar desde que entré y que vi la galería que hay de Lorenzo Omar, quedé muy impresionado al ver también las instalaciones, las pinturas, y según fui recorriendo otras partes, incluyendo donde estamos ahora, que empecé a ver el arte realizado por los niños, las niñas, el ver, no sé si es que debido a que yo me crié precisamente con los cómics, dado que mi papá trabajaba en una agencia de publicaciones que distribuían en todo Puerto Rico los mangas, como hoy se conocen, y ver el trabajo final que están en una de las paredes, que precisamente cerca de donde yo estoy, pues es un reflejo del trabajo que realizan, de los talleres que realizan los maestros y las maestras, ¿verdad? En una comunidad desventajada, en una comunidad latina, al ver a la vez los distintos espacios que hay aquí construidos, una guardería, un área pues donde los jóvenes van y ven su trabajo finalmente cuando lo dejan plasmado en distintas obras de arte, instalaciones, esculturas, pues sorprende. Y tal como uno de los compañeros que participó, estábamos hablando hace unos minutos que en Puerto Rico hace falta un lugar como este donde nos encontramos. Así que ese trabajo educativo es loable y es algo que pues debemos seguir promoviéndolo. Yo creo que eso es esencial, el trabajo que realizan las mujeres aquí, los varones, ¿verdad? Todos y todas y todes, en una comunidad que sabemos que poco a poco la gentrificación va echando en tierra mucho de ese trabajo. Pero a pesar de eso, todavía continúan estando presentes y empoderándose totalmente para continuar llevando la lucha hasta un poquito más allá, porque yo creo que es importante también la esperanza de que sí se puede, de que el colectivo puede, el equipo, que es esencial. Y yo creo que hacen falta totalmente manos de niñas, de niños, de hombres, de mujeres, de los trans, de lesbianas, de homosexuales, de ancianos, ancianas, todos luchando por ese nuevo porvenir, por esa esperanza de que finalmente se logre aquí en la tierra lo que nos dejó el Todopoderoso y las deidades, que son sumamente importantes, porque el ser humano es un ente integral, holístico, mente, cuerpo y espíritu en un contexto. Y pues ese fruto yo creo que lo he comenzado a ver aquí en el taller puertorriqueño. Gracias.
Definitivo, siempre que haya algún tipo de invitación que tenga que ver con la diáspora y con trabajos como este, tan honestos, tan bonitos, para los latinos, para los afroamericanos, para los puertorriqueños, para la gente de abajo, yo siempre voy a decir presente, siempre voy a decir que sí, y la he pasado de maravilla aquí, mucho respeto a todos ustedes y la labor gigantesca que están haciendo.